Hey, Roser. You want to know something funny? You talking about Apex Legends made me update it. I'm Apexed up. Or ready for Apex. In theory. One view once, let's go. I was gonna do some like React content though. Alright, let me hook up my phone too. I was gonna offer some games after, honestly. 20-minute adventure in and out real quick, yeah. I just want some quick ones, not really in the mood for actual Apex gameplay. Look, I had plans for this stream. Look at this swag. Look at this swag, what the fuck's this called again? Sweater. Sweater, I knew it. The words, they come to my brain and I say them. Amazing. That's why I'm a big streamer, man. That's why they pay me the big bucks. Oh, speaking of which, did I finally get the fucking... the Raid Shadow Legends money? Nope. Ah, there you go. Rollin will entertain your need for 1v1s. Yeah, I'm down, but like not right now. It's bad for the stream if I... First off, it's bad for the stream if I start off with video games. Unless they're like real-time strategy games. No one fucking wants to watch me play FPS games. Anyways, speaking of doing bad things for the stream, let's get right into the memes. So let's see, there's a couple stuff a couple of things I wanted to cover. I think I'll start with some memes about the Ukraine, Russia stuff. Because of what someone sent me. Which was pretty hilarious. It's let me change the stream title. Alright, let's start off by starting some shit with Hasanabi, not that he fucking cares. Yay, it's the wrong screen. Classic. There we go.
What's going on with Germany and Russia? Peace talks between US and Russia fail again. Dude, war is good, baby. War is good for the ratings. Oh my God, Philip DeFranco's channel just became, you know, Philip the State Department. Oh, that was so bad. That was, I gotta do that more. I gotta, you know, let's get back to the drawing board.
I know if you have
on that
prepared
one.
stuff, but this is interesting to look at the Ukraine stuff. Okay, I'll look at it. Ukraine interactive map.
So, I mean, here's the reality though, okay? Philip the State Op was right there, man. I mean, look.
I'm just checking this out because someone sent this to me. Apparently Hassan is going full on like anti-war appeasement, like anti-American reactionary. I want to embrace. I want to bathe in the bullshit. See what's up.
And all of your liberal friends, of course, they're gonna fucking be like, you know, yeah, we got to do everything we can to fucking defend Ukraine or whatever. Because like,
but war is bad. War is bad.
We're not gonna think about it.
War is bad, but I struggle to see. US being the big bad imperialist guy that people like Hassan want to make him out to be, when it's Putin who's threatening the sovereignty of a nation that we're kind of supposed to protect, honestly.
Beyond the point of like, manufacturing consent doesn't work this way, okay? Manufacturing consent doesn't work in the way that you think, where like people are getting together and deciding like, we should do this, we should be pro-war. It's more so about like, it's more so about people that get elevated to those positions within media for having that perspective naturally and organically, right? That's it. Here. And
okay, that being said, I actually, I'm as much as I think the Hassan is being a dumb fuck in this is manufacturing consent. You can manufacturing consent isn't a bad. I'm gonna go there. Manufacturing consent isn't like a bad or a good thing. If the consent of society arrives to the right conclusions, then yes, consent has been manufactured. That doesn't mean those conclusions, the things people consent to are bad.
And I don't think like Phil DeFranco personally is like, oh yeah, it'll be sick because good for ratings, or he might, I don't even know if he has a position on this. I'm assuming he does.
Is there someone you forgot to ask? Jesus. Never forget to ask Jesus for consent. Especially when fingering someone's ass.
Yesterday, and I will continue saying.
Jesus wants to be there.
Okay. I do not believe that this is adequate. I do not believe that this is the smart thing to do.
Yesterday, for the first time in my life, I noticed the US government used the phrase lethal aid as a euphemism for arms or weapons. By the very next day, national media adopted the phrase without even using quotes. That's classic. Like that's honestly classic. This is how private media does convey propaganda, and that's why like Hassan is not wrong. This is what manufacturing consent looks like. This is exactly it. It's just, I actually agree with the consent being manufactured in this case. I don't know what else to say. But like language euphemisms being parroted all across media, that kind of stuff, that is totally it.
I do not believe that like arming Ukraine and then fucking sending troops over to Ukraine, like none of this is a good idea. It's just not. It's
okay,
not
so what's the solution, Hassan?
Okay. Yesterday, for the first time ever, I noticed the United States government used the phrase lethal aid as a euphemism for arms or weapons. By the very next day, national media adopted the phrase without even using quotes. The first shipment of assistance recently directed by President Biden to Ukraine arrived in Ukraine tonight. The shipment includes 200,000 pounds of lethal aid, including ammunition.
You see, Russia, the minority, cannot do imperialism, so America's more imperialist here.
Ukraine as the border tensions with Russia rise. What the fuck is that? Like, what is that?
Also, I've exchanged about this with a friend. Like, isn't it weird how the people? Isn't it weird how the people who are mostly like pro-appeasement, who are against defending Ukraine, they're the people who aren't going to be affected by this at all. If you look at polls in Eastern Europe, everyone's like, Ukraine's our brother. We need to defend them. Russia. We need to stop Putin. And then you look at like Western Europe, you look at the US, and people are like, you know what? Maybe we can just like, chill this one out. I don't actually follow how this is manufactured consent, because if my understanding of Noam Chomsky's definition is correct, it's when media arrives at a consent. And for example, this thing that's described in this tweet of a kind of propagandistic term, a euphemism in this case, being used by in a state press release, then being parroted like all across media, where suddenly it's something that happens very often. Like you hear this one word or one expression on one platform or from one press release, and suddenly it's across all channels, from like Fox News to what's like MSNBC. Like they all like use the same term. To me, my understanding is that is those are the processes that are part of manufactured consent. And I'm not saying it as a bad thing. In this specific case, like, yes, society can arrive at a consent that is the right conclusion. I don't know how else to put it. You can only punch up with lethal aid, yeah.
Aid, like, what do you mean? You mean guns? That's what you mean? You mean weapons? That's the only thing we're good at, is fucking giving lethal aid. That's it. And then at home, we never think about the impact of that at home. Like, we love talking about fucking, how stupid K-Konas are. Oh yeah, you want to shoot COVID. Okay. Well, our liberal State Department is also saying lethal aid. How is that any different? Okay? Like, these minor tweaks play a larger role in changing people's attitudes about certain things. Neoliberals are out here being like, we're applying lethal aid to Ukraine. That's sick, man. That's fucking sick. That's really cool. That's really tight. Now, what is... every single person is going buck wild on the Ukraine stuff. Every single person is like.
DoD Press Secretary Kirby, the U.S. is taking steps to heighten the readiness of forces at home and abroad, so they are prepared to support a range of contingencies, including the NATO response force if it is activated. I wonder if the I guess the U.S. can kind of decide that unilaterally, but if they really want to. But I wonder what are the grounds for activating NATO, though. That's a rough one, just like legally speaking. I thought it was more about media framing opposing sides while leaving out other objections, so they never come up to most people, like lefties not being mentioned. Well, the part there are big parts of manufacturing consent, like the book, that are about warmongering propaganda, and this is kind of what's happening here. Putin is threatening to invade a country, and NATO is preparing for the worst. How dare they? As far as I know, NATO itself can only be activated with an attack on our participating nation. Well, yeah, that's why I'm saying that. It's a very strange statement from Kirby to say that the NATO response force might be activated by an attack on Ukraine when Ukraine's not a member of NATO. It's it is a very strange statement. I wonder what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
It just popped the fuck off.
Well, the implications they're preparing for attacks on other nations that are in NATO. Possibly, yeah. That could be. I mean, they definitely have contingency plans for that. I just don't see Putin doing that, realistically speaking. I think Putin knows very well what are the limits of the game he's playing. And I think he just wants to fuck up Ukraine. I don't see him invading Ukraine either. It's all just posturing at the moment. Yeah, that's the thing. After like making fun of Hassan for a bit, I want to look into the German and French press, because German and French, basically German and French government lines are that based on the same intel that the U.S. is basing their conclusions on. They don't believe that there's going to be an escalation. So I want to like do a quick press analysis to read up on it, because I haven't yet, and try to understand are France and Germany playing the appeasement game, or do they actually have like a legitimate different reading of what's going on? Treating Ukraine like a meat shield character in Raid Shadow Legends, yeah. The Russians got real mad at NATO troops moving close to the Ukrainian west border. It's all trimey kind of stuff, in my opinion. We will see. At this point, I don't feel comfortable like trying to make predictions, or at least I want to read up more about it.
I have friends who follow and track the Canadian side of this, and Canada, weirdly enough, was like going harder, because it's like even weirder for Canada and Canadian people to like be engaging in this kind of rhetoric. Like, what the fuck is it to you, Canada? You know? So so now we're just going straight up. Like we're going brazy with it, you know? We're just and in the latest sequence of L's, we have now decided that, you know, we're going to send fucking Biden is going to choose which forces he wants to send over to Ukraine. Okay? And the entire media apparatus, the entirety of mainstream media,
please subscribe. What the fuck are you on about?
Is looking at this as, why would Putin invade Ukraine?
You're the one watching me. You're the one who has to subscribe.
U.S. evacuating diplomats from the Ukraine embassy. And it's like, okay, that's, first of all, it's not acceptable for Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine. It's not, right? I just make no mistake. I do not believe that it is an appropriate thing for Vladimir Putin to do.
Okay? Oh, thank you for saying that. That's sad.
Let me get that out of the fucking way so that people do not misunderstand my position. Having said that, however, the reasoning as to why there is more troop activity at the fucking Ukrainian border on the Russian side specifically is because we keep fucking juicing the Ukrainians. And we're like, we're going to put you in NATO. What is this? I thought the NATO was the Western Alliance, like the Western Hemisphere Alliance. And now it's like Ukraine is also a part of the West. What's not a part of the West, motherfucker? Everyone is just an
Oh my God. Hassan. Jesus Christ. Like, almost, Ukraine is literally the only Eastern European NATO's North Atlantic, not West. Yeah. Anyways, Ukraine is like almost the only Eastern European country that's not part of NATO. Yeah, look at this. Literally. Literally the only Eastern European countries that are not part of NATO. The Balkans, Belarus, which is an ally of Russia, Ukraine, I don't remember what this country is. Then like Finland and fucking this is Sweden, right? I always confuse Sweden and Norway. Moldova. Oh, this is Moldova? Oh yeah, that would make sense. No, Serbia is over here. Serbia's in the Balkans. It's one of those countries. And like, I get it. Yes, another border country joining NATO. It is like a power play. That there. Putin literally could like stop fucking being a huge dick in the international scene, and we could actually be friends. It's not like it's not like the U.S. can't be friends with bloody oppressive dictatorships, right? Look at Saudi Arabia. Look at look at a bunch of other countries. We can be friends with Putin. Russia's incapable of doing that. Yeah, I at this point, they seem pretty committed. It is designed to be an empire. I don't know if I would say that, but it definitely seems to be Putin's strategy. It just went to shit since 2013 because of the annexation stuff. Yeah. Hey, Dragopie, how are you doing? That's why it functions like this. It has never been a democracy. They've tried being a democracy. It's been attempted. But not very successfully yet, yeah. Unfortunately. But it's just... It's just, all I'm saying is, in theory, Putin could de-escalate the situation, and having more NATO countries on its border would not mean Russia's being threatened. That's the weird part to me. They could... The US, the US literally just wants to fuck with China. They don't want to deal with this shit. No one wants to deal with this shit. Germany's ready to like suck dick for gas, and so is most of the European Union. Like we could be good fucking friends. Missed you. Missed you too. I was trying to think of a book recommendation based on your question, Kino, but I can't think of one. There's not that many stories that for off the top of my head that fit what you described. That's not the point. They just use that as an excuse. Well, to a certain extent I agree. Yeah, it's definitely being used as an excuse. Oh yeah, I want to check something. Sorry, this is not. I'll continue the video, but this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's just I want to check. I had to fuck with my Facebook multi-streaming stuff. All right. All right, cool. Just making sure the stuff is public. And what Russia is worried about is that countries which used to be part of its previous empires, Tsars, Russia, USSR, now have joined or are joining the West and will never be able to be conquered again. Which is why they're trying to keep Ukraine out of NATO, so they can invade and annex it when the conditions are favorable. Do you really think that's the long-term plan here? And at this point with Ukraine, yes, but... It's just such a weird idea to play it by the fucking... To be played by the fucking historical border thing. But yeah, I read an article saying that a couple days ago, saying that Putin is into the historical border stuff. So I understand that theory. If allowed, Russia will try to go all the way to Warsaw again. It's not realistic. And Russia doesn't need to take over Eastern Europe to become powerful. It's fucking... It's how the Kremlin thinks. Tell them that. Yeah, I just don't know if they're that irrational. Long-term plan is to undo the humiliation people like Putin perceived happened when the USSR fell and take everything back. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's literally, yes, like kind of like the reaction Germany had after World War I. This the idea of humiliation informing a very imperialist, nationalist perspective on international relations. That actually would kind of make sense, especially for someone who's ex-KGB who like lived through all that. I think being harvested for energy like in Matrix is a bit too dystopian. Why not just build a nuclear fusion plant with that amount of infrastructure? Dude, the Matrix story, like, if you're looking at it from a hard science perspective, it completely fucking falls apart when they're harvesting energy from human beings. That's so inefficient. It's really fucking inefficient. It's really stupid. Yes, all the robots would need to do is build a bunch of nuclear power plants, whether it's fission or fusion, doesn't matter. And they have all the energy they need. They don't need to fucking breed humans and all the problems that come with that. Anyways, back to this. I mean, the Matrix has like literal magic in it, so it's not hard science.
Expressly anti-USSR, anti-communist fucking organization.
Yeah, what the fuck's he talking about?
Is now adding additional, you know, adding Ukraine.
The machines harvest electricity from the power of love. I see someone else has seen Matrix. What's it called? Revolution or whatever the fuck the new one's called. I actually enjoyed it, honestly. I genuinely enjoyed it. But I kind of agree with the. But it's got a lot of flaws. It's still good, but. Oh dear, asking Hassan about his opinion on this topic. Yeah, I just want to watch this because someone sent this to me and was like super maudling at how fucking dumb Hassan's take was. I want to just indulge in a bit of outrage, okay, and make fun of Hassan. That's it.
Into the fucking fold. Why the fuck would Russia ever want that? Like, why would they want that?
Oh, right, Hassan's...
Can you imagine a world in which, like, I don't know, the Chinese government was like, we are going to turn Canada into a military base, okay? We're going to turn Canada and Mexico into forward operating bases, okay? In our endless effort to, you know, stop the capitalist rot coming out of Western imperialist forces.
So see what's funny is I don't think the US would threaten invasion of Canada or Mexico if they went into a diplomatic alliance with China. They would, let's be fair though, they definitely would fuck with him. They would send some CIA operatives and fuck as hard as possible with what's going on. But not direct military intervention. It would be covert intervention. Which maybe I'm just being pedantic about distinguishing between the two. America bad, but Russia is the one trying to start a major European war, the largest one we've seen since World War II. No, you don't understand. America bad. Yeah.
Western imperialism is a serious problem. So now we're going to fucking put bases in Canada and we're going to put bases in Mexico. People are saying Cuba. Yeah, that's a great example. What happened with the Cuban Missile Crisis? And even then, the Cuban Missile Crisis only happened because America put missiles directed at the USSR in Turkey.
Yep. Hassan doing the whataboutism meme.
Fuck this. I'm going to watch YouTube.
Yeah, not false.
What is this, bro? Hundreds of truckers headed to Ottawa and Freedom Rally. Dude, you're such a dumbass. Like, I'm talking about something entirely separate, and you're like, please look at my fucking Canadian news story. Fuck this, I'm going to YouTube. All right, go watch YouTube then.
Okay, that was pretty funny. I look that's actually a genuine problem, dude. When I'm streaming here in the politics section, I'm like talking, let's say like right now we're talking about Russia, Ukraine, Hassan. I swear to God, within an hour, there will be some random fucker who will show up and be like, "Oh, what do you think about critical race theory?" That's like, dude, that's not the subject. Fuck off. What's your opinion on the AoE patch? Yeah. It's good, from what I've read. I need to try it out, though.
NATO control of Ukraine is infinitely better than NATO not being there. Russia will just wipe the floor with them instead. Says Irish lefty potato. No, there is no NATO control of Ukraine is better.
Brain feels slightly
that is ridiculous, okay? That is fucking ridiculous. And there are probably Ukrainian people who are...
Actually true, yeah. Having NATO bases in Ukraine doesn't mean it's controlled by NATO. Thank you for pointing that out, Hassan. What's your opinion on the video I linked that you ignored? Link it again. That was a joke related to being off topic, I know. Man, I'm so sad I don't have time to play more AoE 4. Me too.
There are probably Ukrainian people in here who are like, no, fuck that. We want NATO. We want NATO. It's like, you don't know what you want. Okay?
Of course Hassan says that. He's against the Ukraine's self-determination in this, right?
I find it rather
against protecting
strange that we have pro-NATO leftists, okay? A organization, an international organization, specifically, we should invade Ukraine first and surprise everybody. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing right now. That's kind of what NATO is.
Yes. Oh my God! I had this discussion a couple months ago with a far right duder in Twitch chat, who unironically believed that and this is one of those like horseshoe theory things. He unironically believed that NATO, being in NATO, takes away your country's sovereignty. He was like, Poland being in NATO, they're no longer a democracy. They're under US control. It's like, dude, that's just not how it works. That's literally not what happens. You're fucking delusional. Hassan being a true Stalinist, thinking Ukrainians should not have a say in which way their country goes. Yeah, we're invading Ukraine, apparently.
Anyway.
Love you, fam.
Also, we don't want another what? You're saying valid points, except that Russia isn't like, oh, we're just going to use this for dick waving. They're actually annexing sovereign land. Also, we don't want another Holodomor? Are you fucking insane? You think Russia has the capacity? You think that there is like the same kind of centralized control that fucking Stalin had over Ukraine in the same capacity that Russia has now? Like, the USSR is over. Okay, there is no USSR. There is no expansion.
Okay, what the fuck do you think happens when Russian army invades Ukraine? Control! Oh my God, that's triggering. You see, Ukrainians are not smart enough to know that being subjugated by Russia, like they have been historically, is actually better than being in NATO and joining the West. What's this community you're talking to off screen, Sag? I'm sorry, Kina. Sag, indeed. The Russian Liberator Army, yeah.
Power that Russia has. That is a fucking delusional take, dude. Get off Reddit.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, Hassan. Actually, if the Russian army, I'm on screen. You are.
Is Russia going to come in and be like, in our modern day, okay, in present day, the Russian government that has the GDP of like fucking, Colorado is going to go into Ukraine and then limit your fucking grain supply. They're going to be like, no, you have to give us all your grain. And then they're going to start killing motherfuckers who hoard it. That's what you think is going to happen. That's like, unironically, you woke up this morning and you thought we are going to have a Holodomor in Ukraine. Like, we can't do that.
Look at all those open tabs. That's hoarded.
Cringe. Okay,
that's psychotic.
Let's get through the video.
Stupid as like people saying, oh, they're going to invade Europe. Russia's going to invade Europe. No, the fuck they're not. They're not.
Yo.
Yeah, you know why Russia's not going to invade
We're
Europe?
getting calls from folks who
Because
say
Europe's part of NATO.
that we're not siding with Russia in its threats to invade Ukraine and who want to support Russia's reasonable position. Fuck yeah, dude. Good for Tucker Carlson.
Lamau, this is too good, Keck.
Obviously, he's a fucking psychopath who's like the real. All those fucking conservatives, they're like, oh yeah, why the fuck are we invading Ukraine or whatever? The only reason why they're saying that is because Joe Biden is doing it, and two, they're like, actually, we should be invading China instead.
Pogo.
Here's the reality, okay? While it is still completely unacceptable for the Russian troops to like go and invade Ukraine, obviously.
How is Joe Biden invading Ukraine?
You're being biased because
he's fucking delusional.
I can't agree with you.
That's how Joe Biden's invading Ukraine. Because Hassan's fucking delusional.
Yeah, the reason why NATO is not doing shit yet, even though they are doing shit, they're fucking talking about, gathering support for it. You know who's not actually doing shit? Germany, motherfucker. Why don't you go yell at the fucking German government for being like, we are staying the fuck out of this, okay? Why is Germany not involved? Why is Germany not fucking, defending Ukraine's honor? Maybe
I want to explore that.
One, they're a trade partner with fucking Russia, and two, it's fucking psychotic. It's a psychotic thing to do.
World War III Sag.
Hassan and Tucker Carlson siding with Russia in their perfect case of horseshoe theory. Yeah, this is a fucking live demonstration of horseshoe theory.
Yeah, I know, oil pipeline. I know, this is my point. Anyway. The thing is, leftists in Georgia and Ukraine have to reconcile between being anti-NATO, but also NATO is the only entity that can actually... Here, we got a Georgian in the chat giving a...
Thing is, leftists in Georgia and Ukraine have to reconcile between being anti-NATO and also NATO is the only entity that can actually slow down and prevent the annexation of more land. So Hassan thinks Germany doesn't want to get involved in Russia versus Ukraine because it's crazy. Yeah, and then someone pointed out the reality of the oil, like the gas pipeline, and then he was like, yeah, that.
Georgia and Ukraine have to reconcile between being anti-NATO, but also NATO is the only entity that can actually slow down and prevent the annexation of more land. Here, they sneakily push the border further once a week, so it's not like they are truly on the defensive. Obviously, the Holodomor stuff is silly, though, lol. Yeah. So I, unlike every fucking content creator, okay, I'm going to be 100% honest with you and tell you, I don't have the fucking answers, but I do know what not to do, okay? And what not to do is just, like, keep fucking pumping, keep funneling weapons into Ukraine. Who knows who's getting those weapons, okay?
Okay, you know what? I just realized something funny. Hassan, for all his, like, anti-fascist posturing, do you think he would have been a pro-appeasement in like, 1930s? Do you think he would have looked at the at Austria being annexed and be like, no, we have to like chill out, no more war. Probably Hitler's party had socialist in the name. Yeah. Jesus Christ, I don't have the answers and I don't know anything about this, but I'll keep giving my opinions. Giga Chad, yeah, I know. I don't have the answers, I just know that America bad. America bad.
And use idiotic justifications to fucking send more military there and escalate this into saber rattling, okay? Or a step above saber rattling. It's because there is legitimacy to the point that, like, Ukraine wants to maintain its autonomy, its independence. Russia funnels weapons to separatists. We have trainers in Ukraine already. Why can't we provide their military, which we help train with weapons? Because when we start doing that, then it's going to turn into a serious fucking, a much, much larger problem. And not only that,
Ciao. And
what are you talking about? Guns are saving Ukraine from Russia? In this day and age, at this stage, the only way to prevent serious fucking war or annexation or anything like that is by continuing your and normalizing your fucking relations with countries that you already are engaging in trade with. And not
oh, by the way, he doesn't have the answers and he doesn't know anything about this. But he he doesn't have the he doesn't know what the solution is, but he does know that the only way to not have annexation or war is
treating them like a foreign adversary. Okay? It's that saber rattling already.
So he doesn't have the answer, but then he says, but the answer is
escalating beyond saber rattling. Okay? And Ukraine's ISIS is already there. It's just fucking Nazi paramilitaries that they're giving money to and that they're giving guns to. For the record, for people being like, this is going to make a Ukrainian ISIS, it's there already.
Hey, Option Selects, how are you doing? Okay, so the thing about like Nazi paramilitaries in Ukraine, that is a real thing. That could be that could end up being a problem, but it's not like it's not the same as he's saying ISIS. The better parallel would be the Taliban. It's not the same as the Taliban because those Nazi groups are still are a minority. They're not. For now, they're not a threat to Ukraine democracy or in the capacity of taking over. They're not a power. They are there are minority groups that are dangerous and that shouldn't be looked over, but they are a minority. It's a Russian talking point. Russia is literally fascist, doing fascist imperialist things. The definition of fascism is like, I don't know if it fits, but yeah, Russia's doing fucked up shit. I fully agree. I heard the word saber rattling, and now you need to use it in every sentence, Nodders. Yeah.
There has never been in the history of the United States foreign conflicts and foreign involvement. There's never been a situation where like us giving guns and us utilizing even if it's a legitimate interest of autonomy, okay? Even if there's a legitimate interest of autonomy, which Ukraine has, a legitimate interest in being autonomous and independent of Russia, there has never been an instance where like arming fucking paramilitaries and offering training and then agitating them to then go and fucking push back against a country that we have declared our foreign adversary has worked successfully, okay?
Is that even true? I don't know if that's true, and I don't trust Hassan's like grasp of history on this. The thing is, I know certain conflicts that did go well, where the U.S. or NATO intervened and helped prevent loss of life or fight back against genocide, stuff like that. But also Hassan being a total idiot again, once again comparing the government of an actual country with the Mujahideen. He's doing he's pretending we're arming just paramilitaries instead of the actual government. I'm just trying to think of an example where the U.S. Armed and trained a faction in a foreign country, and it ended up like as a positive. It ended up positively for that country. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but I'm sure it has to exist, like a counterexample to what he's saying, because he literally just said that it's never happened that had good outcomes. What about Korea? Well, Korea, there was direct intervention in Korea. That's the thing, right? The Korea was actual direct intervention. If we like take literally what Hassan just said, he's only talking about the lethal aid stuff, the arming and training without direct intervention. Colombia. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about Colombia's history. Colombia, U.S. intervention. And I'm pretty sure that if you look at U.S. intervention in Colombia, it's not going to be... It's probably not going to be very positive. At least in Southern America, it usually is not very good. Let's be real about it. But hey, maybe you're right. Mid-20th century, U.S. Special Survey Team. Gaitan's assassination marked the beginning of La Violencia, a Colombian civil war which lasted up until the mid-50s and killed an estimated 300,000 Colombians. Towards the end of the conflict, liberal and communist armed peasant groups remained at large, together with displaced peasants from small independent enclaves in the south. In May 1964, as part of Kennedy's Alliance for Progress, a CIA-backed program called Plan Lazo was initiated. The United States trained Colombian military troops to invade the largest peasant enclaves. They used the bomber aircraft with napalm in order to destroy the threat. Many of the armed inhabitants of the enclaves escaped, and 2 years later, part of this group formed the FARC, Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia. Serbia, well, yeah, that's the one I keep going back to as an example of NATO intervention, right? The Balkan War, stopping the genocide and all that stuff, but that as well was direct intervention. So I don't know if we could say that counts or not. Anyways, I'll go on with the.
Same with the fucking Kurds. A legitimate interest in building for 35 million Kurdish people that do not have a nation state. The Kurds have an honorable and legitimate interest in nation building. Okay, totally understand that.
But
totally
I agree with you.
That. What does America do? Look at that serious fucking interest and use the Kurds as a weapon to wield against whoever the fuck they want to in their endless effort to destabilize the region. Okay, look where the Kurds are now. Now, obviously, there's a difference between Ukraine and Kurds because there is no Kurdistan, but there is a Ukraine as an established nation state, right?
I go back?
But I totally, and I, like, while I understand, okay, while I absolutely understand Ukraine's legitimate interest in Ukraine's legitimate interest in maintaining their autonomy.
It's the same, but it isn't. Yeah.
Their, maintaining their independence. Russia should supply Ukraine if Russia does invade and a prolonged conflict begins. I mean, that's what's happening already.
Twitch Prime used to support my favorite streamer.
It's a lose-lose in my opinion. If we do, we might be committing negligence on an enormous scale, but if we arm Ukrainians, Russia will just use it as propaganda for their victimhood. No, the only thing that'll happen is, do I believe that Vladimir Putin is using this as an opportunity to just fucking annex further territory? Yes. Okay. Miran Tofik, the number one Kurdish troll in my chat, literally will hear me say, I fucking understand.
Good conversation, man.
Like, there is an honorable intention behind like building a nation state for 35 million Kurds that are currently living in diaspora, and then we'll still say your fucking take is bullshit when I openly state that the American government utilizes Kurdish militaries against whoever the fuck they want as a simple tool. Okay, that is just a factually correct statement. You are fucking ridiculous if you think that that is not true. I literally know people that like went and fought alongside YPJ. They fucking say it like they got trained by Americans.
Okay, being trained by Americans doesn't mean that they are a tool. Not that I'm denying that they that they were used by the US or not. It's just that's just not the right argument.
It's true. Now, the problem I have with this is that Ukraine does have a right to exist, of course, and this is about Russian aggression. The issue I have with this is we are fucking pushing this to a place that it does not have to go to. Okay. I'm not defending Russia, but ethnic.
We are not the ones pushing it, though.
Country, they get involved. People forget Eastern Ukraine has swaths of ethnic Russians and is leading for a factor in the conflict. Yes, but Eastern Ukraine with swaths of ethnic Russians only comprise 20% of the fucking population of Ukraine. Okay, so while they are like pretty much the same fucking people.
Yeah, Russia's pushing it there. They're the ones threatening invasion.
Oh, he said it's true and I hate it. Oh, this motherfucker literally agrees with me and then still complains, dude. Jesus Christ. It's true and I hate it. Go through my logs. Go through logs. I know.
I thought Russia was ramping up the conflict. Yeah.
Classic racist thinking that
if all actors were rational,
because I'm Turkish, right? That's the
it's up to Russia to de-escalate. Yes, Putin needs to pull his troops back. There's no reason for him to put them there.
Okay.
Ironically, Putin being scared of Ukraine joining NATO, you know what happens now? The second Ukraine has like 5 minutes of peace and no threat of invasion, they're fucking joining NATO like as soon as they can. At this point, they fuck yeah, they want to be in NATO. They don't want to have the threat of invasion hanging over their head for forever. Yeah, he's giving Ukraine the best argument, needs to join NATO. Russia could have probably prevented Ukraine from joining NATO through diplomatic and economic means. Like, hey, we can do some gas pipelines, some trade agreements, and just like don't go to NATO, okay? We don't want another ally of like our adversary on our border. We want you to be comfy with us, okay? We're gonna like make you feel good. We're gonna feel good too. Make some money together. That's how you do those things. KGB Manon. Didn't Ukraine have a truce with the separatists like a few months ago? Yeah, things were calming down, but then they stopped calming down. In Finland, we have started really discussing joining NATO again. Before this, it wasn't something anyone was really considering. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah. Like Putin is proving himself to be a threat, and that's not how you get people on your side. Europe needs to get a different source of gas and oil. Yeah, well, honestly, what Europe needs to do, and there are steps being taken towards it, but like I'm not like a hardcore fan of nuclear energy. It's got huge flaws, but like all the green parties of Europe need to pull their heads out of their asses and accept that we need some nuclear power plants to like guarantee heating in winter and all that stuff, to like free ourselves from gas. Someone said they are discussing joining NATO. Are they finished? Who are you talking about, Kino? Ukraine joining NATO is very complicated right now. Oh, Finland. Oh yeah, the WDUP man mentioned it. I'll put Stream's chat on screen. There you go. But well, he's saying there it's like in public discourse, not that it's actually happening. Oh, finished Finland. It was finished. Okay, I get it. Good one. Okay, never mind.
I literally agree. Your worst take on Ukraine, I agree with 99% of the time, but fucking Christ, defending an ally from the
trending Susan Sarandon. Wait, isn't Susan Sarandon like humor books? I'm sorry, this is a complete. Oh no, she's an actress. Never mind. There was this book. Oh, this has nothing to do with what we're looking at right now, but I remember looking at the I was at an airport and I picked like a random fantasy book, age 75. Damn, she looks good. What about the Tesla satellite power energy? Yes. I picked like a random book, some that looked like some fantasy book, thinking like, hey, that's gonna be my like reading in the plane and stuff. It was a fucking Coomer book. Like 2 chapters in, the main character woman was like being raped by some like guy, but she was liking it. It was going to some like weird rape fantasy stuff. and in like graphic detail. I was like, what the fuck did I get? So did you pick up the second one? Pick the second one as well? No, but you want to know the funny part? I later realized my parents had another book of that author's. This, you gotta get name on off topic. Talk about sex. Also, adrenochrome. Yeah, sure, because that's a thing. Oops, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Susan Sarandon is in Rocky Horror. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's where I recognize him from. Susan Sarandon rap.
This is good. First of all, we are the imperialist wannabe fascist as well as Russia is, for the record. And our business, like, here's how I think, okay? I don't think Russia should invade Ukraine. Obviously.
But no one should do anything to stop him.
Having a say in that conversation is insane, okay? And motherfuckers will say, not this time. This time is appropriate. Not this time. This time is actually appropriate. And you do this without realizing that you are basically still advocating, okay? You're still
yeah, and you're advocating for appeasement. Our morals have disappeared. Uh-oh. Nuclear power will not change anything about the heating situation, though. I think even in the US, where they got nuclear power out the ass, half the heating is still done with gas. That's an infrastructure thing. And the US is not a good example of nuclear power out the ass. France is the example of nuclear power out the ass. And the thing is, France does a lot of heating with gas as well, even though it has nuclear power out the ass, because France has actually natural gas reserves. France literally is like one of the biggest sources. It has some of the biggest sources of natural gas in Europe. So yeah, natural gas is a big part of infrastructure in France. Yeah, the US really doesn't have that much nuclear. The power example is France, I think. Tough shit, Ukraine sucks to sucks. Yeah, that's pretty much Hassan's argument. Okay, I'm done with this video. But there's some other ones. There's some other clips I was sent. Hey, Lizilov, how are you doing?
Okay, stupid. Like, what do? You come in here and you learn about how America fucking fought against the USSR by literally beefing up the Mujahideen, and how that led to the collapse in Afghanistan, and how that led to, quite literally led to 9/11. And you celebrate.
Hey, thanks for the like, Kyle. How are you doing? I didn't know that about France. Yeah, France is like a leading nuclear power is like per percentage wise, France is like the most nuclear powered country in the world. I think even no, maybe it's fallen behind China. I'm not sure, but even in like just pure number of power plants, it has like 40 or 50 power plants. Hassan said 9/11. Yeah, he's gonna compare funding the Mujahideen to funding the Ukrainian government for defense again. I'm gonna skip that one. And the other clip I was sent. Germany is coal, right? Germany is a lot of green energy and coal. Yeah. Germany has a strong green party that is historically very anti-nuclear. They've notably. It used to be that France would ship its nuclear waste to Germany. There was a deal between Germany and France for that, and like people would barricade the train tracks and stuff like that.
Flex Western imperialism, so it fucking frustrates me. Its existence frustrates me. It's literally a fucking
shout out to
look.
Their families.
If you yourself call yourself a fucking leftist, okay, and you're like, oh, I'm a leftist, like I believe that like American imperialism needs to stop. You can't be fucking pro NATO. If you understand that the American government is running a protection racket, okay, in the form of building fucking military bases all around the world, selling guns to all those countries. And then, sometimes those guns have to be used. And then, you use those guns against someone and they got pissed. So now they're fucking fighting back. Well, then now you need more guns and you need more protection. If you recognize that as a leftist or as a progressive, okay, you can't just look back.
I disagree. You can be a leftist and be pro-NATO. I struggle. Look, I fucking hate American imperialism, but I struggle to see how NATO is what he's making it out to be. Yeah, it's a defensive alliance, not an offensive alliance. Exactly, prepaid game. In general, I like the Green Party, but being anti-nuclear might be the worst policy. Yeah, I agree. And more importantly, we do also produce a bunch of coal. The Greens are not the only thing to blame for lack of renewable. True. Just like France has huge natural gas reserves, Germany has huge coal reserves. That is absolutely true. You guys are shutting down reactors because it's greener to switch to coal. No, we shut down reactors because Fukushima scared us. I'm a leftist imperialist. Sounds like a Stalinist then. I'm undecided on the issue yet. Yeah. All right. All right, I'm done going through the Hassan clips. Shalom. Oh, and God. Newman Leary, I'm banning you. You're ban evading every single time, and you're very uninteresting. The US generates the most nuclear energy in the world. Maybe in like total, but not percentage-wise. Like France is 70% nuclear energy. But yes, oh God, the United States has almost 100 nuclear reactors. Holy shit, yeah. Doesn't Finland have special deals with NATO anyways? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. Oh, Ukraine, speaking of, Ukraine is one of the three only countries that has over 50% nuclear power. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. Nuclear power seems all well and good, but once something goes wrong, it's pretty scary, especially when you got a densely populated country. Absolutely. Okay, oh, fuck! Okay, it's okay. I just spilled some water on myself. That was... Oh, no, I need to be more careful. How many does Russia have? You can add 15 to that. Yeah. Good one. So you're saying don't build a reactor in California? Yeah, building reactors on top of fault lines is a bit scary. Spilled the water at risk of meltdown now. Yes, exactly. Damn, Belgium's phasing out all their nuclear reactors. Switzerland as well. Taiwan, Germany. Germany 2022 phase out. Wow. I spilled literally there's no water on my desk. I literally spilled all of it on my jeans, and there wasn't that much water left in the cup. Okay, I'm gonna go get some more water because I'm thirsty. There you go. But I mean, I agree with Gehinhyo. Like, nuclear power is the best power until something goes wrong. And also there's the problem of the fucking waste, but I think the Japanese were dumb to build reactors on a fault line. Fukushima happened and Japan went full on Pikachu phase. How could this happen? I mean, supposedly they had techniques for building them in ways that could protect them. Is the waste that big of a problem? Yes. And most of the waste is stuff that becomes normal radiation after like 100 or 200 years. That's not that big of a problem. But you still have to put it somewhere for a couple hundred years. There's not that much waste, but you have to do something with it. And then there is also a small quantity of highly radioactive waste, which is like actually really dangerous. Also, there's one big problem with the nuclear industry in general. It's that supposedly thorium reactors produce much less waste. However, there's a counter incentive to using them, which is that thorium reactors, unlike the uranium or plutonium reactors, cannot be used in a military nuclear chain. The reason most countries that have nuclear power opted for uranium or plutonium is because they can reuse byproducts of their civilian nuclear program for their military nuclear program. But that's that's literally a counter incentive. It's less good for the ecology and stuff. Yeah, some believe thorium is key to developing a new generation of cleaner, safer nuclear power. In 2011, a group of scientists at the Georgia Institute of Technology assessed thorium-based power as a 1,000-plus-year solution or a quality low-carbon bridge to truly sustainable energy sources, solving a huge portion of mankind's negative environmental impact. However, development of thorium has significant startup costs. Development of breeder reactors in general, including thorium reactors, which are breeders by nature, will increase proliferation concerns. I could masturbate, and I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Yo, thanks for the follow, La Rouge 44. How are you doing? I'm sorry. Okay. Anyways, yeah, thorium power. What was the other subject I wanted to go into? Oh yeah, you want to review the R anti-work drama? I want to review the R anti-work drama. So the last stuff I saw, I haven't watched the whole interview, so I think that's what we're gonna check out. I don't want just the meme clip where he's like says he's a dog walker. I want the whole interview. Where can I see the whole interview? Fuck, I can't find it on YouTube at least. The fuck? God, I already know it. It's gonna be like copyrighted too. Like the YouTube stream's gonna yell at me. No source material, only reacts now. Yes. I want the interview. I don't want reactions to the fucking interview. Jesus Christ. React content creators are ruining the internet.
So I
except me.
Is
Unless you want more of the forward. All right, thank you, Dragapie. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, let's hope it doesn't get like copyright striked. You're the reaction to the interview. Yes, that was the joke. So it's open. Carthovic up. That was literally the joke. How are you doing? Soon there will be some fake content that everyone will rush to post their reaction. That it'll be hilarious. Yes.
Over 1.6 million subscribers. Joining me now is the person who operates this anti-work group, Doreen Ford. All right, so Doreen, why do you like the idea of being home, not working, but still getting paid by corporate America?
Yeah, so there's some misconceptions about the movement. So we're a movement where we want to reduce the amount of work that
hey, Magic Turtle, long time no see.
To do, and so we want to still put in effort. We want to put in labor, but we don't want to necessarily be in a position where we feel trapped. You know, you just quoted from Office Space, where that person feels very trapped in their job. I think we're calling for a society where there's less of that.
Foxy's dude can barely contain himself.
People
yeah.
Still want to do things. They just want to do things where they feel rewarded and they feel like they're in a good spot in their life, and that their job respects them and stuff like that. You know, there's varying.
So Doreen, but you're not being forced to work. This isn't slave labor. You've applied for a job. You've agreed to the terms and conditions of the employment, and you know you can walk away from that job at any time and quit.
Just walk away, forehead.
I don't understand really what this is about, except it sounds like maybe people are just being lazy. Are you encouraging people to be lazy?
So I think laziness is a virtue in a society where people constantly want you to be productive 24/7, and it's good to have rest. That doesn't mean you should be resting all the time or not putting effort into things that you care about. But I think one of the
what do you think is like?
No, that's the wrong argument, dude. Oh my god, that's the wrong fucking argument. He said this dude, sorry, this lady, she literally focused just on the last word being lazy. And it's like, oh shit, he insulted us. I need to address it. Yeah, she's a woman. I read somewhere that she's a trans woman. I'm really sorry if I'm wrong about that. It's just what I read. And so, but like, what's really fucked up is the whole the Fox guy's the guy's sent a whole question was about the it's your free choice. No one forces you to work. Like, you gotta nail him on that. There's a huge power differential between the employer and the employee. That's like the core of the ideology. Don't like start arguing that laziness is actually a virtue. You already lost. It's fucking Fox News. You already lost the whole crowd there.
Work day. How many hours is you know a solid work day in your ideal society?
Sure. I mean, I think as much as people want. I mean, I personally work. I have like a 20-25 hour work weeks, which I think is fairly good. So I would like less work hours.
And what do you do, Doreen?
I'm a dog walker.
A dog walker. Okay.
Yes.
And how?
Yeah. So
how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Sure, I'm 30.
Arches, after you're done, this is like the IRL version of this meme from the newsroom.
Is there something you want to do besides being a dog walker? Do you aspire to do anything more than dog walking, or is that kind of your pinnacle?
And Doreen sits still. I tend to do that too. I tend to like swing on my chair as well. I know it's a bad habit.
Animals, but I would love to teach. I would love to.
I heard they admitted to lying about 20-25 hours a week, and that it was actually like 10.
What did you teach, Doreen?
I didn't know that.
Philosophy,
critical thinking, reason, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, I would love to take your class, Doreen. I would just be taking notes the whole time, and you know what? A professor's a very similar schedule than something that you're imagining. So I think that actually might work perfectly for you. Listen, I think this might not be the greatest idea, but who am I to judge? To each their own, they say. It's a free country.
Sure.
Not everything's free,
You know,
but it is a free country. Thank you so much.
Sure.
We got to run. We got to pay the bills.
Even for Fox, this is a bit cruel. It's par for the course. Let's be real. Also, time spent working is a stupid metric. Many people in white-collar jobs can work like 15, 20 hours a week in a full-time position. Yes, but the Fox News is not the platform where they're gonna take that stance. They're gonna, like, we all know what kind of people watch this, what kind of people they're hamming it up for. They're playing it up literally for this idea of the macho dude being like, I worked 50, 60 hours a week. Those lazy assholes don't even want to work. Fox News guy saying we all got to pay the bills at the end, making the argument for her. Literally, yes. But sadly, they cut her off, so. And she wasn't going to argue properly anyways. Like, let's be real. I'm sorry, Doreen, but you're not very eloquent in this kind of context. I like the side dig at educators there. Lol, they're always on vacation. Yeah, that, like, even that, there's so much dumb shit there that you could push back against. But that's also why, like, if you're in that situation, you really need to be laser focused to just you know you're gonna have like 5 fucking minutes, not even, and you need to keep fucking pulling it back to like your talking points, because he's dropping 5 different things that are wrong, and she keeps getting baited by the wrong thing to respond to. Yeah, we got to give Democrats more money so they can help poor people more and save the environment. I don't think giving more money to political parties solves those things. But yes, the governments can solve those things. Yes. But not political parties, no. That's not how government spending works. Had to be a plant. I mean, their subreddit is pretty crazy. They're, for the most part, there's some really dumb shit in the anti-work subreddit, but for the most part, it's just like a lefty subreddit, right? Talking about the problems with work and with like power differentials at work and work culture. How come the crazy right-wingers are so skeptical of the corporate media and pharmaceutical companies? I'm not sure how that came to be. Like, the anti-vax was something that was kind of a horseshoe theory thing, right? Like, go back 10, 15 years ago, you had, like, crazy hippied out lefty yoga moms who would be anti-vaxxers, just as, like, crazy sovereign citizen right-wingers. And somehow it like, got appropriated by the right-wing over COVID, like, because COVID got politicized basically, and at least in the recent years, what happened? COVID got politicized, kind of like in the Don't Look Up movie, where it's like, don't look up, don't look up. It's like, don't wear a mask, don't wear a mask. The subreddit is back. Oh, they unlocked it. Interesting. I'm gonna write you an anti-work post right now. My boss demanded I do something not part of my job. I said cringe, I quit, then dabbed while he cried. Dab on him! Dab on capitalism! That's how you're, yeah, I know, like, so many of the fucking message exchanges on anti-work are like so obviously faked. I 100% agree. But yeah, what you're saying, Nablus, is true. Like, they and Sosip as well, like, it was too perfectly the stereotypical, like, young crazy liberals thing. Eat the rich, yeah. What's the chinchilla topic? Tonight's chinchilla topic is a 1-year retrospective on Biden. Do we think Biden did a good job, did a bad job? What went well, what went badly? I'm spoiler alert. I'm just gonna bitch about Manchin and Kirsten Sinema and the whole like Democrats in name only thing that's been cock blocking the fucking Democratic Party. Click my meme, please. I'm begging you. All right. Watch this after you're done. This is like, oh yeah. I forgot. Biden may be a bag of garbage, but at least he's not that damn orange man. Yeah. The talk show hosts all warned me about that orange man. Wagonator, you're actually trolling, aren't you? You're actually conservative, right? The YouTube might be copyright striked. Yeah, show the newsroom. It's a 3-minute clip. Let's see if I can actually play it. People and their movement names suck. Defund the police, but we're not actually defunding them. Anti-work, but not actually against work. Yeah. All right, let's try.
30 seconds back.
And here comes dinner.
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Also, Wagner, I don't mind. Like you can hang out and be like you can hang out here and be and chill with us if you're conservative. I'm okay with that. Don't be a dick. That's all. You don't need to troll and pretend to be a crazy liberal. R/fair labor feels okay, man. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I was talking to my producer. Okay.
Is he just screwing with her? Mm-hmm. Come on.
In 3, 2.
It's been 2 weeks since a group of protesters began camping out in Zuccotti Park here in New York City. The Occupy Wall Street movement has turned to social media and held marches through the streets of the financial district. Here in the studio today
this is not a communist channel.
Occupy Wall Street, Shelley Wexler.
Don't
Shelley,
take the
thanks
bait.
for being with us.
It's good to be here, but I am not one of the leaders of OWS. We don't have leaders.
Is that a good idea?
Not having leaders?
Yeah.
Yes, because this way everyone's sure to have a voice.
Sounds like a lot of people talking at once, but tell us in a few words what OWS is protesting.
We are protesting a variety of issues. The co-opting of the government by the rich, the lack of any prosecution for the crimes that led to the collapse of 2008, Citizens United, social inequality.
So not any particular thing.
Not one particular thing.
You're protesting against lots of things.
The list of things we're protesting against is as varied as the protesters themselves.
I've seen protesters holding signs that say we are the 99%.
Yes.
I am the 1%. Some people would say I'm overpaid, but I'm not. I'm paid exactly what the market will bear, which means I'm paid what I'm worth. So, which system would you replace capitalism with?
I wouldn't replace it with any system. I would make the system fairer.
By passing new laws.
Yes.
It's Congress who does that.
Yes.
It's legislation like Dodd-Frank that the banks really fear, right?
Yes.
If your congressman or your senator or the chairman of the House Financial Services Committee or the Speaker of the House wanted to hear the demands of OWS, who would they meet with?
We're not looking for a meeting.
They wouldn't be able to meet with anyone, right?
Look,
I'm trying to find the virtue of a leaderless movement where everyone's voices are heard.
that isn't the point. We want everyone to look at Occupy Wall Street and ask themselves the question, why is this happening?
I think that's been taken care of. But what happens after people ask themselves that?
Change.
Yeah, this is a pretty good representation of like a hit
same way
piece
change has
interview.
always happened.
What is your best case scenario for how this ends?
That it doesn't end.
That it doesn't end?
That's right.
Even if you put the heads of the banks in jail?
Sorkin
overturn a
destroying
Supreme
millennials
Court
with
decision,
facts and logic,
ensure
yeah.
greater social equality and give everybody money, you're still going to be sleeping in Zuccotti Park.
Like most of the...
Oh, shit. Copyrighted content detected. No, the cops are onto us. Hide the stream. The YouTube police is coming. Okay. Sorkin's good. I did tell you. As long as you actually, as long as you shut down the copyrighted content on time, it's just gonna like nuke the VOD. It doesn't hurt the stream. Oh, that explains it. Commie channels can't handle the slightest opposing viewpoint. Yeah, though honestly, Vaganator, to be fair, I totally understand not wanting to make your community a place where you entertain opposing viewpoints. I thought it muted the YouTube for a little bit. It actually blocks the stream for, it can block the stream for a little bit. And if I continue, it will actually copyright, like DMCA strike my my YouTube channel. But I'm saying that because debating is not that as virtuous as people make it out to be. Like I enjoy debating. I'm okay with it if I got the energy for it, but I don't always have the energy for it. And I'm never gonna blame someone for being like, right now this is not what I want to do. I want to just put my viewpoint out there or analysis out there, and I don't have the wherewithal or the energy or the research necessary to address opposing viewpoints right now. That's also something, it's fair. I really dislike ACAB for that reason. Yeah, ACAB is also one of those expressions that yeah, it's hard to defend. Mods are clowns. Hello mods, you guys are clowns. Please don't try to represent us. Instead of trying to slyly hide interviews from the community, try attempting to slyly take a shower before an interview, lol. Mods, please tell me what you're smoking, because judging by the stuff y'all did, it's clearly some fire, super illegal stuff. Oh no. They're getting fucking blasted. I'll point out, my first chat, Biden is not a great or even really good president, but even an ice-pick lobotomized chimp would have been better than Trump. Biden has the potential to be a good president, but he's not there yet. I personally think he'll go down into the history books as neutral. Yeah, I think I fairly I agree with you, Jack and Nadar. The main problem I see with Biden is not a direct Biden problem as much as a Democratic Party problem. Biden himself does not have the power to pass laws. The Democratic Party does not have the power to pass laws. They have representatives that are literally Democrats in name only. They represent the Democratic Party, but they aren't actually fucking voting for democratic policies and laws. The issue is there's far too many bad faith people that challenge others with their criticism, so if you go into a stream like that, you need to pick your words carefully and approach in a more cautious way. Yeah. Especially, like, what I can describe, even as a small-time streamer, like a no-name channel, whatever, I've already experienced this, where you're, like, streaming for 3 hours, and it's the fifth chuckle fuck who comes in and tries to, like, stir up shit, and then they're like, what, you can't deal with some, like, opposing viewpoint? It's like, maybe I don't want to spend 30 minutes having the same fucking discussion with every single person. Maybe that's also something that, like, you need to consider when you roll up in a new stream. But that's fine. It's the name of the game. That's how it works. Republicans need to get back to their sane candidates. I don't think that's going to happen at this point. I think they're full-on committed to the Trump insanity and all that stuff. Because, like, it would be political suicide. It would be political suicide by the Republican Party to distance themselves from the extreme, like, Tea Party, the QAnon people. So they're like full committed to that, but then they're alienating the centrists. I hate when people say shit like President X just can't do the job, he's so bad, without looking at the political climate that the president is operating under. Yeah, well, in general, people tend to misconstrue what power a president actually has, right? It's like Biden's going to be blamed for everything that has or hasn't been done right now, and like, most of the stuff he doesn't actually have control over. Am I a communist? No, I'm not. I'm a social democrat. Hey, you think Nazis are bad? Can you elaborate on why that is? Yeah. So what you're saying is that you don't like to thoroughly go over talking points. Yes, Gehinhyog. Another political streamer, when he has that happen of the same question over and over, check the VOD. We covered that about X minutes ago. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. Oh my god. That's a good one, Mike Dog. Oh no. But no, I'm not a communist. Face of anti-work and sexual assault. What? Oh no. Okay, whatever. That's like personal drama. I'm not going into that. Fuck that. The lefties who are ready for a civil war because Trump's abuse. Let me switch to this. Open streams chat. We crypto anarcho ponzonomicers here, exactly. The lefties who are ready for civil war because Trump's abuse of the office are now ready for a civil war because Biden is not abusing the office. They want him to act like the same autocratic piece of shit that Trump was. To be fair, really, I think there needs to be a better communication. Like when Manchin and Kirsten Sinema win seats in Congress, I think the Democratic Party, instead of saying we now control Congress, they need to be like, we now don't control Congress. Basically, it's just. You need to face fucking reality on both sides of the issue. Like the people criticizing the Democratic Party need to face the reality that the Democratic Party is not in control of the legislative in the US right now, and the Democratic Party itself needs to face reality that they are not in control of the legislative right now. They are not. Are you a communist? I believe in cum. Yes, I love cum. Threatened to blackmail Manchin and imprison his daughters if you want to vote. You're so spineless, Joe. Yeah. There was a meme I wanted to share with chat that I thought of when I was making coffee, but after I sat down, I forgot it. We got him, boys. If you're going to face reality, then you need to face the fact that both parties have been cucked by capital, and it's a pipe dream to pass any legislation against its interest. So what's your idea of a better society? A violent revolution? You think the end's going to justify the means then? Because that's the alternative, right? If you don't believe in the democratic process anymore, the only alternative I know of is violent revolution. Well, a revolution would be drone striked and called domestic terror within the hour. Well, yes, it would, until it would win, and then it would be called freedom fighting. Or if it would win. The best case scenario, dual power structures and direct action. Well, what does that mean? And what do you mean by direct action? But that's also a pipe dream. Yeah, look, democratic change can happen. I believe in it. Except for all the legislation that has been passed against this interest. Yeah, that actually does happen too. Like the incremental change, democratic change, legislation being passed, those things do happen. Those things can happen. They're not easy, but they can happen. Dual power structures are structures built in the shell of old systems. Direct action. Dual power structures are structures built in the shell of old systems. I'm not sure what that means. Direct action is about doing things yourself instead of begging the state who doesn't give a fuck about you. I'm not sure what that would mean either. Like, what? So direct action is vigilantism? Like, if a factory pollutes a river, you go and burn down the factory? Dual power is the idea of building grassroots stems to supplant the old. I don't mean this in like a demeaning way, but that's like a lot of buzzwords. I'm like, what's the praxis here? I mean, if a factory pollutes a river and the state takes their side, bringing it down, it probably is your only option. Yeah, if the government isn't capable of protecting its citizens, then actually, yeah. The point I was trying to make is that the president can't just say something and it becomes law, like with forgiving 1.5 trillion in student loan debt or the infrastructure bills. You can't just blackmail people by threatening them with your attorney general investigating their family members if they won't vote. Yeah, I know. The one thing that I would like to see is people like Manchin being kicked out of the party, honestly. But that's maybe naive. Maybe it's better to have them within the party. You mean like when the state protects oil interests currently against its constituents' interests? I mean, I'm gonna play... I don't disagree with you, Proto-Zero, but I'm gonna play devil's advocate a little bit. You realize that a lot of people, they're not gonna go out on the streets and protest over the stuff that you care about, but they are going to go out on the streets and protest and burn shit if the gas prices go up. Like that's what happened here in France, for example. The Macron, that's the start of the Yellow Vest protests. Macron wanted to put in an oil tax. People went out into the streets and started burning shit. That's what got people riled up. Not privatizing businesses that are national interest, not like attacking the social security infrastructure, stuff like that. They went out on the streets when their gas prices were threatened. Sure, because commodities and consumerism are our blinders. They don't care about Frackville water in Flint if they can keep gas low and Netflix on. Yeah. Which is also why I said dual power and direct action is also pretty much a pipe dream now. Yeah, that's why I think we have to work within the system we have. It is still always going to be better to have him in the Democratic Party because he still does vote them on things. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Even if he only votes Democratic on them on some things, you still then you still have to keep him in. And if he's publicly disgraced and ostracized from the left, he'll just swing super hard right. Yeah. Yeah, and it'll be all like cancel culture and everything. Okay, but Neyman, have you ever watched The Global Brain? No. What the fuck is that? It's gonna be like a 2-hour video. No, 35 minutes. Okay, that's not too bad. Peter Russell's award-winning video based on a live audiovisual presentation in 1983. He explores the idea that the Earth is an integrated, self-regulating living organism and asks what function humanity might have for this planetary being. That seems like some sci-fi copium shit. I like. Exactly, and it will galvanize his own constituents too. Possibly, yeah. Though it's hard to tell because I was reading this a while ago. This article also how like I think it was Kirsten Sinema who was supported by like a pretty lefty organization that was really disappointed in how she just completely ignored all of their suggestions for legislation and their lobbying once she was in power. So they get the lefty vote by being the only Democrat option, sorry, and then they betray the lefty vote. And that's like really bad for their constituents too. But yeah, I imagine they just go with what gives them the best poll numbers. The system we have is inherently built against the common person's interest. Its only goals are infinite growth and keeping capital afloat during busts. The system we have now and its false choice between two capital-owned parties are just there for false hope and to keep you playing their game of Monopoly. It's more complicated than that. There are counterproductive interests built into the system. I'm not going to deny that there are systemic issues, absolutely. But there are people fighting for a common interest. Sure, but cinema is different, I think, from Manchin. I think she's legitimately at risk of being primaried and losing to a Republican in her next election. Manchin is getting more popular in West Virginia among his base as he fucks Biden over time and time again. They lost the lefty vote in Arizona, so she lost like 10 votes. I'm joking. I don't actually know how purple Arizona is. Yeah, I don't know I don't know the demographics on this either, honestly. I'm not gonna speak the specifics. I can just speak to like what I read randomly around the world. Can we agree that if you don't have award-winning in the description, your shit must be really bad, since every motherfucker is an award winner? Wouldn't it rephrase at this point? I'm award-winning. You're right, actually. You know what? You're absolutely right. Let's change it right now. What award did my stream win? Stream win. Stream win. Okay, edit. Oh, no, not this one. Where is it? Edit panels? Wait, what the fuck is this? God, what happened to my about? Oh my god, I need to fix it. Never mind. I'm sorry. This is now fixing my stream description. Where is my... God, I never remember where that shit is. Oh, there it is. Can I... Oh, there it is. I probably need to like put in the link to the esports.com article I was on. The Richard Stallman Award for exceptionally stalling in the name of free software. Not a bad one. Not a bad one. I like it. To make it official, get someone in SGG to manufacture a name. And Gehenko is suggesting the Richard Stallman Award. I'm gonna not go for that though. That's Richard Stallman's fucking cringe. Yeah, what was that esports.com article I was in? I don't remember anymore. '20 general election in Arizona. Oof. That's not a big difference. Oh my god. Can only accept. Oh no, there we go. Arizona is where the big Cyber Ninjas audit took place. Oh. Can't I search this website? God, what a bad website. Never mind. Yeah, I should have saved the link to the article. Esports.com article. Alright, let's just go AoE 4 glitch esports.com article. Maybe I can find it that way. Oh yeah, there it is. That was the article. Yeah, there's my clip. Let's go. Award-winning variety slice of life video and programming rarely streams and chill vibes. Save changes. There we go. Wait, it doesn't do new lines. It actually doesn't do new lines. What a dumb formatting system. #1 AoE 4 glitch speedrunner, the 2-time. Exactly. This was the cinema election. Alright, this is better. This is like almost 60k voters difference. You need to quote the wording body of SGG. This is serious stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that for now. I just wanted to put it in as a meme. Oh god, my non-math collaborators use the phrase sinusoidal math models without consulting me. Rip. Okay, should we watch this? I have no clue what this is. Wait, what else do I have? We watched the Jesse Waters interview. Oh yeah, someone linked this earlier.
Hold on. Attends. Ant. Temps. So much. Temps. Time. Temps. Horsefly. Temps. 10. Temps.
I know, tent is taunt, not taunt. Tent is taunt.
Your aunt is spending so much of your time. You have so many horseflies in the tent. Attends, t'attends, t'en as autant de temps dans la tente.
Yeah, there's some good tongue twisters in French, honestly. Anyways. Military convoys around Ukraine. Yeah, we were looking at this earlier. That was in 2018, which is important to note, but in the special election to replace John McCain, Mark Kelly, the NASA astronaut, won by like 90k votes or something in 2020. Wait, who the fuck is that? There was a NASA astronaut? I have... Mark Kelly's an American politician, businessman, retired astronaut. Wow. United States Senator from Arizona. I did not know. That's pretty cool. The wife of Gabby Giffords, the politician who was shot in the head but survived. Damn! Poor lady. Well, the husband. Yeah, the husband, yeah. The global brain. Bien le bonjour. Salut, Pepe the Frog.
Here's an image we all know well. It's an image which is in many ways a symbol of our times.
Why is all the sound panned to the right?
Was perhaps our greatest technological achievement so far, the step out into space.
Comment allez-vous? Bien et vous?
Also has a far deeper significance.
Think it changes at some point?
For the first time, we have seen ourselves and the planet from the outside. And the view has changed our feelings about ourselves in an unexpected way. For the early astronauts,
she's in trouble at home. That's the point I'm making. Yeah.
Space
okay.
Was a profound
Check it
experience. One of the astronauts who walked on the moon described his view of the Earth as an experience of instant global consciousness. He said, "When you're up there, you're no longer an American citizen or a Russian citizen. Suddenly, all those boundaries disappear."
Bon, I could masturbate. Passe de sujet en sujet. Pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Thanks for the follow, Pepe the Frog. They saw Earth to be a beautiful, magical-looking planet, and came back deeply changed from that experience. Moreover, they became increasingly aware that all was not well back on Earth, and they came back wanting to help in one way or another.
I only mentioned this because you said you were going to talk later about Mansion and cinema, so I wanted to offer you some info you might not have seen. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. I definitely will use it.
For many people, it's an image which brings forth feelings.
I'll just check out this movie and read like the article you sent then.
And of being part of something greater. In some respects, the picture of our planet is a spiritual symbol of our times. Now, that may initially sound strange. What is spiritual about it? But if you think for a moment, most spiritual symbols are, in one way or another, symbols of wholeness, of oneness, of some underlying unity. And a sense of oneness and unity is exactly what is reflected in this picture of the planet. It symbolizes the growing awareness that
what year is this from?
One humanity living on one planet and with one common destiny.
1983.
This is why the picture of the planet is so powerful. And
yeah,
why
people had so much more hope back then.
For all of those who are concerned about the fate of humanity.
I'm a cutie po. The Great Britain is built on the blood of its victims.
And there was another awesome realization.
Yeah,
which
so are a lot of countries, sadly.
Looking back at the Earth.
Not that excuses anything, but
it's a single living.
I wouldn't single out Great Britain or France or like Belgium or the Netherlands or the US.
Close up. Even when you're 10 miles up in a plane,
before everyone collectively gave up, yeah. Yeah, we had hope, dude. We had hope that we're all going to live together and become something greater.
Now, being scientific fleas, they've studied the skin, measured how deep it is, looked for the sweaty bits, found the hairy bits, and generally mapped out the elephant. Then, one day, one of these fleas takes a huge leap off, 50 feet away, and looking back at the elephant wonders, could this elephant actually be a living organism in its own right? We have been taking a similar huge leap back. From 100 miles to 1,000 miles, till eventually we see the planet as a single entity. And the question comes, could planet Earth be a single living organism? Now, this is not such a wild dream as you might suppose.
Man, must be so sick to go into space.
Scientists are now beginning to take the idea quite seriously. Researchers in both England and America have been looking at some of the long-term changes which have happened to the planet. When, for example, you look at how the temperature of the planet has varied over the whole of its history, you find that it started off very hot, but then cooled rapidly until it reached the crucial range in which life could evolve. From then on, it seems to have remained steady. Now that's strange, because theoretically, it should sooner or later have started rising again.
I was about to ready to quit earlier when I thought 8 years worth of work emails had been deleted. Dude, you need to make a backup if they're that important.
What seems to have happened is that the living organisms of the time released the right amounts of the right gases to keep the temperature of the atmosphere constant, at just the right level for life to continue evolving. Now that may sound an amazing coincidence, but it's no more amazing than the fact that our own bodies sweat when we are hot and shiver when we're cold, maintaining ourselves at a constant temperature.
The panning, the mixing on this video is very weird.
Interesting degree of self-regulation. Salt is continually washed off the land into the sea, and at such a rate that it would take only 80 million years for the oceans to reach their present concentration. So theoretically, the oceans should by now become one huge Dead Sea. But they haven't. In fact, the salt content has remained remarkably steady.
Let me go ahead and back up 100 gigabytes of emails. They're on the Outlook 365 corporate system, no shot.
These are just two of
I'll get IT to back it up. I don't know.
Propose that all the living organisms on the planet together function as one huge self-regulating system. A theory known as the Gaia hypothesis, spelled G-A-I-A.
The Gaia hypothesis? Did you just call us gay?
Gaia.
Those liberal ecologists calling us gay?
We might then consider
Are you gonna stand for that?
To be like the heartbeat of Gaia. The seasons to be her breaths. The tropical rainforests resemble the lungs.
Yeah, I agree. It is a bit odd with the split
The
audio.
oceans
Gets
like
even
the
more
circulatory
interesting once it
system.
starts drawing comparison to cancer.
So, if the whole planet does behave like a huge living system,
Wait, how does he know what cancer is? League of Legends wasn't invented yet.
what is humanity's function in this system?
I'm feeling gayer and gayer just
To get some
watching this.
perspective,
That's okay.
Let's go back
Hells
and
yeah.
look at how we came to be here, at the whole evolutionary process which has led to us. According to current scientific theory, the universe started with a big bang. Pure energy, light. In the beginning, there was light, something science and religion actually agree upon. Then this energy quickly condensed into electrons and protons, the first elementary particles. And then these very simple particles began combining.
Actually,
the first simple atoms.
it first condensed into heavier heptons
which
and
themselves began
bosons
collecting together to form more complex atoms
that are less stable than electrons and protons.
and more
But that
complex
doesn't matter
atoms,
to this narration.
until the whole of chemistry had evolved. Next, these different atoms came together to form molecules, like this amino acid, one of the basic building blocks of life. These, over time, began stringing themselves together to form much more complex molecules, like DNA, containing millions of atoms. These molecules then grouped themselves to form the first simple living organism.
I'm muting this party political
Bacteria
broadcast here
and
video
algae.
so I can listen to the new Grimes song. Enjoy.
Over time, these two collected together to form multicellular organisms, simple sponges, and the first plants. This process of progressive complexification and organization continued, leading eventually
Time
to
to
the
light
first
some
fish.
incense. That's what time it is.
Now, fish represent a very significant stage in evolution. For fish were the first creatures with a skull and a spinal cord. And inside was the delicate nervous system, which now, for the first time in history, was protected by a case of bone. And from then on, the main thrust of evolution has been in the development of the nervous system. As we move on up through evolution, the external changes are very clear. The gills have become lungs. The fins have changed into arms and legs. But the most important changes of all were happening on the inside. The nervous system has become unfathomably complex. And today, the most complex nervous systems known on this planet are to be found in dolphins and whales.
Thank God. I was gonna maul if they were gonna say human beings.
The fact that they have more complex brains than our own suggests that they might be more intelligent than us. Though what they do with that increased capacity, we do not as yet really know. Leaving them aside for now, let us consider the second most complex nervous system on this planet, the human nervous system. One of the unique attributes of the human mind is our ability to study the world
I didn't know that was true. Yeah. And it depends how you define complexity, but like in mass and stuff.
The whole of human culture. We are, as we have seen, a product of this long evolutionary journey, through the evolution of matter and the stars, through the evolution of life and simple organisms, to the stage where now, with us, evolution has reached the crucial stage of complexity.
Dolphins have their own cities,
whereby it can look
Atlantis.
back on the universe.
Is non-binary
Whether
the
we are
most
studying
sigma
a
of
stone,
genders?
a
Yes.
leaf, or looking out into the heavens, we are the universe's way of beginning to explore itself. We are a star's way of exploring the stars. And the same could be said about inner reflections. When we turn our attention inwards and begin to explore our own minds and discover deeper levels within ourselves, We are the universe beginning to investigate its inner dimensions. So the next question is, where is all this taking us?
That's all I have to say on the stream today. Goodbye. All right, see you, Turnit. Thanks for the contribution.
In the long term, over millions of years,
love you.
We will probably see various physical changes, such as our brains growing even larger. But there are other evolutionary developments happening a lot more quickly. One of the dominant trends of evolution has been a progressive linking of smaller units into larger and larger units. This suggests that the next stage might involve human beings themselves linking together in some way. Indeed,
somehow
this
reminds me
process
of
has
Alan
already
Watts.
begun. It's what we call civilization. The organization of the streets in this Danish village is very similar to the way the first multicellular organisms developed in the sea. This is Sun City, Arizona.
Oh, that guy.
The pattern here is similar to a growing fetus. And this tendency of people coming together into larger units is also happening at a much higher level. We can see it in the Union of the States in the USA and the USSR, and the coming together of the EEC in Europe.
All right, 83. There's still the USSR.
It's the natural drift of evolution.
Oops.
And its end result would seem to be the whole
that
of
aged well.
beginning to function as one single community.
That aged really well.
As well as this linking at a physical level, we are also beginning to link together at a deeper level. As a result of the information explosion, telecommunications, and the birth of computer networks, we are beginning to exchange information with each other wherever we may be. We are beginning to share our thinking. We are beginning to connect up mentally. We are beginning to link mind to mind. And as we begin to understand each other, an even deeper level of linking is occurring. A linking of soul to soul. We are beginning to appreciate our essential unity and oneness. So the next stage of evolution could be
cells interlinked,
beginning to link together, physically and mentally, beginning to work and function on many different levels as an integrated system.
Do you wanna link physically?
Now, there's some interesting parallels between this integration of humanity and the integration which occurred at earlier stages of evolution. If we go back and consider the emergence of life from matter, we find that the simplest bacteria contain several billion atoms. The figure shown here of 10 billion is only a very approximate figure. Whether it's 2 billion, 5 billion, or 20 billion doesn't really matter. But it seems necessary to bring together approximately this number of atoms in order to create the complexity necessary for them to become a living system. Similarly, if we look at the next leap in evolution, the evolution of intelligent consciousness, we find it again takes several billion nerve cells linked together in the human brain to produce the reflective consciousness characteristic of humanity. Though again, the figure is not meant to be exact. Now, if this turns out to be a general principle of evolution, it would suggest that the next stage, the linking of humanity into an integrated system, would involve the working together of a similar number of minds. And indeed, the human population has already reached this level. We might then think of humanity as some sort of huge global brain, a brain in which we are the cells, linked together by our growing information networks.
I need 10 billion cells to post a name on Twitch chat. Yes.
Between the way society is developing and the way the human brain develops. The main thrust of development of the human brain takes place mainly before birth, between weeks 8 and 13 after conception. Imagine for a moment that you are a nerve cell.
What the fuck is that?
Human brain.
That's a nerve cell.
There's plenty of space. Then very quickly,
are you brainwashing everyone? Yes.
Explosion of nerve cells. If you were
I'm starting the cult.
You'd probably think this is getting dangerous. There's not enough oxygen to go around.
Are you ready to click?
Soon. But suddenly, At week 13, the explosion stops. From then on, the development of the nervous system focuses on the growth of connectivity and complexity.
Look, it's a pentagram.
The linking together
This is a satanic video.
cells.
It's actually.
Today, we are seeing a similar process happening to humanity. We've had this massive population explosion, but it's now beginning to slow down. And we seem to be moving into the next phase.
Check my Wall Street Bets link and you can see. I actually checked it on my second screen.
Planetary brain. Through postal systems,
Yeah, I'll show it on
telephones,
stream
computer networks,
after the
and
video.
satellites, we are increasing the connectivity and linkage of the billions of minds, which together constitute humanity.
Yo! This shit isn't even properly aligned. Look at it. Those two lines, they connect here, but not on top of this line. Is that even possible? It's 3D. It should still align on top of this line. It should be perfectly. It should be perfectly symmetrical, right? Same here. It's like off center. And here, it's like off-center by the same bias. Except here. It's not aligned. That doesn't fucking matter.
All I've spoken of so far is the good news. The bad news is that our rapid development is also threatening the welfare of the planet. In some respects,
it's analog.
very
Users
much
wouldn't
like
get
a
it.
planetary cancer. It's interesting.
Oh, there we go. Now he's going to talk about League of Legends.
City from the air and look at the way the city spreads out into the environment. It's very reminiscent of the way a cancer grows in the body. This, for example, may look like Los Angeles from the air, but it's not. It's actually a cancerous tissue in the human body. But take a good look at it. Notice how it's growing. And then compare it with...
Hey, this is actually a really bad... This is a really bad analogy. Things that grow organically do show the same patterns. But that means that this, instead of showing cancer, you could also just show any kind of like surface fungus or like anything like that. This is a very biased and fallacious analogy. It's just like it's just dumb. Wow, just like LA is a cancer on America. I like he gets into more detail of features that describe cancerous growth. Sure, but like this thing of patterns, like pattern recognition, it's like all organic growth shows similar patterns, and it doesn't have to be cancerous growth to show those patterns. Is all I'm saying. Yes, but then he wouldn't be able to show that humans are cancer. Yeah.
Now, the similarity is more than just in appearance. If you go back and look at what causes the cancerous tendency in the individual, and at what causes a similar tendency in society, we find that underneath are very similar principles. Let's look first at why a cell in the body becomes cancerous. In the center of each cell are the genes.
It starts when you queue up for League of Legends. I can't. I'm gonna keep making fun of League of Legends. I'm sorry. I'm gonna
rather
give
than
it
just
to
a bowl of biological soup. Now, if the genes in a cell are disturbed, that cell may become selfish. It may no longer support the system as a whole, but instead go off, doing its own thing, at the expense of the body. In short, it becomes
yeah, kind of like my
cancer.
bot lane support goes off at the expense of the bot lane.
Now, when we consider
Lets me
human
die.
beings in a community, we are looking at an organization of minds. And the parallel to the genes is to be found at the center of our consciousness. It's that deeper level of inner wisdom, that inner awareness of being much more than we normally experience, a part of something much greater. And when we lose touch with this inner wisdom, We also become like selfish selves, out of touch with the needs of society as a whole, living at the expense of each other. The philosopher Alan Watts referred to this selfish, isolated way of existence as the skin-encapsulated ego.
There you go, Alan Watts.
What's inside the skin is me, what's outside the skin is not me. Biologically speaking, this is, of course,
Please stop
true.
talking about League of Legends, it's triggering me.
We are each separate biological individuals. But it is not the whole truth. We are much more than that. We are creatures with an inner life, with an existence that stretches beyond our biological identity. The reason we become stuck in this limited way of seeing ourselves is because the real self, our deepest sense of I, is actually very hard to grasp.
5 minutes until transcendental meditation.
Trying to describe that deeper sense of self is very much like trying to describe a hole in a piece of wood. If you ask people to describe a hole such as this, they may start by saying, well, it's a round hole. You say yes. They say it's wooden hole and it's red. You say, hang on, the hole isn't wood, the hole isn't red. They say, haha, the hole is black. But no, that's the background. And suddenly they're stuck. What's the hole? How do you describe the hole itself without describing its surroundings? In a similar way, it's very difficult to grasp and define our own inner sense of self. Instead, we tend to describe ourselves in terms of what surrounds us. Our many possessions.
A straw has only one hole. True.
The roles we play, our social status.
Wait, is that Booba? That was Booba.
Our beliefs, both scientific and religious.
Also, yeah, I like the guy mentioned Alan Watts. This is like very, very Zen Buddhism. Form is nothingness. Nothingness is form. Those are like lines from I think the sutra, the Heart Sutra, if I recall correctly. Heart Sutra. Let me double check. Avarokiteshvara, while practicing deeply the insight, blah blah blah. Yeah, this body itself is emptiness, and emptiness itself is this body. This body is not other than emptiness, and emptiness is not other than this body. This same is true of feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness. Listen, Sariputra, all phenomena bear the mark of emptiness. Their true nature is the nature of no birth, no death, no being, no non-being, no defilement, no purity, no increasing, no decreasing. That is why in emptiness, body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness are not separate self-entities. Like this is literally what the Heart Sutra is about. Gatte parasam, gatte bodhisvaha. Okay, I fucking remember the chants too. Anyways, back to the video.
Now, this limited sense of identity may not in itself seem very dangerous, but it does have some far-reaching consequences. It turns out that many of the ways in which we mistreat and abuse the environment stem from our seeing the world as separate from ourselves.
Cultmannen, yeah.
We may take fairly good care of what is inside the skin, but we don't care nearly so well for what is outside the skin. As the late Gregory Bateson said, if this, meaning this me versus the world attitude, if this is your estimate of your relationship to nature, and you have an advanced technology, your likelihood of survival will be that of a snowball in hell. You will die either of the toxic byproducts of your own hate, or simply of overpopulation and overgrazing.
What was the text you referenced? Missed the name? The Heart Sutra.
And Bateson went on to say that if I am right,
the Heart Sutra is one of the most important sutras in Buddhism.
Has got to be restructured.
Alright, buddy, I'm gonna take a nap. I'll be back in time for everyone who wants to take care. Alright, see you, Rosary. Have a good nap.
In a new way.
Yeah, thanks for the alert. Bye.
and say the most important task is to be in a new way, to experience, to be conscious in a new way. We need to make the shift from this, the skin-encapsulated model of the self, to this, what some have referred to as leaky margins. The boundaries are still there, but they are much less solid. In addition, we now experience a greater oneness with the world outside.
I don't see that as necessarily a positive thing.
Such a shift of consciousness could play an important part in the next stage of our evolution.
So basically Avatar.
If we go back and look at the previous major steps in evolution, we can see that each stage became a platform for the next. Energy led to matter, matter led to life, and now life has led to consciousness. Thus the spearhead of evolution is now the human mind.
I need a tail thingy. You're gonna become a furry, Kino?
We have moved beyond biological evolution into mental evolution.
Mental evolution.
Thus it is not changes in our bodies which will now determine the future, so much as changes in our thinking, changes in our perception, changes in our attitudes.
I don't like this idea that our mind is within the body and is like detached from the body. If you want to, if we want our minds to evolve and to change, we also need to, our bodies need to change as well. That this idea that he's kind of describing of like just the mind changing, it makes no sense outside of the body to me.
The evolutionary phase which we have now entered is the evolution of human consciousness. Inner development is now the key. In short, evolution has become internalized. And these changes are happening much faster than we might at first suspect.
I interpreted it as some more talking about like world consciousness that's evolving. Oh, maybe.
Widespread in our society.
I thought he was talking about the individuals evolving,
if we
but
look
sure.
back at the past distribution of human employment in the West, we see that the major focus for centuries was agriculture. Most people were employed on the land. That continued up until 1900, when a new curve took over: industry. Industrial work became the dominant use of human time. We entered the industrial age. And the industrial age continued until 1975, when a new curve took over: information processing. And we are now very much in the information age.
Just a GPU floating in space.
And we entered the information age much faster than anybody anticipated. Whereas it took over a century for the Industrial Revolution to have its full effect, the Information Revolution has had a major impact in just 25 years.
16 megabytes of video memory, yeah.
What will follow the Information Age? Well, there are already signs of a new curve beginning. And although small at present, it is growing even faster than information processing. This curve represents the growing number of people involved in the exploration and development of the vast resources of the human mind itself. These are the people who are beginning to explore what may perhaps be the last great frontier: our own minds. The number may be small at present, but as you can see, if you extrapolate the trend, then by the year 2000, it will have overtaken the information curve.
I'm exploring. This reminds me of the gap left by the Dark Ages graph. Yeah.
What we would then see is a very major shift in values, as more and more people discover a deeper sense of unity and purpose. And letting go of their petty, selfish ways, beginning to function more in tune with humanity and the planet as a whole.
This did not age well.
Now, the idea that there are deeper levels to human consciousness is not new.
Yeah.
In all ages, all around the world, we find people talking of that same fundamental wisdom, that same basic understanding of life and consciousness. Here, I've symbolized these different people at different times by different colored dots.
Listen, maybe we just need to populate 1 billion planets, then we'll all come together as one. Yes.
By word of mouth, or be
We'll come together as one to genocide the other planets.
But as his ideas began to spread around the world, they inevitably became distorted and absorbed by the culture of the time, with the result that very little now remains of the original wisdom.
My chakras are resonating.
But today, we are in very different circumstances. Firstly, hundreds upon thousands of people are beginning to discover the hidden potentials of the human soul. And secondly, books, tapes, television, computer networks, in short, the whole information revolution, has given us the means to share these discoveries with each other without the information suffering the distortion and misunderstanding that was inevitable in the past.
We're discovering the untapped potential of the human
so now,
soul.
As the wisdom begins to spread out across the planet, there is instead a positive feedback. The wisdom reinforces itself.
Truly.
Rather
Definitely no distorted information here, haha. Yeah. Please pay for my soul-tapping mind retreat in the Swiss Alps.
Could be the crucial ingredient in the linking of humanity into an integrated society. A society in which we are linked spiritually through an awareness of our inner unity.
Or you just decapitate a bunch of people and arrange them in a circle.
And at the same time, gaining a greater awareness of our individual potentials and uniqueness. A synthesis of greater individuality along with greater community. Such an inner development, if widespread, could be very
Alright, Mr. White Walker. Don't they never explain the bodies being arranged by the White Walkers? It's not in the books either, if I recall correctly.
But most of us think of crisis as bad.
Sorry, that's off topic.
But maybe we have something to learn from the Chinese on this.
Bing
Their
cheating.
word for crisis, Wei Qi, means two things. The first symbol means danger, beware. But the other two symbols mean opportunity.
It's the crisis meme.
For something new to emerge.
The Chinese crisis
meme. If we
meme.
only see crisis as danger, as a threat to our accustomed ways, then we may spend all our energy resisting it. We need also to look at the opportunities inherent in the crisis.
No, but as much as this stuff gets quoted way too much, it's true. It's actually true.
Crises are thus a challenge. The challenge to adapt. They are the challenge
Is this
to let go of the
Confucianism?
old ways of thinking and move on to
No.
a new way of seeing. Thus,
Maybe a
humanity's
little
current
bit.
crisis
It's
may not,
influenced
at
by
its
Eastern
root,
philosophy.
be an economic
Let's say
crisis
that.
or an environmental crisis. It may well be a crisis of consciousness, a crisis in how we see ourselves and the world around. Many of us have probably experienced at one time or another those moments when we feel at one with the world, a sense of inner peace, with no need to prove who we are. The question is, can we allow these precious moments to happen more often in our lives and in the lives of other people? In short, can we choose to explore and develop our greatest resource of all, our own minds, our inner selves? I'd like to finish with a poem in Christopher Fry's play, A Sleep of Prisoners. The human heart can go the length of God. Dark and cold we may be, But this is no winter now. The frozen misery of centuries cracks, breaks, begins to move. The thunder is the thunder of the flows. The thaw, the flood, the upstart spring. Thank God our time is now, when wrong comes up to meet us everywhere, never to leave us till we take the greatest stride of soul man ever took. Affairs are now soul-size. The enterprise is exploration into God. But where are you making for? It takes so many thousand years to wake. But will you wake? For pity's sake.
Dropping acid every 2 weeks has been really therapeutic lately. I don't know drugs. Drugs are bad, okay? I'm joking. I'm not joking. Wow, way too dank. Based and true. Yeah, honestly, if I get the chance, I would like to try acid someday. But I'd probably just like take it once in my life and to try it out. Don't do drugs except alcohol, of course. If I get a chance and the right circumstances and I feel like it, I'll try out acid.
Oh, Rosie Bakasusi, Rosie Sasido Bekito, Mernia.
What the fuck?
Oh, Rosie Bakasusi, Rosie Sasido Bekito, Mernia.
What the fuck did you post? Mod said I have to post my Tesla call options or they'll delete my DD. Randomly, it adds up to $420,000. Are you okay, bro? Wait until Monday Moon. Oh no. Oh no. Someone's about to lose a lot of money. New Adam video. Oh, Adam Ragusi. Bread pie. Food react. Yes, please. I posted the prices from a bit ago in the comment. It turned into 177k. Oh no. Already lost more than half the value. Rip. Senator Cruz's cinema is seen more favorably by... Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm fucking tired. Needs a stretch. Is seen more favorably by Republicans in her home state than by members of her own party, as she emerges as a crucial obstacle to Senate Democrats' push to overhaul voting rights by eliminating the filibuster. New polling from OH Predictive Insights, a Phoenix-based nonpartisan pollster, finds 44% of Arizona Republican voters surveyed said they see cinema favorably, compared with just 42% of Arizona's Democratic voters. Ooh. By contrast, nearly 3 in 4 Democrats polled said they view Senator Mark Kelly favorably, the poll found. At the same time, only 21% of Republican voters view Kelly, who's up for re-election later this year, in a favorable light. The 30-point gap between Kelly's ratings and Sinema's numbers with members of their own party is surprising in a state where they are the first 2 members of their party to hold Senate seats in a generation. But it may be less surprising in Arizona itself, where senators have often had a contentious relationship with voters who are supposed to make up their base. She's looking more and more like a Democratic version of John McCain than a traditional Democrat, Mike Noble said of Sinema. McCain, whose seat Kelly now holds, often found himself battling with his own party, which voted to censure him over his vote against repealing the Affordable Care Act. State Republicans also chafed at Senator Jeff Flake, whose seat Sinema now holds, for his vocal outrage at then-President Trump's behavior in office. Overall, just 39% of Arizona voters in the poll said they view cinema favorably, including 30% of independent voters, while 48% view her unfavorably. In Kelly's case, 45% view him favorably, and 44% see him unfavorably. Independents are evenly divided on Kelly's image at 42% apiece. Cinema's approval ratings have sagged among Arizona Democrats this year as she and Senator Joe Manchin have become the key hurdles to implementing voting rights reforms and the Build Back Better reconciliation measure. OH Predictive Insights found Cinema's favorable rating among Democrats at 54% in May 2021 and at 42% in the November survey. Her unfavorable rating has ticked up 1 percentage point among Democrats since November, from 47% to 48%. As cinema has grown to become a political lightning rod, Arizona progressives have increasingly pushed Representative Ruben Gallego to consider challenging her in the 2022 Democratic primary. Gallego recently met with donors in New York City to discuss the prospect of mounting a race. The OH Predictive Insights survey was conducted January 11th to 13th. Blah, 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 blah. Gallego? Oh. Oh. Okay. That could make sense. Bread pudding, at least in New Orleans style, is... LL in Spanish is like yeah sound. Yeah, I know about that. I just didn't recognize it as a Spanish name.
Some years ago, I was watching a BBC cookery program, and the delightful chef Michel Roux Jr. made something that he called a bread charlotte, and I wanted to try it ever since. Charlotte usually refers to some kind of fruit dessert encased in cake slices. You press that into a mold, and then you bake it again. Chef Michel did a savory charlotte.
Oh wait, there's like bacon, peas, carrots inside? Oh. Oh, I like this. Yeah, before I said it differently, I know.
Stew encased in little fingers of bread. I love the concept as a fun, individual, savory pie to serve guests. It's surprisingly easy to do, and you could fill it with any stew recipe you like. I'm doing a chicken stew that I hope is going to be a bit more approachable than Chef Michel's recipe, which really relies on the fat left over from the duck. I'm using clarified butter instead of duck fat. You can buy clarified butter, of course, but it's easy to make from regular butter yourself. For my recipe, I'd say go ahead and do a full pound of butter, 454 grams. That's twice what you see here. I think you're going to want the full pound. You literally just let it melt over lowish heat, and then you'll see the 15 to 20% water content of the butter start boiling out. Do it gently or stuff will burn. We've cooked this about 10 minutes, and now it's moving on to the foaming stage, which you will definitely notice when it happens. It looks and sounds and smells very different from the boiling we had before. The foam indicates that almost all the water is gone, and if you want something a little more like Indian-style ghee, you let the milk solids in there brown just a little bit before you take it off the heat. A paper towel in a sieve is a perfectly good filter for clarified butter. You could certainly use some nice olive oil or something for this recipe, but I would not use melted whole butter. The outside of the pie would not crisp up as nice, or worse, the milk solids in there might burn. No more solids left in here, though, just pure, slightly toasty milk fat. Before I do anything else, I'm going to get an ounce of dried mushrooms steeping in water, about 30 grams of dried porcini. I'll put in like 3 cups of water in there, 700 mils, enough water to keep everything easily submerged as you heat it up. The mushrooms are going to expand. I'm just giving that like 5 minutes in the microwave, and then the mushrooms can just sit around in there and soften up while we do other stuff. I've got 4 chicken thighs, the finest chicken piece for stew. If you can get them boneless and skin off, that's great. I'm just sloppily cutting out the thigh bones because I don't need perfect whole thighs. I need pieces, and I'm going smaller than I'd normally go on stew pieces. I think this dish is a little bit more delicate than a big hearty stew. Enough salt and pepper to get every piece really well seasoned, and then enough flour to coat everything. A handful.
Look, you know, this chicken skin is amazing. If you're baking it or if you're doing it in a pan, you can really make the skin crispy and stuff. If the skin is not crispy, it's not that great, really. That's flavor, Tanties. I mean, It's horrible texture though, if it's not
Chicken
crispy.
is just kind of slippery, and the flour coating helps it to merge with the sauce in a stew. It'll also thicken the stew, though one good thing to do is separate out all the pieces before you cook them.
I would fry
if I
them,
don't
put
do
it
this,
in.
they tend to merge into one giant
Yeah, I think that'll
meatball
work.
in the pan, and then you can't brown them very well. My widest pan on medium
Oh, he
heat, I might
does
as
it
well
anyways,
steal
he
some
browns
of that
them.
clarified butter to brown all of these. And as long as all the meat is in one layer, I really don't think you have to worry about crowding the pan. Yeah, you're going to have to boil out some water before things can really start browning, but that's fine with chicken thigh because it's virtually impossible to overcook chicken thigh. It's not like steak
That's not
where you have
true.
to brown the surface really fast before you overcook
Yo,
it.
that's not true. Of course you can overcook chicken. What the fuck? Of course you can overcook chicken.
As soon as these are sufficiently brown, they should release pretty easily from the pan, just a little nudge from the spoon. But it really doesn't matter if they get torn up as you are flipping. It's a stew. Whether the brown stuff is on the piece or in the pan, it doesn't really matter. It's all going to end up dissolved in the stew. While side B cooks, I'll peel and mince 2
I've
or 3
absolutely
shallots.
overcooked
You can
chicken
use an
thigh though.
onion,
Yeah,
but
that's
shallots
an
cook way
insane
faster.
statement.
So I can just do them right in here with the chicken. I don't need to take the meat out to make room. I don't have to worry about the fond burning before the shallots are done. They cook in seconds. Stir in a squeeze of tomato paste, the easiest way to boost almost any stew. I'm in imminent danger of burning the fond, so time to deglaze with the mushroom stock, and I'll throw in the whole mushrooms too. Some people pass
That's
that
not
through a coffee
mushroom
filter
stock.
first to get out any sand that was
Which I mean
clinging
is
to the
fine, but
mushrooms. Maybe that's a bigger
it's a good
problem
use of the
on
water.
other kinds of dried mushrooms because it's never really bothered me with these. Scrape the pan clean, reduce the heat to a simmer, and then we'll give that a head start while we cut up some carrots. I don't feel like peeling them today, and I think I'm just going to do simple slices. Again, this is a little more delicate stew, so I want smaller pieces, and I don't care if they're a little over soft by the end. Stir those in, and it might seem like there's not enough liquid, but a ton is about to come pouring out of the carrots. So just let everything simmer, and now we've got a moment of downtime, so how about some tunes? Courtesy of the sponsor of this video, Cove Audio. This has been my go-to Bluetooth speaker for years now. It links up to my phone in a snap. Can you believe this guy on SoundCloud still hasn't been courted by the major labels? I mean, he's almost as visionary as the Cove split speaker. Boom! The smartphone era has unfortunately been the death of stereo audio. Now I can actually get true stereo sound from my phone. You can put the halves like 30 feet apart. They have a built-in microphone so you can talk to your phone. I can run them all day on a
Talk
single
to your
charge.
phone,
They
ooh.
get really loud and they're water resistant. which
Also,
makes
yeah,
them
this is fucking
excellent for the
terrible.
kitchen.
Why are you
Just wash
putting-
that sauce right off? Cove is running a
You're putting it
January
right next to the
special,
pan.
67%
All the
off
fat
this speaker
is gonna
with wireless and code in the description. Comes in
drip
some cool
onto
colors now, too.
the
Use
speaker.
my link in the description, my code AR67.
I'm sorry, I'm getting triggered by the random shit, but
67% on your Cove split speaker. Thank you, Cove. Alrighty, we've had some evaporation, so now there's room in the pan for like half a bottle of red wine. You could just use water or stock instead, enough to keep everything almost submerged as it simmers. And I'm going to put in 2 or 3 envelopes of powdered gelatin. This will be a secondary thickener, and it'll give the
He wasn't
sauce a
joking
really
about putting in
sexy,
the
smooth
envelope,
texture that Chef
not
Michel
the
got from
gelatin.
using reduced veal stock. The powder clumps in hot liquid, but as long as you can stir it in aggressively and let it cook a while longer, the lumps will dissolve. Now, bread. I went to the bakery counter in the morning and I asked if they had any day-old bread. They were happy to unload it on me for almost no money. The bread doesn't have to be stale, but it's
For the last
easier
few
to
weeks,
cut
I've just
the
been
crust
ordering
off if the
takeaway.
bread is firm.
I feel ya.
You don't have to cut the crust off, but it'll make the finished shell a lot prettier. The crusts would make them
Doesn't
kinda
burn off
lumpy.
the
I'm not
alcohol.
gonna
Yes,
waste the
it burns
crust. I'm
off the
gonna let it
alcohol.
dry another day and then blitz it into breadcrumbs. Now I'll slice this basically as thin as I can and then cut the slices into wide strips. Chef Michel called them soldiers of bread. The strips are just easier to position as you're lining the mold. This bread is kind of delicate, so I'm not getting perfect soldiers from all the slices. That's not soldiering. Doesn't matter. We can use the little pieces to patch holes. Okay, my ghee has solidified at room temperature, which is why I strained it into a microwave-safe container. Much better. Chef Michel made one big pie in a large ceramic pudding basin. I'm doing individual pies in my Fiesta-ware soup bowls. Google your bowls to find out if they're oven-safe, but most ceramic dishes are. They were fired in a kiln. You just dip the bread strip into the fat and then place it with the greasy side facing the bowl. It should stick. The key is don't soak the bread in fat. It's just a quick little dip. There's tons of ways that you could do this to create decorative effects. Just follow your imagination. No matter what I do, my pies are not going to be super pretty because this bread has an airy, open crumb, which is going to allow some of the sauce to seep through. If you want a really pretty, uniform color on the outside, you got to use bread with a dense crumb, like Chef Michel used. He actually baked his own milk bread for this pie. I will end up needing that second loaf because, remember, we need extra bread to cover the tops, which will end up being the bottoms. Stew looks good, nice and thick. I can feel
It's really labor intensive. Anything baked, anything like a pie is labor intensive.
I'll taste the sauce and adjust seasoning. Needs more salt and pepper. And I'm going to stir in some balsamic vinegar, mostly because this stew is going to get cooked again in the oven, and that's going to knock back the brightness, so I want it a little too acidic at this stage. If I hadn't used the wine, I would use even more balsamic now. Heat is off. At the last second, I'm going to put in like a cup of peas straight from the freezer, and I'll snip in some fresh soft thyme that I've got, but any herb is fine. You stir in frozen peas at the last second, and you reduce the degree to which they'll be overcooked in the finished pie. That stew would be perfect in a bowl right now, and frankly, it would be a much more sensible dinner, but because we are packing this in carb casings, I think I need to add a little water back into the sauce. The bread is going to absorb liquid, some of the water is going to evaporate in the oven, and the sauce could end up over-reduced and gloopy if we don't keep it a little too wet.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, like, at this point you just eat the stew. Why are you serving it like this? But it's a cool idea.
Dry on the inside. You can see why it's good to have smaller chunks for this stew. Smaller chunks fit better into the bowls. If you have any leftover stew, just eat it, but I ended up having the perfect amount. Time now to top these with bread, greasy side facing up. This side doesn't have to be pretty because it's actually going to be the bottom of the pie. No one is ever going to see it. I should say I'm using salted butter for this. If you're using unsalted butter, I would put like a teaspoon of salt in with your pound of butter at the beginning of the clarifying process so that it can dissolve in the water before the
salted
water
butter
is
is
gone.
really fucking
I want
good.
a seasoned crust on my pie, and I imagine you do too. Covered in foil to keep them from drying out, and in they go to a 400 Fahrenheit, 200 C oven. It may be possible to do this in metal bowls, but I think you'd have to experiment with a lower temperature. Metal is way more heat conductive, and I worry that your crust would burn at this heat. After like half an hour, I'll take the foil off so the tops can brown. Otherwise, they'll end up being mushy on the bottom of the pie.
There's zero reason not to use salted butter, and I hate when people say not to. There is wait. I love salted butter. I'm a huge salted butter fan, but there is reason not to use salted butter. It's when you don't want salt to add salt in your food. There's plenty of situations where you want to control the salt content without the salted butter. And I love salted butter. Like, there's a million places where you can use it where people don't use it, and they should use it. Like, that's not a problem. But you shouldn't be using salted butter in every situation where you're using butter. That's just dumb. Like, the salted butter here, great idea. Yes. It's a really good idea in this situation. Yes, you should. Well, you're wrong. But you okay, you would love hanging out. Don't eat the food if you can't eat salt. That's terrible. You would love the cuisine in Brittany, in France. They literally use salted butter for everything. It's like a point of local pride at that point.
The crust, so I know they're plenty hot. In this form, you could hold these for a few hours. I would just put them back in the oven for like 20 minutes to crisp the shell again. I think they're firm enough to turn out when they've cooled to the point where you can do this with your bare hands. Plate on top, flip, and lift. That is a very hearty winter meal for one there. The outside of the bread shell is shockingly delicious. It's a little crispy, it's soft underneath, just dynamite. And again, you could do this with all kinds of fillings. Do a mushroom bourguignon and use olive oil, and it'd be vegan. You can see Chef Michel's far more elegant.
Have you ever had butter dog? No.
Show.
I don't know what that is.
And as the Brits would say, tuck in.
There is no single dish in the world that should have unsalted butter instead of salted butter, and that's it. That's just not true. It's not a question of unsalted butter or salted butter. There obviously you could use salted butter for in every situation, since every dish uses salt anyways. But you're either gonna under or over. There are a bunch of dishes that you're gonna either under or over salt if you're using salted butter. I just eat the stew and dip the bread in, and having the bread be like baked and crunchy and stuff. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I would just eat the stew normally. This is fucking cursed. Oh my god. Where is who is it so chicken with the huge collection of cursed food pictures? Oh my god, this is the fucking So Chicken post. Not if you just don't add extra salt because it's already in the butter. But that's why I'm talking about dosage. You're literally limited by by salt dosage of the butter. If the recipe calls for less salt, but a certain amount of butter, then you're fucked. And like the different butter manufacturers will have different salt content. If you really need to control, there are plenty of situations where having salted butter is great. But if you really need to control the salt content, then it doesn't really make sense. That's all I'm saying. It's very logical to me. But don't see what's up for debate, really. What's up for debate is this fucking horror. What the hell? Is there actually a difference between adding butter plus salt instead of salted butter? I mean, if the content is the same, then there is a difference in, like, for example, right there where he dipped the bread in salted butter. It will it like cooks differently than chat watching a non-VTuber stream. I know, right? I'll fix that. I'll become a VTuber. For cooking, like once you melt down the butter, it's all solved up anyways. I don't know. I don't like butter that much in my foods. It has such an overwhelming taste, I think, that it takes away from other things. I add butter to some of the dishes after they cook, but I don't like cooking with it. Dude, cook your veggies in butter. Like whenever you're doing stuff in a pan, put like enough butter to cook it, and then twice as much. And it fucking, dude, it's a game changer. It changes everything, having the butter in the, like, cooking your food in butter. It actually, it's actually like a life hack. It turns everything delicious. Okay. Why farmed fish isn't always more sustainable than wild. We watched that, right? I think I vaguely recall it. Oh man, I kind of want to check out Hassan's take on the anti-work mod. I'm curious. I'm sorry. I'm curious. What the fuck is he gonna say?
Part of the reason why I haven't talked a lot about the anti-work subreddit is because I don't know. I don't really care.
Love you guys.
I think,
thank
like,
you for all the laughs.
I think there's like
it's not like he has a real job. I'm sorry.
That are like actually upset and jaded and pissed, or you know, just like sad about the state of affairs, right? And then there are a lot of people who just lie for karma.
Oh god, did Nept force you to watch this dumb fuck's comments on Ukraine and NATO? I started off the stream with that, yeah. I started off the stream with the clips on Ukraine and NATO. It's pretty bad, yeah. It's pretty fucking bad. How can you be anti-work when you do it for free? Hey, let me I shaved my face so a VTuber can recognize it. Oh shit. First Neft intellectually harassed me with them yesterday, then I got hit again during Dayman's stream. Yeah.
It's like a good way to karma farm and just fucking lie and all this shit. And there's a lot of
dude, I don't know if this is this shirt. Look at his shoulders. Why are you guys hate watching Hassan? I don't know. I'm desperate for content, okay? I'm trying to get back into the streaming grind set, and the easiest way is with some wholesome hate watching react content, right? Anyways, look at this guy's fucking shoulders and head. This is literally the fucking, I mean, look at this. Maybe some camera fuckery. This is literally the proportions we're seeing here. But yeah, I feel like I feel like the shirt doesn't help. There's something with the shirt is like exacerbating this, and the camera angle probably too. This is fucking insane.
Who think they can do like, you know, general strikes or whatever. But ultimately, I think their heart's in the right place. You know, it's okay to just be fucking angry at the state of affairs. How Occupy Wall Street is this all turning out? Hey, yeah, it's just like anarchists don't operate like fucking CIA challenge, impossible difficulty. Every fucking day we stray further away from the Lord's good light. I swear to God, I'm sorry.
Hey Shazam Pepe, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Anyway, so here's what I'm gonna say. First and foremost, so they're gonna shit on this person, okay? And it's clear that like Cringetopia shit all over this person.
I love you, chat.
But what's ironic is that like, I guess this once again reveals.
Did he invite that dude with CIA? No, he didn't.
Redditors hate the world, but the one thing that they hate more than anything else is other Redditors, is themselves, okay?
Okay, Hassan's actually right.
It's fucking real. Like, everybody writing, everybody sending awards to this fucking...
What's up? Not much, just hate watching Hassan.
This video, everybody juicing this. Like, what, you look different? You're on Reddit. You are the same person. Like, you look the same, you sound the same, you would appear the exact same.
Why did Fox make news out of subreddit? Well, it's because our anti-work was getting really is like a huge community, and Fox News has actually been talking about that stuff for a while. Like Fox News has been making articles. Am I communist? You already asked that like an hour ago, Vipat Sama. No, I'm not. I'm not a communist. Fox News asked. Was making like the articles about the great what the fuck are they calling it? The great the great like leaving their jobs or whatever. Thank God you're not a communist. What are you? I'm a social democrat. I don't fucking remember the term. News no one working or something. I don't know. Great Resignation. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one. The Great Resignation. So like Fox News has been doing articles about the Great Resignation for like a month or two already, and they like, I'm pretty sure, I don't recall the specific article, but I'm pretty sure they've name dropped our anti-work and stuff like that, and then they've the Great Wowie Nation. Yeah, and then they got an our anti-work mod to interview and humiliate themselves on live, basically. That's what happened.
Telling it yourself. It's the same as like literally pointing at a mirror and going, "You fucking suck."
Have you seen the Dr. K video about this? It's really good, I think. No, I haven't.
90% of the people commenting on here look and sound exactly like this person. So pretty funny that they're like, that person is so cringe. I would be so fucking different. It's like, no, you wouldn't.
Why millennials are quitting their jobs. Great Resignation plus our anti-work. Let's see.
Why are so many Americans quitting their jobs? I don't know if this is an America thing, by the way. If it is, sorry, Europeans and other East Asians, Southeast Asians, other people, South Americans. I don't know that we have a huge, following in Africa, but people outside of America, let's say. So there are a bunch of people who are quitting their jobs, and the anti-work subreddit is one of the fastest growing subreddits right here. Okay. On Reddit. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about
MIT School of Business wrote an article recently about the Great Resignation. They said they had research that showed that lack of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives were 10 times more predictive than salary as a reason for people resigning. I have a really hard time buying it. Oh yeah, I saw that article. Yeah, and I saw people shitting on that article too.
Large-scale psychological trends, and what can we understand about psychology that propagates this kind of thing? That makes it actually worse. And so we're just going to sort of comment on it. It's going to be kind of like
tank the crypto and stock market and see how many people apply for jobs again. Dude, that's oh my God, that reminds me, like some of the stuff that actually gets posted on our anti-work that's fucking disgusting. where like someone on Fox News, great resignation, make them work. There's like clips about this that are horrible, where they're like talking about the Great Resignation. I don't have them on hand, and there's like someone saying, well, the government should stop giving out handouts. Once if people are starving, that'll get them to work. It's like, oh, you're actually saying we should like have people starve. That's cool, bro.
So the first thing that I want to say is that, like I mentioned earlier, this is not something that I'm an expert in. It's not something that I'm going to be citing sources or things like that, citing literature. It's just sort of like my take.
I'm going to speed it up, though.
Why people are quitting so much, okay? So the first thing is that there seems
handouts
to be
to people in trouble, bad. Handouts so rich people can increase their stock value, good.
And doing so in a spectacular and social media karma farming sort of way, right? So people will post
turn it up a little,
onto anti-work about, oh, like my boss told me to like come in on Saturday and canceled my vacation and canceled Christmas. So I said, screw you, and I quit.
The boss canceled Christmas,
on the internet, yeah. It gets a bunch of karma, and then people post about it again and again and again. And so what I thought I'd talk a little bit about like why this is happening now, like what forces led up to this, and sort of understanding the psychology behind it. So the first is that I think that the internet has become one of the great equalizers. So generally speaking,
is that fine?
Things to change are when there are major human creations that will tend to level the playing field between like unequal groups of people. And generally speaking, I think the internet is like the third biggest thing that has been discovered. So the two that I'd say come before this, so the first is the printing press, right? So when reading and information became more widely available, we started to see a drastic change within society. The second big thing that seemed to equalize a lot of stuff was the invention of gunpowder. So if you look at things like the American Revolution and like feudal societies, you know, in the past, what it used to be that if you were stronger and had a sword, like you could kill other people. And so there was like a big disparity in terms of power and like physical strength. Over time, what seemed to happen is with the invention of like gunpowder and the pistol, you have people that are able to exert a lot more power against like people who were traditionally more powerful. So you have things like the American Revolution and
Second
stuff
Amendment.
Like that. I think guns have been another huge equalizer. And I think the third great equalizer, and there may be many more before this, I'm not a historian, but I'd say that the internet is a huge equalizer. And people have, I think, not really understood the impact of what the dissemination of information has truly had on our society. So 50 years ago, if you lived in a small town and you had some crappy job, like that was it, right? Like you looked around at your options and you were not aware of like what your other options were. You were vaguely aware that other jobs existed elsewhere, but your ability to compare yourself to other people and to understand what else was out there was like quite narrow. And we talk about some of the evils of social media and information dissemination, FOMO and things like that on this channel. You know, we talk about overly comparing and the weaknesses of overly comparing. We talk about social media and the dangers of social media in terms of making people feel like they're left out and things like that. But I think one of the things that it's important to remember is that social media, just like video games, are tools, and that tools can be used for good or for ill. And so one of the things that started to happen with the advent of the internet is people have started to realize that there's like better things out there, right? So there's like a greater awareness in general that the world doesn't have to be as crappy as your situation is. And I think this acknowledgement that there are better options out there has been absolutely devastating for certain employers. So this is also where I'm going to kind of jump ahead here for a second. But if we look at why things have gotten so bad, I would say in short, employers have had no negative selection pressure against poor practices. So if if I own, let's say, a major cereal manufacturing company and people are unhappy, I haven't really had any need to make my employees happy, right? I've been able to say, because there hasn't been a selection pressure or consequence, you guys can go screw yourselves, right? So I've been able to say that thus far. And so we've had things like the creation of unions, which have been designed to balance corporate power, and all that stuff is fantastic. I'm not going to go down that road. But I think there's another huge balancing issue here, which is like the internet, because now we're beginning to see huge movements towards equality. So you see these things like the Arab Spring. You see these things where people are now aware that other options exist, right? So the first thing that's happened is that the internet has sort of started to equalize the playing field in terms of removing ignorance. And so this is another thing that corporations have benefited a lot from, which is like, preying essentially on ignorance. So like if my workers don't know what else is out there, I can give them crappy things. So in general, like I think, for example, the quality of food has thankfully in restaurants, like generally speaking, improved over the course of my life. And why is that? It's because now I have so much access to information about where I can get food and where there's good food and where there's bad food. As a result, there were a lot of crappy restaurants that, existed when I grew up that like I didn't realize that I could drive 10 minutes away
Tesla's literally
further
falling
and
out
like
of the
find a
sky
really
right
good restaurant.
now.
That was amazing. It was all like word of mouth. But with the advent of internet sharing information, I've been able to find good restaurants. As we sort of discover there are better restaurants and worse restaurants, like better companies and worse companies, people have started gravitating towards the better companies and moving away from the worse companies. So I think a lot of corporations have continued to exist very profitably, basically preying on the ignorance of their employees and their employees not realizing what else is out there. So there are a couple of other things that have happened recently, and I think the biggest one is COVID. So I think COVID has been a great example of the blindfold coming off. So for a long time, companies have sort of assumed or believed or taught their employees to believe that particular things were true. The first is that you have to be at the office to work, right? And so what companies would do is like there's so much crap that people had to put up with, like commuting is the top of the list, right? Where like you had to commute, like a commute was a given. And so when looking at a job, I even remember when I got my first place in Boston, or not just first place, every single place I had in Boston, one of the main considerations I had when I was like renting an apartment was, what does my commute look like? What does the commute look like? What does the commute look like? What does the commute look like? Because people were spending half an hour or up to an hour, I mean, depending on where you live and what your situation is, or 5 minutes if you're super lucky. You know, people would spend anywhere from 5 minutes to 2 hours of their life per day commuting to and from work. And so what's happened with COVID is we sort of started to realize, oh, you actually don't need to commute to work. Like you don't actually have to be in the office. And this was a huge like revelation for a lot of people, right? So the other thing that corporations tended to take advantage of was almost like geographical predation, where like, you know, in the past, your job options were restricted by your geography. So if I live in like Beaumont, Texas, or if I live in like some small town in Alabama, or, you know, if I live in some small town in India, my only options for work were like what was like available around me. And so with the advent of the internet, and especially with COVID and work from home, you're no longer geographically restricted. So there used to be some companies that like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of a company town where there's like one major employer and most of the people work for that employer and people don't have a lot of choice. They don't have a lot of ability to like laterally move or go to other companies. And with the advent of COVID and everything moving online, suddenly now corporations are no longer able to engage in like essentially geographical predation, right? So like now, if I don't like the job that I have in you know, Mobile, Alabama, I can go and apply for a job in Canada, right? So I can actually like work in a different country. I can work in a different part of the state.
This is true, but it's mostly only true for office jobs. Like there are plenty of people who don't get the benefits from this. Let's be real about that.
Have loved doing for a long time until it starts to hurt them, which is like when there was all this concern about, you know, shipping jobs overseas or outsourcing to places like India and China. And companies have been thrilled to do that thus far. We've like moved manufacturing over to China, we've moved manufacturing over to India, and people have lost their jobs here. And like corporations have been like, great, like I can move elsewhere. I don't actually have to employ the people here. And now what's happening is the reverse, right? So where employees are starting to realize, I actually don't have to work for this crap job with you. I can actually work remotely at this place that's somewhere else. And so like this has been a huge thing that COVID has sort of unveiled, and I think companies are now reeling from it. Next thing that COVID has revealed to people is what they need to survive. So there used to be a huge like idea about what it was.
There are a lot of people who work office jobs. Well, yes, I know.
Right? This is the idea of the grind.
There are a lot of people who don't.
Right? And it's like, I'm going to grind, I'm going to work hard, I'm going to become successful, I'm going to make more money, and then I can retire at the age of 65. I'm going to commute 2 hours of my life every day to work 9 hours a day. So it's going to be an 11-hour commitment per day. I'm going to sleep for 8 hours, which gives me like 2 hours a day of recreation or whatever. I'm going to do this for about 40 years, then I'm going to retire, and I'm going to buy a condo somewhere where it's warm and where there's a beach, and I'm going to enjoy the rest of my life. And this was accepted. This was just sort of like what, you know, people used to be okay with. And there's sort of this like idea that, you know, the harder you work, the more successful you're going to be. And then essentially what the corporations did is took all the hardworking people and like predated them to extinction. And so they essentially like, you know, there's this idea that you have to grind really hard and then you'll be happy at the end. And what tends to happen instead, like during COVID, is people started to realize like, what is the value of money? What is the value of my time? What do I actually need to survive? And what I think what people really discovered is that they don't need money nearly as much as they thought they did. And that an extra $5,000 a year or $10,000 a year is not worth an extra 15 hours a week. And
oh
so
yeah, 11. What was that? 11 plus 8. Right, 21. Yeah, he missed like 3 hours in there. It's okay.
Off, a lot of people have started to re-question their priorities and what they're willing to sacrifice. So just kind of stepping into evolutionary theory for a second. So I think that basically like COVID has put a selection pressure on jobs, right? So this is where like before these behaviors and practices by companies went on unchecked because there was no consequence in the environment. So, you know, the theory of evolution says survival of the fittest, and since companies were able to get away with that sort of thing, they did get away with it because there was no consequence for them. And now what I think corporations are really discovering is that there's actually a selection pressure, which is what's happening, right? So workers en masse are deciding to select for a particular kind of job and select against another kind of job. And this is where a lot of people are starting to get really upset, and they're saying there's a labor shortage. There's not a labor shortage, there is a wage shortage, right? The labor is there. It's just, it doesn't want to work your crappy job, which you've been able to propagate for a long time and haven't had to keep up to snuff, because like there's been no selection pressure against it, right? So these companies have become like bloated, profit driven. And I'm not like a leftist, by the way, just, you know, I'm just saying that if there's no like selection pressure against something, it's going to become bloated and like overblown, and like, you know, the wealth inequality is increasing and people are just not going to put up with it anymore. And so what we're sort of seeing, there's some really sort of simple evidence. I'm going to draw a very big correlation here, but that basically if you want to like play a game with someone, you have to let them win at least 30% of the time. So if you look at like play behavior amongst animals, and even if you think about like your kids, for example, like I've read some of the time, right? It's like it's 30. Yeah,
I've read an article about this. That was really interesting. Like they have that in it's a behavior you can see in rats, for example. Rats, when they're playing with their children, they lose on purpose to keep the game interesting. So Very interesting. It makes you think about like all those interactions we've had in life where we've all interacted with a sore winner. We all know what a sore loser is, but you also know what a sore winner is. Like someone who's just going to win at all costs without caring about the fun everyone has, etc. Like, yeah, you have to let people win. It's pretty important.
70 swing. If they lose more than 70% of the time, they're going to stop playing. If they win 70% of the time, they're going to significantly more than 70% of the time, they're going to stop playing. So if you even think about the way that video games are designed, video games are not designed to be like 100% victory all the time, right? They sort of are, but they give you like false starts. You have to wipe on a boss multiple times before you down it. And so what's been happening for far too long is that like companies have been racking up W's without taking L's. And now like their karmic seed is coming to fruition where people just aren't willing to put up with it.
Their karmic seed.
And so like now what's happening is they've created these systems that have become essentially bloated and vulnerable to this kind of you know, like essentially like workers hitting back, right? And I know this is starting to sound like the Communist Manifesto, but I mean, it's really more about psychology and evolutionary theory. I'm not suggesting one is good or one is bad. It's just, this is what's happened. There have been too many unchecked corporate excesses and like people are just tired of it now. So there's another huge thing that's starting to change a little bit, which I think I've worked with a lot of you know, startups. I've worked with a lot of CEOs. I've worked with a lot of investment banks, and I've started to see some interesting changes in those places. So the first example that I'll give y'all is that working at an investment bank like Goldman Sachs.
He doesn't
like
say
JP
karma
Morgan
the way
or
you
whatever,
think he does.
Used to be a very coveted job.
The way
and now what tends to happen is people want to do their 2 years at a place like Goldman. I know
he's like he knows a lot about like Eastern philosophy. Isn't he Hinduist or grew up in a Hinduist family or something? I don't remember the specifics. Like when I say karma or when I hear them say karma, I'm thinking of Buddhism. Okay, thinking of the like original definition. And Hinduism.
GTFO as quickly as possible. So this is kind of interesting because this is not just something that's happening at the bottom tier of like wage, right? This is even happening very high up. You see this a lot in medicine.
It's more
you see
a blend
a lot
of Western medicine and Eastern philosophy.
You know, decide like I'm not going to become a doctor if I can become a nurse practitioner because I can make way more. Sure, I'll make less money, but the amount of time that I have to sacrifice to become a doctor is no longer worth it. So I'm going to go the NP route. So we're seeing this at so many different levels of work. I absolutely see it in investment banking where
he doesn't think like the energy between our chakras, channel currency. Yeah, I know.
What they sort of had this attitude that it's like, you know, you work hard and like you invest, you pay your dues, and then once you rise to the top, that's when you get to relax. And they sort of didn't understand that like people are just not having that anymore, right? Like they're not willing to, you know, work their asses off for 20 years so that they can start flying first class at the age of 46. People are just not willing to make that trade. So in investment banking, what you're seeing is a massive exodus from banking to easier fields. So people will go be CFO, they'll go join VC, they'll go join private equity. Things aren't really that much better in those fields as well, but they tend to be better. So what we're seeing even at higher levels of education is like, you know, much more turnover and like selection pressures away from money. So another good example of this is like I've worked with a lot of people who are engineers at Google. And they actually really love Google. So Google's a good example of someone who seems to be doing this right. So Google in some ways actually may pay less than what someone is able to make somewhere else. But basically every person I've ever worked with at Google loves working there. And why do they love working there even though they may get paid $5,000 less? It's because Google like sort of takes care of them. So they have a cafeteria that's open for like 18 hours a day. You can come in and work when you want to, where you want to. You don't have to come into the office if you don't want to. You can work from like 10 p.m. to like 6 a.m. So I've had people who work at Google who like will basically try to show up there for dinner before the cafeteria closes because the food is good. They work all night. Google keeps them supplied with like energy drinks or whatever other unhealthy crap they want. And then they have breakfast in the morning, they go home, they game for a few hours and they pass out. Right? So like some employers are recognizing what people actually want and some employers aren't. And the employers that are starting to recognize that
that's actually pretty based, aligned like people to work like weird schedules and
throwing
shit.
Money at the problem, which many of them are not even doing. Throwing money at the problem is not actually a perfect solution. So what we're starting to see, I'm seeing this a lot more in terms of like startups and like young people that I advise and people that I work with, is that even people who are in finance, like they don't want to just like be doing gigantic mergers and acquisitions for gigantic piles of money that the partner at their firm sees, which they see a tiny little slice of. They want to start doing work that is meaningful and impactful and like they can actually be proud of what they do. And so the pressures on businesses are changing and businesses aren't keeping up. So this is the third thing that I'm going to talk about. And here's the real psychological mistake that most employers are making. So I'm going to ask y'all a question. So when there's a kid who acts out and has behavioral problems in school, and you punish the kid and you tell him, hey, you're a bad kid, what happens to that kid? Does the kid act out worse or do they get better when you punish them and you say, you're a dumb kid, you're a stupid kid, you're a bad behaved kid? It gets worse. So what do you think is happening when corporations are saying, oh, these workers like kids nowadays are so lazy? They're so lazy. There's a labor shortage. People just don't want to work. They just want to get their federal handout. They want to sit at home because they're lazy. They're lazy. They're so lazy. Oh my goodness. And this is their karmic seed coming to fruition, right? This is their chicken coming to hatch or rooster coming to hatch or whatever. Right? So this is where the biggest mistake that corporations have made is that they have grossly invalidated the experience of their workers. So I'll give you guys a prime example of this, and that is the field of PR. So when a company has a problem, right? So let's
Did you see that the architect of the Googleplex campus has recently spoken out against how his designs have been used? I have not seen that, no. I was initially hesitant of Dr. K because I didn't like the karma, dharma, etc. type of philosophy stuff in the context of psychiatry, but I understand more his point of view that there is no magical shit like Eastern religions. All religions obviously sometimes discuss, but there is something there that can be extrapolated in a practical way to understand parts of human psyche. Yeah, I agree. Like having grown up in a Buddhist family, how I understand karma is not like a magical force of balancing good and evil. I had this discussion with like my parents and like other people who are into Buddhism. It's just a cause and consequence, action and reaction. That's all karma actually is. It's action and reaction, which is like a physical reality. Basically, he says but expressed in more of a philosophical way. Meditation helped me with the anger issues a little bit. Meditation does help with stuff like anger issues. It helps with concentration, like and this is not like new agey bullshit. This is like stuff that's actually studied in clinical studies. Meditation can actually help with many like very specific issues you might have with yourself. But as we've also explored, like meditation can also harm you if misused. Basically, he says if work provides everything you need, then you never have to leave, and maybe that's not good. Yeah, that's a pretty good point as well. That's what's kind of scary with the Google company culture in general. Like from the outside looking in, it doesn't look good. It looks scary.
Say like let's just say hypothetically that you're a game developer who has, you know,
it's basically just to get out what you put in.
Department of Labor investigation against you for systemic sexual discrimination. What do? You hire a PR firm, right? So somewhere along the way, companies started resorting to PR to fix their problems, which is like a fundamental mistake, right? Because it's like you're not actually fixing the problem, you're just fixing the perception of the problem. And this is a huge problem because at some point, companies stopped actually like listening to their employees and what they want and what is hard for them. And instead,
did they ever start?
Just, like, focusing on PR. There's like a lack of transparency. There's a lack of.
Did they ever start listening to their employees?
So there are a lot
Did you catch that meme about Activision Blizzard? Yeah.
Validating to the experiences of their employees. That the employees
I saw people saying Activision Blizzvision here in chat, but what are you talking about, Sotsub? Or is there like a specific meme?
Done with it. Like they're going to act out worse. And so like a good example of this is I heard recently that, you know, someone was replacing strike workers, and then us trolls on the internet. When I say us, I don't know if I'm really included in this, but trolls on the internet decided to spam their job application website with like fake applications. Right? Like, I don't think that people realize that, like, that invalidation of workers' experiences is going to lead to catastrophic problems. And the reason that they have been able to do this for so long is simply because there hasn't been any selection pressure for it, right? So you've been able to invalidate the experience of your employees and tell them to go screw themselves for a long time, which is exactly why it's continued, right? There has been no selection pressure against it. And now there is a selection pressure against it. And so the companies are going to have two choices.
No, he just said, let's say you're a big game developer with a history of terrible sexual harassment. Oh yeah, I missed the game developer part.
Like, you'll shut your doors, right? And then you're going to go thinking, oh man, like my company shut down because people are lazy now and they didn't used to be lazy. It's not my fault. It's the world's fault. It has nothing to do with me. There's nothing I could have done differently. It's because workers are lazy now and government handouts and I'm going to absolve myself of all responsibility by blaming everyone except for myself. It's the government's problem. Kids are lazy. It's video games. It's drugs. It's, have you seen this Justin Bieber? Like all of this stuff. It's no one's fault but my own. Heaven forbid. What are you saying? Are you saying that I should have actually asked my employees, what can I do to get you to stay? What? That's an absurd question. Why on earth would I ever ask that? Are you suggesting that I should ask my employees, like what would make you happy here? What are you looking for? How can we help you? How can we do a better job as employers? That's absurd. There's no way I can do better. I'm perfect. Like, I thought you guys understood that. Didn't we understand? I'm the boss. I make more money than you. Isn't the amount of money that I make correlated with the amount of perfection that I have? And since I make more money than you do, I'm more perfect than you are. In my opinion, more than yours. I'm the boss. I'm the boss. I know what's right and I know what's wrong. I know what's better
based on market pressures.
And it's $9 an hour. So I don't know why you're complaining. Right? And then when problems happen, so here's like an example, right? So when problems happen and I get into trouble, because heaven forbid, like I change anything, that's ridiculous. Like, why would I change anything? Then what happens is like when problems start to arise and there are media stories and stuff like that, instead of, I know it's kind of weird, but instead of fixing the problem and saying, hey, maybe I screwed up here, what I do is I hire a PR firm and I'm like, fix my public image. Like, I'm fat and I'm bloated and I'm a corporation. And what I want you to do is tailor me a nice suit so it makes it look good. And then what we're going to do is we're going to rebrand. Right? So we have like rebrand. Like, I have nothing against PR. Like, I think that there's important things, you know, for why perception matters, because sometimes you have the flip side of the coin too, where you are doing a really good job and because of some kind of slander campaign or some kind of disgruntled people, like, you know, you have to, the battle of perception is important. I'm just saying that the battle of perception should not be a substitute for actually like making improvement, right? And this is like Psychology 101 or maybe Clinical Medicine 101, which is like, if you have a problem in a relationship, you should try to understand the other person's perspective instead of trying to gaslight them through the use of PR into convincing the world that there isn't actually a problem. And somewhere along the way, corporations just started doing that, and it started working really well, which is why they kept doing it, because we didn't hold them accountable for it, right? When we find out that, for example, like, you know, there's human rights stuff in China and Apple and all these kinds of stories come out, and Nike is like using sweatshops and stuff like that. Did we stop purchasing Nike equipment? Did we stop buying Apple products? Did we do any of that stuff? No. Right? And so like if you know, corporations are doing it because they've been able to get away with it, because they haven't been held accountable. And now things are so they're reaching a point due to the access of information and due to, you know, people like realizing that they don't have to commute 2 hours to go to work every day, that the grass is actually greener on the other side. What we're starting to see is like a lot of companies are starting to suffer from that, right? And it's kind of interesting because like there's just a lot of stuff that companies are getting bit in the ass where they were super happy when it happened the first time around. Outsourcing is one example. Another example is like automation, right? So it's kind of interesting because, you know, when grocery stores moved from human people checking you out to machines checking you out, they didn't drop prices at all. It's not like anything in the grocery store got cheaper. It's just the company made more money. And now when they're getting automated bots that are clogging their applications, I mean, their job application website with fake applications, like they seem to be crying foul when it's like companies have had no problem, you know, automating things when it screws over workers, but heaven forbid,
that's a pretty good take. That's a pretty good comparison.
The best example of this, I actually had a client who wrote a script to do his job. And then like someone found out about it and they sort of fired him. And then they got like super upset. And he's like, okay, you can fire me if you want to, but you're gonna have to pay a human to do this amount. Instead of rewarding ingenuity and a company actually like automating, a worker automating the job, instead of giving that person a gigantic raise and saying, hey, is there anything else that you can automate for us, bro? They just fired him and got super upset. And it's like, it goes both ways, right? So I think what we're starting to see is essentially like a karmic seed coming to fruition. And this anti-worker movement is now starting to really propagate because people are aware that they don't have to put up with this crap anymore. There's actually a selection
pressure. That's why I did my first job out of college. I automated my job.
Have not been selection
and did your employers know?
And now that there are selection pressures against them, they're starting to feel the hurt. And this is getting further propagated by the fact that when you have a problem, instead of actually like addressing the problem and trying to fix it and listening to people's concerns, you call them lazy and blame the government. And as long as like you're doing that and then you hire a PR firm, those are the three. And if you keep on doing those three things, like do you all get that on a very fundamental level? Like you're not fixing the problem. You can whine about the government as much as you want to, but like until you fix the problem, until you make your place a place where people actually want to work, where they feel hopefully fairly compensated, which there is a flip side to that coin too, because human beings never feel fairly compensated, right? Like you always feel like you could be making more money for doing the work that you do. That's just part of human psychology. It's sort of like this too is a good example. If you look at dishes
and they
that
gave
get
me
done in a house,
more work
right?
and gave me a 1K raise, so I left and got a 20% raise.
That's just how it is. So there are good reasons why, you know, for example, you can't just give in to what workers want, because workers may always feel like they're unjustly compensated, which is human psychology. But at some point, there's some middle ground, right? Where like you don't screw them over and call them lazy and hire a PR firm. You actually listen to what they say. You do your best to fairly compensate them, and then you also recognize that maybe if people are leaving, then
forgot to automate the occasional mistake.
You don't pay them enough. Maybe if people are leaving, like you should reconsider your work environment, and that you try to do what you can to make your employees happy. But until people start doing that, they're going to keep seeing this. I'm not saying workers are right about 100% of things, but like there's just been way too much. Like there have been too many problems that get propagated and not addressed and not fixed, and it's been going on for too long. So like the workers have been winning only 5% of the time, and so I think they're tired of playing the game, which is why they're quitting. Right? And thankfully, I've worked with companies who, and I like, it's good. So I like working with companies, and then we'll talk about things like this, right? So when I go to an investment bank and you know, we'll talk a little bit about, because you got to speak their language. So I'll ask them questions like, how much does your turnover hurt you? What if you could have a place where where your turnover number was 50%? They're like, oh my God, that would be amazing. Right? And then you can even talk the language of dollars and cents. So you can tell them like, how much would that affect your bottom line? And they're like, oh, it would affect our bottom line like this much. How many more deals could you do a year? Oh, we could do like so many more deals a year. Okay, so then like what's the value of those deals? Okay, so like why not give people more money? Like, they're like, but they haven't earned it. Right? And there's some weird concept of like haven't earned it. It's like, bro, you make $16 million a year. What have you done to earn it? Right? This is something that I realized in medicine. So I was talking to a doctor and it was talking about, you know, how much money they make. And they were like, well, I've worked my ass off for like the last 16 years. I deserve to make X amount of money. I work 70 hours a week. And it's like, bro, the lady that just was in your office that got diagnosed with breast cancer at the age of 45 also works 70 hours a week. She just works worse jobs than you do. She's been working 70 hours a week for longer than you have. Earned it is tricky, right? And this is where, from a corporate perspective, you got to be kind of careful, right? So like if you think about, oh, but what about the justification of that salary? Like there could be a good reason for that. So let's put you in charge for a second, chat. Let's say you run a company with $100 million that makes $100 million in revenue. And you have a choice. You can hire one dude for $5 million a year, or you can hire another dude for $20 million a year. The upside, one guy increases your profits by 5%. The other guy increases your profits by 50%. And since that person is able to increase your profits by 50%, people are willing to pay him $20 million. Which one are you going to hire? Right? It's tricky. There's a flip side of that coin. Right? And so then you're willing to pay $20 million. And it's a justified cost from your perspective. That's how that person is able to command the price that they're able to command. So I'm not saying that, you know, high compensation by definition is like an evil thing. I think there's an economic side to that equation too, which I've come to understand working with like CEOs and entrepreneurs. But this is the kind of thing where, you know, when you work with an like investment bank, you got to help them understand that, hey, if you keep like, I think, because this is my experience, is also what I do for like a lot of our consulting, is that I believe that the happiest, healthiest employees like are the most productive. And so do what you can to make your happy, healthy employees like, you know, do what you can. And the more that you get their back,
This is
they'll
a
have
base
yours.
stake.
And what people have been expecting for far too long is their employees to have their back, and they don't see any benefit from it. You got to be a team
People
player.
aren't seeing things rationally
what do you
when
get
it
for
comes
that?
to those
Nothing.
things.
You get to, since you're the person
In,
who's
like,
the biggest
corporate
doormat,
context.
you're also going to work Thanksgiving because other people are going to bitch and moan. But since you're actually a team player and you're willing to sacrifice, I'm going to have you work Thanksgiving and July 4th and New Year's, right? And this is the way that you work your hardest employees to extinction, right? It's not unfair. Let's be clear. It's evolutionary. You can call evolution unfair if you want to, but until you start selecting against that kind of thing, it'll continue to happen. So what people have sort of discovered, if you're in the workplace, is that being grumpy and asked to do extra work can be a very good quality, right? It can protect you in some ways, hurt you in other ways. Who's likely to get promoted?
What
to
I don't
manager?
understand about the Great Resignation is how are people able to pay their
Puts on a
bills?
grumpy face. What do y'all think, chat? Who's more likely to get promoted?
I think in a very, very big part of how the Great Resignation came to be was because of it was because of a bunch of money being thrown around for COVID relief, like extending unemployment, COVID relief checks, all that sorts of stuff is which allowed people to leave their jobs basically. Surplus savings, yeah, savings were up on tremendously on average as well. That's true. People are spending less.
Right, so this is where like it depends on the kind of boss that you have. Does the boss select for, oh, if I promote the doormat, then the grump is going to be grumpier about it, and I don't want him to be grumpy about it? Or do I promote the doormat because he's a team player and the grumpy is going to be grumpy? It depends on what you've selected for, right? So as a boss, if you've tolerated grumpy behavior, then you're going to be selecting for that kind of behavior. So it's tricky. It's very tricky. So I think that, just to summarize, I think the Great Resignation has been a long time in coming. I think that there's been a lot of like corporate invalidation of workers' experiences, and so employees are just not willing to put up with that anymore. They've started to realize that they don't have to because I'm not geographically restricted.
All across the U.S., there was a much greater expansion of unemployment access during the first year of COVID, so I'm sure that helped a lot too. Yeah, and it was the same here in France, where which is now being rolled back, where like people could get unemployment very easily during COVID.
I can work from home. And the other thing is that I'm like, the exploitation is just not worth it anymore, right? So the being forced to work all my holidays for some amount of money when the company doesn't have my back in other situations is just not worth it for me. And I think what we're seeing, and just for the record, I think there are a lot of good employers, companies, corporations out there. Like I've heard great things about Costco, for example. Like I haven't seen a single post on the anti-work subreddit about Costco, right? So it is possible to do a good job. I haven't seen a single post about, the toxic culture at like Supergiant Games, for example. So maybe there is one, maybe there is, I don't know. But, there are some situations where you see people post about toxic work cultures, but there are a lot of companies that are absent from that. So, and then there's another evolutionary thing, which is that instead of actually improving your game design or optics, what you do is just acquire the studios that make good games. And then you drive them into the ground. That's another model, which has been evolutionarily supported. Because we, as gamers, don't continue buying the games once they've been acquired and they start making crap. Right? So until there's any kind of selection pressure against it, the behavior will propagate.
The CARES Act that Congress passed really quickly was actually insanely good for helping people, although I still haven't seen a definitive analysis of its impact on current inflation. Gamers are repressed. Gamers. But if you're gaining unemployment, you'd likely be making close to 1K a week at a minimum. Damn, Daniel, that's pretty good.
Of external chest compressions to a patient in cardiac or roll to the side.
Okay, whatever.
Slide the backboard under the patient.
Oh shit, Nept. You missed me going over the Hassan outrage memes. You missed me going over those. Though maybe it's good that you missed it. I'm worried over the next 5 years to see deepening class divides. Why? Tied to inflation? What's my verdict? Hassan's been like an anti-American dumbfuck, but I do want to just add one little nuance. When he talks about manufacturing consent, I don't think he's technically wrong. There is a consensus in American media, in US media, concerning intervention in Ukraine that is formed, and it's the same process that Noam Chomsky describes in Manufacturing Consent. That doesn't mean it's bad, right? We hate manufactured consent when it's consent that's being manufactured over a bad opinion. If you agree with the opinion, then it's actually pretty positive, honestly, that you have consensus on it, right? That's like the only nuance I'd add concerning what he was saying. But he's being a dumb fuck. He's saying like you can't be a leftist and support NATO because like when he says that. The worst part is when he describes joining NATO as being invaded by the US. That's like really cringe. I'm worried over the next 5 years to see deepening class divides between people who can remote work and those who tend to be low skill in-person work. Probably lots of jobs will be lost that are complementary to in-city work. That's actually a good point. Yeah, it's definitely harmful for there's definitely a big part of like fueling the economy of having people like go to work, eat nearby, etc. Did you see the ethno-state take? No, I missed that one. If you want to link me like a timestamp, I'll check it out. Oh yeah, I saw this. I just wanted to. I didn't want to actually read this article. It's just about like conservatives banning books from schools. Blah blah blah. Classic conservative cancel culture. This article got posted on the French subreddit, and half the comments were like, "Oh, those SJWs with their American cancel culture. We're so tired of it." It's like, dude, you haven't read the article. It was about conservatives. Hasanabi reacts to, is Russia preparing to invade Ukraine? Okay. Click the window thing.
Days of brain rot.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind if like literally just a group of individuals that look the same, sound the same, have the same culture, have the same fucking food, and then like the minor differences is like a little bit like just a little bit of seasoning in their fucking religion. If those two dumbasses go to fucking war with each other and then like the entire world has to fight one another, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit, dude. Okay? One of the most idiotic fucking things that could have ever happened.
Что буквально через ближайшее время все успокоится.
Okay. Going to war would be pretty fucking idiotic. I'd rather we don't go to war. Has banning books ever worked? Yeah. Good. It's not. You can find it, but it's not very easy to find Mein Kampf in most European countries. Though they recently republished it, so you can get it now. People left death threats for election workers. The video unavailable in your country. RIP. I can't watch it. The thing with books is if people actually don't read them. Is Vice News banned in France? No, it's copyright bullshit. That's because Gehirnhug is gobbling up every copy left into his basement. Exactly. Yes, I agree. Okay, you guys know what's happening. In 1 hour, there's tonight's Lib Praxis. It's going to be a retrospective on 1 year of Biden. What are we happy about? What are we unhappy about? We're going to be discussing that. And instead of like doing more research on the question, I'm kind of feeling lazy. I'm just gonna play like a game of Valorant, but before Lib Praxis, because I actually want to just like play some video games before that shit. So hey, hang around if you want to watch me play video games. Come back in an hour if you want more. If you want more like political content. A nice relaxing game of Valorant, exactly, Kino. Title: Gamers of the World Unite. Is it hypocritical to think that a book like Mein Kampf should be banned, but conservatives wanting to ban a book like Kill a Mockingbird is dumb as fuck? I mean, it's dumb to compare the two books. If we really want to compare them compared to a book, I guess maybe if Tyrann's listening, he's going to be so pissed. Maybe you can make a parallel between like the Communist Manifesto or like Mao's Red Book, like so stuff like that. That those should be banned as well. Honestly, I'm not pro banning Mein Kampf, and it isn't banned. Like, did we already rewatch the Hazan animation? All right, we can rewatch the Hazan animation for the memes. Nice sweater, thanks. It's a gift from my brother. It's really nice. It's like super comfy texture too. His fucking hands are twice as big as his head.
Today about music, art, fashion, one of the greatest problems that our generations are facing. The biggest scourge that affects our society. Against all of the cultural and social progress we've seen is the battle against intellectual thought. Are you guys comfortable with that? This is a war against critical thinking, battle against intellectualism. This is a war against rational
Tiny head mode turned on in Dark Souls, yeah.
And we're not even aware of it. And that's terrifying. Whew. What kind of an example are we setting? The problem with America is that because of cultural imperialism, we are literally teaching the rest of the world how to think, what to wear. The Kardashians are lying to you. Culture used to be the backbone of the resistance. All it seeks to do is sedate the masses. Culture now seeks to appeal to our primal urges, our base need. We're now in the age of mediocrity.
Every cut his head gets smaller.
The positive change you want to see in this world, because the revolution will not be televised. Revolution will not be televised. Only you can bring about the revolution by taking it to the streets. Keep resisting.
You fucking idiots. You absolute fucking morons.
Welcome back, Rosard.
God damn it, I hate you so much when you do this shit, chat.
Came back on time for the gaming stream.
Like 12 years old. You fucking fuck! Fuck! Are you fucking brain dead?
The Kardashians aren't lying. They are, Chinchilla. Stop believing them. I feel like it's fine to ban something that so directly incites violence against someone. There's very good arguments for it. So like Francis' stance, for example, is that Mein Kampf is legal to own and sell and stuff, but it's illegal to publish it. So it's like not really in circulation that much. But like if I wanted, I could order, for example, the French, the German re-editing with that Gehenhyoge described with the historical annotations and contextualization. I could order it and have it and read it and learn about Hitler and Mein Kampf and stuff like that. Like apparently it's a really good publication of it to learn more about Hitler and the Nazi Germany and stuff. This would make a good panel topic. Actually, yeah, possibly. Though I think we would all agree that we would be okay with, we would be like anti-censorship in the extreme. Should we ban Twitter as well? All the dumb things people say there? True. Big true. I think they made a mistake in choosing to adapt this clip because the original could not be any funnier. Maybe. When's the next one, dude? It's already been 3 weeks since this one. So fucking good. I want to watch them again.
That creed, reaffirmed by those who planted flags from foreign battlefields to the surface of the moon. A creed at the core of every American whose story is not yet written. Yes, we can. Because of you. Because you sacrificed so much for a people that you had never met. That's part of what makes us special as Americans. Unlike the old empires, we don't make these sacrifices for territory or for resources. We do it because it's right.
My father came to this country from Poland at the age of 17 without a nickel in his pocket, which sparked my interest in the need for immigration reform because I know what it's like to be the son of an immigrant. We grew up in a 3.5-room, rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York. My mother's dream, and she died very young, but my mother's dream for her whole life was to be able to get out of that rent-controlled apartment and own a home of her own. She never lived to see that.
Then let us give hope to people in America today who have lost hope. Let us provide jobs for the jobless, housing for the homeless, food for the hungry.
You have a handful of people who control
1953. I missed that joke. In 1953, he's already old.
That is that we are now some 300 delegates behind Vice President Biden.
Burn Dog deserved better. Yes.
And so today, I am announcing the suspension of my campaign.
Keep moving. People who kept us safe today and operated the vehicle, trainers, everyone, was just huge. I also want to thank the town of Van Horn. This is Swan. We're making a dent in it, and we appreciate you for allowing us to be part of your team. And then I also want to thank every Amazon employee and every Amazon customer, because you guys are paying for all of this. So seriously, for every Amazon customer out there and every Amazon employee, thank you from the bottom of my heart very much. It's very appreciated.
This guy's understanding. I said before, this guy's understanding of body horror is fucking amazing. Uh-oh.
お食事を楽しみください。余額の財布補助金のこと、いつ的な財金を支払わないことで、私たちは富をもともし、存在の低いものからもとも高いものへと効果的に分配してます。そして私たちのポケットの中に両方の当事者からよって。私たちは労働者を犠牲にした連載の愛で神になることができます。
It's not just them. The whole world wants you dead. You'll have to join up with Piker. Build that movement of yours one more time.
Missing the Bogdanov brothers. Yeah.
He's in Los Angeles. You're a legend in the eyes of those who live in the working class. That's why you'll have to handle this mission yourself. That's how Haas would want it. Now go. Let the legend come back to life.
Where is this music from? Is this like a Metal Gear Solid music? It's taking a lot from the Metal Gear Solid 5 trailer. Okay.
It's me.
Bernie?
Fuck me.
What the fuck took you this long, dude?
Noam Chomsky, a 6,000-year-old sorcerer. Small being president can't get anything done.
You got 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of the American society. That is insane, and that has got to end.
Fucking Danny DeVito.
It's as if some evil demon decided to take over the human species and drive them to self-destruction. And much of the world.
I'm gonna tell my kids this was Marvel. Yeah. This is literally the next Marvel Cinematic Universe. All right. Someone made a documentary of this. Yeah, I saw this. I saw it, the GameStop Rise of the Players.
What's going on, everybody?
Joining us, the original participants of the GameStop trade.
We had the vision to see what was going to happen before it happened.
It may be game over for major retailer GameStop.
You don't have... Yeah. Cool. All right, one game of Valorant, and then it's Lib Praxis. AoE 4, please? No. Nope, it's Valorant, and then it's back. Has the Omega Squeeze happened? I don't think so. And the way some people describe it, it's never gonna happen. It's like, if it reaches $1,000, we're still not selling. It's like, okay, when are you gonna sell? What, Roserg? Look, it's just one game, and then it's Lib Praxis, and then we're back to like just chatting. What? I was bamboozled? Wait, how are you bamboozled? What do you mean? I didn't bamboozle you. Unless you want to see me play Apex. Which maybe you wanted to see me play Apex. Ah, my favorite map. Cabrizi. Hello, team.
Hi.
Name and dodging mean Heroes Made Magic 2 1v1s, now Apex 1v1s. Shaking my fucking head. My head. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
What are you gonna play, guys?
I was gonna play your mom, but she played herself. Okay, I don't know where I was going with that. Sorry. I love you, okay?
Nice joke, bro.
We fucking need like a Viper on this map, right? And then I can play her if no one else plays her, but I'm not a Viper
can play
player.
Viper.
Okay, cool. I'll play a Sova then, maybe.
Can you play maybe Sage and he's gonna be cool.
Może być Sky.
Może być Sky. Hej, gdzie jesteś z Polski?
Potężna ilość Polaków w drużynie.
O kurczę, wszyscy Polacy?
A ty się wysilasz.
Ale się wysilam, no. Oh fuck, it's all Polish people.
Ale będzie oro. Polska zawsze górą. Maciek, kurwa, co ty robisz tutaj o tej porze?
Nie wiem. Powinieneś.
It's like, Maciek, what the fuck are you doing on at this time? It's not even that late. Why is he saying that? What's going on? Alright, after that your mom comment, I'm leaving. Okay. You're just looking for an excuse to leave. Admit it. You're a false viewer.
I've stood over so many corpses.
Hey, who am I playing? Sova? Yeah.
Macie skina do szeryfa, kurwa, Polacy potężni?
Hey, why am I lagging? Do I have like something weird turned on?
Dawaj rzepek jeszcze jednego.
Not really.
Ale będą one-tapy, kurwa.
Dawaj skinka.
Cheers, mate.
Anything to dodge the
A
praxis.
grasz pod line-upy full, czy nie?
Fair enough.
Maciek, słuchaj, graj po co chcesz.
Maciek, graj
Dobra,
tak,
to nie gram.
jak, kurwa, wygrali.
Maciek, jesteś koksem, już to wiem.
I think I'll go,
Dzięki.
No, nie dziękuję, stary. Gdzie idziemy?
No chyba na A?
Ja idę rurą.
Tak, mamy ściany na A.
Po prawej stronie, za prawą piramidką.
Od mida macie, od mida biegnie jeden.
Revealing area.
Czekajcie, ja będę robię.
Chuje mnie 40.
Oh fuck, I hit him. Come on, help. Okay.
Spike down.
Co, bo byś mnie zabił, wiesz?
Last player standing.
Sorry. Grałem przez ściany.
Co za pojebaniec.
I shot my teammate with the arrow. Yes, punchki, yes. Yeah, I fucked up with the arrow. Should have been looking like at the minimap and like put pings down to shoot through the Viper
Dawaj,
wall.
rzepek tego szeryfa.
No ale nie będziesz miał na kolejną.
Będę miał, zabiję, kurwa, wszystkich.
Help a girl out, would ya? Cheers, mate.
Alright, let's do this.
Time to mobilize my pack.
Dajcie po cichu tutaj, kurwa.
No oni widzą ściany Vipera.
Jest chyba z Marszalem.
Jest to rura.
Z Marszalem chyba.
Od mida.
Omen Marszal. W ruinach jest. No jedźmy tu. Aha, dobra, jest skan, dostałem.
Omen jest low. Uderzyłem go w głowie.
Walla pada.
Lecy, papa.
No more.
Ma lowa ma race.
Someone's B.
Masz heala?
Reloaded.
Nie. Ona tu strzela, skanuje.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Plecy.
Reloaded.
O, shit. Masz heal'a jeszcze? O.
Ja nie miałem wody.
Okay, got him. That's...
Zasajcie z innego wymiaru, widzę.
That's all that matters.
No tak stała, nic nie robiła.
Help a girl out. Cheers, mate.
Okej, zagrajmy powolny run może. Trochę mid control, co tak dalej. Let's play a slow round. Get some mid control.
Zwolowała tego. Double doorsy.
Mida raszuję.
To się.
Mogę dać firewalla na A i co można zablokować.
Defeated.
Może
Ktoś
cofnijcie
jest
trochę, albo pójdźcie.
mid link B.
Marshall za cycem.
Może wyjdźcie, spróbujcie pójść tubą, co? I na B spróbujemy.
Prawo. Prawej po lewej.
Spike dropped.
I have the spike.
Poczekajmy sobie chwilę może.
Dobra, musimy ogłuszyć za
Są na blisko w
krócej.
dorsach. Są na blisko w dorsach.
Okej.
Ruin jest jeden chyba.
Myślę, pójdźmy do A, Viper jest w dobrej pozycji. Okej, pójdźmy do A.
Zeskanowałem go.
Dwóch jest, dwóch jest ten, dwóch jest, no.
One enemy remaining.
Side clear.
30 seconds left.
Omen rotuje z B. Dobra.
Nice.
Sowa,
Nice.
ty kurwa jesteś polskim Anglikiem?
Tak,
Czy Amerykańcem?
moi rodzice są z Polski, ale ja urodziłem się w USA.
O, słyszę właśnie, znasz takiego może youtubera kurwa, Dave kurwa z Ameryki, czy coś takiego?
Nie znam.
Sobie wpisz na YouTubie, to masz taki sam głos jak on, kurwa, naprawdę.
Dobra. Recommending me Polish English YouTubers. Amazing.
Ja z hostą szedłem, nice.
Chyba idziemy na A, co nie? Bo...
Viper jest tam.
Scanning ahead.
Najpierw w side będzie chyba.
Mola.
Albo cave.
Nice. Tylko że na schody?
What?
Fuck, I shouldn't have jumped up. I shouldn't have jumped up, that was so dumb. I should have like droned. I should have fucking droned.
Mam ulti, mogę tam gdzieś kurwa się zatem.
You man ready for a light show?
Tak, czy musimy użyć ulti. Możemy wszystko użyć. I need to force.
Może byśmy wpierdolili się od mida, bo to on cały czas smokuje ten omen.
Ty, daj wandala.
Cheers, mate.
Dzięki, beczka.
Let's go.
Nie wiem, zbudować to B czy co, kurwa?
Tak.
Hawk out. Welcome to my world.
Góra jest, góra.
Okay, sam go. Oh, come on! Get the fucking trades, finally. Jeszcze jeden, the backside.
Coverujcie.
Aggressive!
Nie no, ta race jest rozjebana.
That was bad. Oh, musimy echo. Fuck, I should have just ulted. Right, can I should just like ulted B back. Or droned, really.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Czy oni mają ktoś w tubie?
Znaczy, tam gościu sprawdza co chwilę, ale tak żeby stać tam to raczej nie.
Okej, możemy go zabić i mamy tub wtedy.
Dobra.
A, ups.
Here. Reloaded.
I've dropped the spike.
Oh, that's
I have the spike.
That's an unfortunate sound to make. After the spike. Repeat me, bitch.
Enemy down.
Oh, fuck. Ah! This isn't politics, LMAO. Yes, I'm just playing one game and then it's Praxis. It's back to politics.
We move as a unit.
Just stalling.
Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
I need to use my ult properly.
No prisoners.
On my way.
Get out of my way! Hawk out!
Take flight. Going up. Enemy mark.
Sajdzie po prawej.
I am the hunter. They will go.
Scout destroyed.
Scanning ahead.
Blind.
There they are.
Last player
Come
standing.
on, oh my fucking god.
Co jest grane?
My team can't hit a fucking shot, dude.
Kurwa.
They can't hit a fucking shot to save their lives. Oh no. What's going on, dude?
Help a girl out. She is, mate.
Ale ty nie masz nawet kawa.
Sheriff mówię.
Help a girl out, would ya? Cheers, mate.
I need to just fucking kill everyone. That's it. Did he actually? Oh. Fuck me! He teleported right next to me.
Down mid.
Oh, how did that? Omen mid na bombie. How did that actually get me? It's pathetic.
Last player standing.
Oh, come on, you had her. Stop pussing out. Okay, that's good. Got this. Need to change positions, though. Need to switch it up. Nice. The heal.
30 seconds
oh,
left.
You can't.
Jetka low jest.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Cutting their vision.
Nie masz czasu.
10 seconds left.
No time. That's her kick, yeah. Nah, that sucks.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Well, if you say so. Bucko.
Może poczekajmy aż te jakieś smoki pospadają czy coś i wbijmy
No.
chyba później na koniec.
Yes, wait until the smokes go down. That's a pretty smart move.
Welcome to my world.
Gdzie jest VP Gold?
Sage jest tuba.
Do lewej jest chyba.
A, Viper jest na... A, kurczę, miałem go. Jest na B. Ona jest na B.
Here. Here.
Zeskoczyła z tego boksa na tył.
Hawk out.
Fuck.
Blinded.
If I had Viper there, that would have been huge. Wasn't quite looking the right place, though. Fucking kill the wall, what the fuck?
Omen nie ma smoków już.
Nie flashuj.
Hawk out.
I po chuj.
100 dostał Omen.
Kurwa, no ale...
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Co to jest?
Everyone's just dying.
No,
No,
to GG.
literally no one can
Rzepek,
win
mówię
a...
nie flashuj. Nie słychać mnie czy co?
Literally no one can win a duel. Save their lives. This game is not going well. Alright, let's try it like this.
Reload him.
Maybe we can get a pick here. I'll go back mid. This is nice.
Ale ono jest gównem.
Revealing area.
Operator.
I have the spike.
Chyba z race? Go, a może spróbujemy, ja multi.
Tak, mamy parę ulti. Albo możemy pójść na B, bo
Reloading.
Nie, już nie ma co.
You will not kill my ally.
no, teraz jest dużo ludzi tam.
Enemy spotted A.
Ja tam
Tak, pójdźmy na B, pójdźmy na B. O,
Będziesz mnie rzepek?
Ja mam multi jak chcę.
Shock dart.
Go, go.
Sorry.
wall jest na tym.
30 seconds left.
Jeszcze jeden.
Chodź sobie.
tak, ja chodzę.
Na A jest.
Dwóch będzie od, dwóch od A.
Na A jest sejczka.
Easy.
Spike planted.
Plecy może być, nie?
One enemy remaining.
Close is mid.
Revealing area. There they are.
Weźcie operatora, jak po mnie nabicie.
Deploying drone.
Idzie od naszej strony. O! Nie zobaczyła mnie. She didn't see me.
Daj mi go, dobra?
She didn't fucking see me. I was droning. Oh no.
Dawaj, Rikos.
Nie kupuj jednej umiejętności, to by szło kewa full.
How did she miss me?
Nie, no
Oh.
muszę mieć flasha.
That's just sad.
Ja tobie mogę opa kupić, ten, jakby Feniks sprzedał, ja bym ci mógł opa kupić wtedy. No dobra.
I'll find them.
Oj, znowu zagrajmy powolną grę.
Dobra, zagrałem powoli, no. Ja sobie piknę tylko. Dobra, XD. Na pierwszą piramidką. Powoli zagrałem, kurwa. To nie grałem 2 operatory, kurwa. Nice.
Nice.
Plecy już.
Spike down A.
Flanked already.
A,
One enemy remaining.
była
Czy ostatni? Na moście? Okej.
Scanning ahead.
Plecy mogą pójść. Albo nie wiem.
Albo mida.
No.
Ja trzymam mida.
Patrz dół, Feniks. On patrzy.
Chodźcie. Albo jaskinie, patrz.
Hawk out.
Oh. He did it.
Rzepek, kurwa, jaki ty jesteś sexy.
Last round before the switch.
Don't save anything. Last chance to use our stuff. Cheers, mate.
Yeah.
I'm saving. Help a girl. Cheers, mate.
Gonna go for the peak with the
Ja
op.
mam teraz ulta, więc możemy wjechać z moim ultem.
Znowu powoli, ale ja zultuję jak wyciągniemy z jednego.
Tak.
Na midzie.
Guys na B.
Patrz mi, żeby mi nie weszli plecy, dobra? Sowa?
Blisko mid.
Patrzę.
Close B jest po lewej. Ja patrzę top mid. Tam patrzę.
Ja rotuję.
W tym tunelu może być, patrzcie się tam.
Spike down mid.
Going up.
It's not good.
Got spike.
There.
You're out.
Nice.
Hawk out.
Guys też jest na B. Uwaga.
Spike drop.
I have the spike.
Oh, fuck, we lined up!
Ja pierdolę.
Why did I step in? That was my bad. I took a step.
Last player standing.
I took a step towards the front. Took a step to the front. That was really bad.
Switching sides.
Clean slate. Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
Alright, this is winnable.
Pokaz szeryf.
Dobra, możemy to wygrać jeszcze.
No możemy.
Help a girl. Cheers, mate.
Didn't know Christopher Nolan was on SGG. What? What? What?
I got you, bruv.
Revealing area.
B.
Hawk out.
Będzie z elbow wychodzić.
Cofają w elbow chyba.
Mid dużo.
Ta,
Jetka cofnęła, chyba jest low.
jest dwóch w
Jest
elbow.
elbow 3.
Reloading.
Sage.
Reload.
Just wallbang. Okay.
Race pod B. 3 pod B, 3 pod B.
Multiple enemies.
Race po headzie.
Reloading.
Poison's off. Bad flank from the Reyna. I didn't see what she did though. Maybe.
Mogą rotować.
Hey.
Hawk out.
Oh, nice. Bomba mid.
Spike down mid.
Idę.
Why is everyone using sheriffs? What the fuck?
Opuszczam wolę.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Ładnie. Let's fucking go. I mean, this pistol is really good. We needed that.
Anyone need something?
I don't know about Marshall, if Rain is playing a Marshall too. I still don't like the Spectre on this map. I think I'll try the Aris. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm playing the Marshall too.
A raczej.
I should have shot an arrow. Oh, where's one on B?
Elbow!
Czysto,
Sowa,
czysto.
wróć się. Elbow mid.
Wszędzie kurwa są. Trakcyjne wszędzie opadają.
Stoi tam, głębiej.
No, zjebało mi.
Neutralized.
No pod B, pod B.
Możesz cofnąć sobie. Patrzę z mida.
Mam 3 w elbow, ja muszę poddać.
Ja tu patrzę plecy.
One enemy remaining.
Jeszcze jeden.
Ładnie.
Gun here.
Alright. That was good. That was a good round.
Teraz czuję, że to będzie A.
Widzę każdy bonusik.
Może Sowa weź? Może trzymaj ten tubę.
Dobra.
Ja patrzę też z Marszalem na ten... na cave'a.
Ready.
I'll shoot him the foot art.
Scanning ahead.
Tam coś.
Shot
Elbow
down.
clear.
Obita safe.
To musimy tylko...
Chyba cofnę sobie.
musimy tam.
Odbijemy to. Jest, już są side.
Mid clear.
Spike down A.
Otwieram drzwi.
Omen lewa. Omen tutaj po lewej rzepek jest.
Here.
50 masz detka.
Przeładowuję, za yellowem.
Scanning ahead.
One enemy remaining.
Pod mostem. Omen.
No more.
Mam go.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or
Daj
two.
skina.
Let me know if you need healing.
That was pretty good.
To.
Help a girl, she's mate.
Fucked up the Viper. We got this, Copium. We got this. We actually got this, dude. That was the size of round. Now they're on eco. Okej, uwaga, oni są na eco, tylko musimy nie dać im bronię. Zagrajmy safe.
Daj.
Revealing area.
A coś?
Mid.
Someone's mid. Hawk out.
Uważaj, drzwi może być.
Wola pada na gdzie.
Dziadka przebiegała za menem tam.
Mam ta. Midę wjechali na...
Spike
ta.
planted.
Ta na...
Ay, corazón. Come on, let's go.
Ja pierdolę, Viper minus 40 side. Dojebcie tam jetkę i Viper będzie cave pewnie.
Reloading.
Viper boxy.
Here.
Razem.
Hawk out.
To ma. To jedźcie ich, kurwa no.
One enemy remaining.
Między
Jak ona mi takiego
piramidami.
papa dała?
A, faktycznie... Dobrze,
Dobra,
GG.
kurwa, brawo. Jak na eko, kurwa, to i tak
he
chujowo, ale
said
dobrze
between the
wygraliśmy.
pyramids. That was a bad call. I should have checked the other side.
Dobra, to chyba
That's
ktoś
good.
musi trzymać double dorsy w takim
Heads
razie.
until we're home, yes? Good.
Do I go up?
Help a girl out, would ya? I'm saying. Cheers, mate.
I feel like I should. Actually, I don't know what I should, but I feel like I could. It's pretty strong when it comes to holding those kinds of positions. Even though I'm not like playing an op character, I'll try it.
Get out of my way!
Coś słyszałem na midzie?
Czysto A, chyba.
To jest raczej, nie?
Feniks, piknij.
Spike nam idzie jak coś. Kurwa! B wchodzą wszyscy.
Fuck! Oh fuck! The timing! It's good. Uwaga, ktoś blisko Phoenix. Omen był
Last player standing.
Shit. I distracted him too. He had his fucking knife out, which was really bad. I believe.
Spike planted.
Teleported out.
Wytapał już tam, stamtąd. Brawo.
Rip.
My quiver is never full.
Okay. No more.
Dobra,
no more
ja dam wola na ten. Z mida idę instant ultować A. Więc stańcie w 4 B. To się 1 mida i w 3 B.
Myślę, że okej, musimy mid control mieć. We need to fight for mid control. You want the skin? I have the skin.
Dobrze.
I can't stop these off.
Revealing area.
To coś.
To idę.
Masz flasha?
Aktualnie nie.
A, nikogo nie ma na midze.
Uciekli do A.
Też blisko? Też blisko?
Dawajcie tam.
A, chodź. Idzie do was.
Jest za yellow. Dalej za yellow.
Ten, jest w side, w side jeden. Nice.
Yellow.
Nice.
Brawo Maciek, kurwa.
Brawo, Maciek.
What do you say, drone?
Exactly.
Ready to stretch
Okay.
your wings?
A ja mogę dropnąć?
Sorry, że tak chujowo gram teraz.
Dude,
O, report.
Dobra,
I
dawaj
have to
info,
do
jedziemy.
so much in this game.
Ja też chujowo gram.
I had like the Viper and the Omen.
Dzisiaj grałem dobrze, teraz coś kurwa znowu ręce mi się upośledziły.
Okay, we need to like throw a mid arrow, I think. At this point.
Scanning ahead.
Na B nic, nie słychać.
Found them.
No, na midzie.
Albo mógł być. Wola pada na midzie.
That's bad. Nice.
Wszyscy są mid jak coś.
Are we pushing this? We are pushing this. O, blisko drzwi.
Ten pierdolnik tam gdzieś się spada. Prawo, rzepek. Stoi tam w tym rogu. Brawo.
Nice. Fuck, I fucked by the doors, dude. And the drop place.
The enemy only looks composed.
Need a drop.
Thanks.
Alright.
Help a girl out, would you? Cheers, mate.
Alright, we're doing this. We actually are doing this. 4 more rounds. That's what we need.
We win, we survive.
I should info dart mid. Too late.
Welcome to my world.
Ja?
B.
No more Viper.
Co za upor? A pada tak synax.
Enemy spotted me.
Jakim chujem 40, jak widziałem, jak mną wchodzą 3 pociski?
Revealing area. There they are.
Kurwa, świnę się dotknął teraz.
Kill my allies.
Welbo res.
Oro tam, że midem nie poszli na A.
Jeszcze więcej. Jeszcze, jest tam też.
Cofnij.
Spike down mid.
Drona weź.
Masz drona, masz strzały.
Wiem.
Ja zostanę przy B.
Skanuj.
Nice.
O,
Ale jesteś koksem, co jest?
Oh my god! Dropping the 40 bomb.
Need a drop.
Help a girl out, would ya?
Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
The stress levels. I just wanted a relaxing game. And this is what I got.
Push them out.
Lip practice in 5 minutes. I'm gonna be late.
Hawk out.
Revealing area.
Chodzę.
Idę. Na 100%?
A jeden...
Ta, wszystko.
Oh fuck, mają tuba? Oh fuck. That doesn't wallbang. Oof.
Spike planted.
I messed up, not
Aman
being the
będzie
jet.
puszował.
Time to hunt.
Oh. Nice,
One
that's
enemy
huge.
remaining.
That's huge, my team doesn't need
Prawej
me.
macie, po prawej, tu.
Przy cave'ie.
Last player standing.
80.
Hawk out.
Yes!
Brawo.
Yes! We got this!
Dobrze, kalarepa.
Oh my god. 2 more rounds!
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Cheers, mate.
I got you, bruv.
Get out of my way.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
Czym idzie?
Lamoda nam idzie.
Double dorsy.
Gdzie mi da chyba.
Dwóch close.
Oh fuck! Oh, it was Phoenix!
A,
He left me!
Nie zabiję, no.
Wchodzą tuba.
Jeden był przy B.
Nice.
Dobra, już jest side w ogóle, kurwa. A, jet.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
They're dead.
Okay, maybe Viper wins this. If this goes to fucking overtime... Oh my god. I need this not to go to overtime. Ej, Phoenix, jeżeli zostawisz mida, tak, to co najmniej daj znać. Ja nie wiedziałem, że ktoś mi w plecy będzie strzelał. Myślałem, że jeszcze trzymałeś tu.
Right here.
Ale też mogłeś powiedzieć, skąd cię zabił. On się patrzył na tubę, a chłop...
Sorry, szkoda, że trzeba było powiedzieć to. I was fucking malding. He was like, well, you could also say like where you died from, but...
Need a drop.
Which one are you dropping? Ah, I got the drop.
I need a drop.
Get fuck. I should have dropped him. Like something. I should have infodarded that. Nice.
A, po coś pada chyba.
Scanning ahead.
Ja zostanę B.
A co siada, co siada.
Mid blisko.
Okay.
Dobra, wyjeżdża Dumbledorsy, kurwa. Czemu jestem sam na...
Fuck, one more mid.
Wystarczy B.
Jeszcze jeden mid.
Last player standing.
Tuba i tutaj.
No. Nice. Okay, this not, Viper has full HP. This is winnable. I need to use my ult too. Low key, if we lose this round, I actually don't want to win next round.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spike planted.
Oh, you heard him. Ah! Nice try. Glad he heard him. I don't know why he was checking the right side there. It was obviously not. It was impossible for it to be the right side. But oh well. Fuck, we're losing mid control so badly. I'm gonna play mid again. It's what's winning them the game. Dude, I don't want to win this round. I'm so sorry, Chinchilla.
Revealing area. Found them. Take flight.
Chyba, mid chyba.
Dobra, smoke jest.
Walla pada mój jak coś.
Po głowie camen.
Fenix, użyj sobie ulta tu i leć w dorsy. Jet mid.
Steps mid.
To będzie chyba, panowie.
Nie, raczej. Plecy B!
Defeated.
Antwim,
Spike down.
Bita safe side, leży,
One
dobra.
enemy remaining.
Razem.
No.
Plantuję.
30 seconds
Sadzie?
left. Spike
Poczekajmy.
planted.
Nice.
Brawo.
fuck!
Sorry, że ja tak tragicznie gram, naprawdę.
Dobra, cicho.
Okay, Chow is gonna be late. Good. I have an excuse.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Oh my god.
Dawaj. Daj tego smoka. Do odmiany. Ty, Amerykaniec.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Panowie, co wychodziło nam? Przypomnijmy sobie, bo to niewiele było tych rund.
Że nic.
Jak graliśmy drugie
graliśmy powoli, nie? No.
Ta, powoli.
Poczekamy po prostu aż spuszują i tyle.
Ustawmy się we dwóch,
pokażę.
I'm in overtime now, because the team is so heavy, okay? I'm trying to carry them and it's hard.
Patrzmy się tam.
Game's fucking hard, dude.
Viper jest z tyłu jak coś.
A operatora ma,
Opa.
No.
Nie pikujcie tam.
No.
Chodźcie, może po prostu przejdziemy na B. Właśnie tam z sobą coś.
Ja tu B sobie wejdę.
Sowa, ja mam plecy twoje.
Right here.
Ona z łapą na ścianie będzie.
Brawo.
Dobra, go.
Nie pokazujmy się jeszcze chwilę, może.
Ah, fuck! Ah! I'm alone!
Rotuję to.
I fucking Lose or win. I don't
Jest
know.
double dorsy mid. Idę plecy, poczekajcie.
Ja idę powoli, wy fejkujcie B, wchódźcie. Ja idę powoli do A.
No to biegnij, nikt cię będzie słyszał. Może pójść do A.
Kur... Ale jestem gównem.
Na midzie są.
Zrotuję w setę.
Ah, Phoenix.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Sage obita, Viper obita.
Dable biegną,
Która się wyleczyła.
I don't understand.
They're concussed. Hawk out.
You don't.
Nie no, ale jak tak suki będą kurwa stały, to ja nawet żadnych szans nie mam najmniejszych.
Ta, strzelnij przez smoku po prostu w tej sytuacji.
No i tak mnie zeskanują we trójkę, zobaczą strzały i zaczną na
Ostatnio każdą rundę
prawda,
chodzili
tak.
na A. Chodźcie we trzech na
Daj
A.
skina, daj skina.
Help a girl out. Cheers, mate.
Wszystkie rundy ostatnio poszli na A. Chodźcie.
Nie puszymy, po prostu skampuj się na sali.
Patrz tubę, albo nie wiem co, bo jak wejdzie tubą, to rozkurwię monitor.
Scanning ahead.
Nikogo na
Możliwe
midzie.
B, bo dało walla. Dało walla B.
Coś pod B. Niech ktoś trzyma mida.
Gotuje na...
Padają mi toksyny. Ale to może być fake.
Jest omen tutaj.
Tepnę się na drugą stronę.
Tak, grałem powoli, nie trzeba jeszcze śpieszyć.
To.
No i mida, co wychodzi, jak się nie podzieliłem.
Ah, I'm dead. Okay, thank God we lose. Please. Or not.
Odpalił walla na...
Obita, Sage, 108, wszyscy obici, jeszcze Viper ma low.
No,
To 35
rotate!
to
What the
safe.
fuck, Viper? It's okay.
Spike planted.
Yeah, no one's communicating properly.
You will not kill my allies.
That's GG. 1v4 is a bit rough. And they're watching this angle. Hey, Giga.
Attackers win.
Oh, okay, let's get out of here. Change categories. Lib Praxis. Biden 1 year retrospective. Category just no politics. Politics. Update. Boom.
You're doing that, you know, yeah, and that's what it feels like to be the president, and so sometimes you can say like you can blame just basically overall everybody in that fucking country for not being able to
give me your take so I don't have to watch the podcast.
In that sense,
my
so,
take is
I don't necessarily
Biden's
think that would be the blame of like the president. So yeah.
A lot of the stuff people are blaming on Biden is actually the problems with the Democratic Party, not with Biden himself.
That's not intentional.
Neyman is talking some smack about us.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm talking shit.
Okay. Hi.
Hey,
these fucking liberals.
Chinchilla, it's your fault. I fucking lost my game of Valorant. Okay, you distracted me. I'm actually not at all. Dude, my team was they were nice, and I like that, but it was fucking like I was like the only guy winning fucking duels for most of the game. It was painful, dude.
Look, it's a return guest.
Oh wow!
Hey,
Socrates again.
oh
Eugenics
shit,
Scooter.
you're
Are
looking
you
good.
gonna every podcast you're gonna add something new to your scene? Because the first time you added the globe, the second time it's like the eugenics Scooter whack.
Which problems? Campaign promises, stuff like campaign promises not being kept, for example.
Oh, you know what? I'll just get like a picture of his face put in front of the globe.
Yeah,
that's kind of a statement.
Not being able to pass like important bills for the those
so
are important for the Democrats.
We did have like a guest, a Gambit, but it said that couldn't hear from him. It's cool that
And people are like blaming Biden on that, which I think is a bit unfair.
Most disagreements with you, but
perfect.
Yeah, so it too sad that Gambit couldn't make it on because I was like really interested in hearing from him because he has obviously he has like a totally different experience, I would say. So yeah, hey Benicio. So
there you go. Never mind.
No, go ahead.
Is there a setting in Discord to like leave the names next to people?
Yeah, there is one setting that you can in the top left.
Name and upgrade.
You get the names. So,
stop. This is not the better name, Manon.
Top left.
I am the better name, Manon. I will reclaim my name in
that's fine. Whatever.
Battle to the death.
Fucking fake PNGs with a not actually transparent background.
Oh shit! You got debated.
Yeah, you know, our RGPD was pretty fucking dumb, you know, like all that bullshit so we can control cookies and our privacy when the real thing that matters is PNGs being real PNGs. That's the real injustice on the internet.
It sure is. It's just another instance of gamers being oppressed.
True.
I don't wanna chat about cookies because we're gonna next week we probably have a slur debate, so we can address cookies and other cookies.
Oh
there.
yeah, cookies will come up then. Yeah.
Yeah, cookies will come up there. So yeah, certain types of cookies, you know, that's how it works. That being said, like let's start this off because Chow is running a little bit late. Today we're gonna talk about how Biden performed in his first year. Actually, Senpai Chow was actually. Oh, there you go. There he is.
Cool.
Welcome, Chow.
Hey, sorry about that.
Yeah, so today we have 4 people on. Socrates TV, we got Name Manon, we got Elysium, and we got J Chow live. So please give them a follow if you like them. That being said, like I said, we have our first or our only topic today, and that's basically about Biden's first year. So what we generally do here is that the person who proposed the topic can actually talk about the topic first, give a small introduction, and then everybody.
He's a lefty. I don't know that he's commie.
Give their own take. So for this one, I think it's fair enough that Chow, you can start off, and then everybody can just give like a opening statement, and then we can have like a open debate. So Chow, go ahead.
Cool. So it's been about a year since Biden has been in office, and he's passed a couple of policies. He's had a couple of gaps. He's had a couple of challenges along when it comes to his administration and whatnot. And so it's pretty important to be talking about this because in less than a year, there's going to be the midterms. And a lot of people are going to be...
No, the commie on the last panel was someone else.
By what Biden did when it comes to how they vote. And so for us to discuss is very nice.
Okay, do you want to give your own opening statement, or do you want to do that as last?
Mine is really quick. I think Biden's been a great president, but I think he's been a shit politician. So why I think about that is because as a president, he's done all the things that I've wanted him to actually do. I think he's been really less dramatic, which is a huge change from Trump. I think he's done a lot of things that, like fulfilling promises such as getting out of Afghanistan, or passing a bunch of legislation from the American Rescue Plan to the infrastructure bill and trying to hammer in more legislation, Build Back Better, voting rights legislation, and whatnot. I think he's done a lot of things in like this first 30 days or first 60 days when it comes to his executive decisions. However, he's been a shit politician because he hasn't really been in front of the camera as much. He hasn't really been going out there and promoting his activities, and this I think is going to be really biting the Democrats in the ass when it comes to midterm elections. I think it's really important for a president to also consider themselves as like a good politician, because hey, you never know if you have a bad image and that reflects that's going to reflect on your party, and then that might potentially ruin the rest of your presidency.
Okay, interesting. Let's go to Socrates next.
Sure. So I have to admit, I honestly just haven't been following what's been happening with Biden so much at all.
Okay,
it feels really
next
weird.
person. Just kidding.
It feels really weird because I felt like a huge amount of internal pressure to just be on top of understanding everything that's going on when Trump was president, and then Biden got elected, got inaugurated. I guess January 6th was exciting, but after that it was just kind of like I stopped having that internal pressure to just like have to know what's going on, and it could just kind of like recover for a little bit, which is probably what a lot of people are feeling. So I think on one hand, it's very good that Biden is giving people space to just kind of like mentally recover, unplug from the 24-hour news cycle where there's just, you wake up every day and you find out like, okay, what did Trump say today? What, random new bullshit is there today? That's probably good. At the same time, I think Biden's presidency is not going to be a success unless he really gets major infrastructure bills passed that probably create jobs as well, that actually like a lot of people feel something happening in their lives. If that doesn't happen, I feel like we're just going to get Trump again.
Okay, and then next up, let's go to Name.
Yeah, I feel like it's impossible to talk about Biden without talking about how what the role of a president really is. Like on the one hand, as a figurehead, it's obviously normal that people look to him to represent, like Chao said, the entire party. He represents the blame on the successes and the failures of the party. The praise and the blame is going to be laid at his feet, even though it's a complex political processes involving different parts of the U.S. democratic system, which really makes me feel like when I look at the things that at the bills, like a lot of people are blaming him, for example, for not upholding campaign promises about student debt, the struggling to pass the infrastructure bill, all sorts of things. The reality is the Democratic Party just doesn't have the power to pass those bills. They're representatives who, and I don't see how Biden can truly be blamed for that, but I also don't see how public discourse will not blame him for it.
Okay, and last but not least, let's go to Elysium.
Okay, I've got a cool link I'm gonna drop in chat. It's got a list of things Biden has done, and that's basically all I'm gonna talk about. I think he's done a really good job. All right, cool.
Sorry, what's that?
I think he's done a really good job. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, do you want to elaborate? Yeah, in my chat, but do you want to elaborate a little bit?
Sure, okay, we can start. Yeah, I think Biden has done an absolutely amazing job of dismantling all of the executive orders that Trump has taken 4 years to build up. He wiped them out in like record time. That is like amazing to me. I think Biden also, in another like move against wiping out what Trump has done, even in this first year, has already appointed an amazing amount of lower court or lower circuit judges.
Yeah, people are going to mega mauled about the student
the
debt
Republicans' plan of like trying to sway the judicial system more conservative. And like the only outstanding area of that is with the Supreme Court. And other than that, it seems that all of Trump's plans have just been completely neutralized, which is just amazing to do so quickly. Foreign policy wise, he like got America back right into its role in internationalism and globalism, instead of playing this like weird America first lines that kind of pissed off all of our allies for no reason. I guess the only thing that like might be contentious is he has it seems to be a goal to wait on using executive orders and try to see if Congress can ever do anything with its life, which I mean we can critique back and forth. That's clearly the way he's chosen, and if Congress gets lost in the midterms, I think we'll start to see the executive orders come out.
Yeah, is that it? Yeah. Okay, so what do you guys want to talk first about? Like, because there are like several topics that we can go into, like not being able to pass enough stuff. That's the general gist that I get from Socrates. The politician versus like president ID, like that Chow brought up, or what was the thing that name? Yeah, you kind of brought that up, like being like
being able to pass bills or not. Yeah,
I'm an idiot. Oh my god, I was muted. I have something to say about what Socrates said.
Okay, in that case, we're gonna go into Socrates' topic.
Awesome. So I heard from Socrates that if Biden doesn't start creating jobs, then he's going to be in big trouble, and that his presidency is going to be like a huge failure. The unemployment rate is like really low, so I'm not sure what Biden could do besides, I guess, like pass more legislation, which like he is trying to do so via Build Back Better. But even if Build Back Better doesn't get passed, then I wouldn't know if that was something against him or more so just like against the circumstances that he's put through, given that the Senate is pretty evenly split with, you know, Manchin and Sinema kind of in the middle ideologically.
Yeah, I guess it's actually worse than I said, because he has to make people's lives better, but then he also needs to make people feel that way, feel that feel that the things he's done have made people's lives better. Like it has to be both true, and somehow people have to feel that way.
Are people not feeling that way?
I don't know. I haven't looked at polls. Maybe somebody.
I think it's pretty clear that like the populist rhetoric on both sides is all about whining about how life isn't good right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to be fair, like that joins what you were saying, Chow, yourself, that he's like a good president, but not a good politician. He isn't good at the part of like putting forward his accomplishments and being out there in the public and making like people talk about him positively.
Interesting. Well, I still, which is like really strange because, again, I don't know how much of that can actually be attributed to him and his actions, because as far as I know, according to the polls, Democrats really do like Biden, and he's kept that popularity pretty steady. But where he's always been losing is with Republicans, and where he's dipping now is with independents, which, yes, is the largest party identification group in the United States for sure. But like, I want to say that it's probably too reductive and simple to say like, oh, you just have to make people's lives better. Like, this is something that I hear from Haas. It probably has something to do with like rising gas prices. They're seeing inflation making all the products that they used to buy a lot more expensive. What else? I guess like things happening from Afghanistan and Ukraine. That's like him getting blasted by the media. Like, I feel like it's very useless to say, oh, you just got to make people's lives better and make them feel that way. Okay, thank you very much.
I think we're like getting to like the perception thing a lot. Because even in like the perception of Biden not doing much as a politician, like when never mind, so I don't want to make too long looping into too many things. when the human infrastructure was being pushed, Biden was making the rounds. Like Biden and Kamala Harris were everywhere pushing human infrastructure in speeches and rallies and shit. And like I don't think that it's any of their fault if like media, because it's normal politics and people aren't like enthused about actually hearing about like infrastructure and like building back the country and stuff, and they want to see Trump yell at people and call people names and stuff. And that's like the level of like soap opera politics that people want to like ingest. I don't think that's like Biden's fault or a bad thing, or like I don't know. It feels weird to say that like he's a shit politician because like not everything is covering what he does 24/7 because he's not stupid.
Yeah, that would be like the next question. Like maybe it's because of the fact that comparing this to Trump, right? Trump was pretty extreme, so maybe that's why, this feeling about like being like a bad politician. Maybe that's also like the tactic of Biden. I don't know, but Chad, what do you think about that then?
I think it's really important for a president to kind of leverage their bully pulpit kind of power, as well as their public image. And I think it's like we have to be really careful when comparing things to Trump because, like as you guys said, and I know this, Trump was a very unique phenomenon. He's probably not a good standard to compare Biden to, but still, Biden has like put himself in the public very little in comparison to just like any other president, I would say. And this might have to do with COVID, which I think is like an understandable is kind of like an understandable reason for him to not be out there, to not be traveling and whatnot. I was unaware
in the public though.
I was unaware of like what he was of like the infrastructure rallies that he was having or whatnot. Maybe he is. Like, if you want to, you could just like throw me a couple of examples. Then I might just change my mind.
Okay.
But this is just like what I've been seeing, and if anything, like what I would want him to see more is like more of those public appearances, but not really for like the sake of legislation, which maybe was what he was doing before, but for the sake of the midterms, I think is really important.
Elysium?
I'm trying to see if there's a good.
I mean, like I know that he was at Georgia. I know he was at Georgia to give a speech. I watched that. I know he had like a news conference last week. I watched that as well. And but like the number of like news conferences that he's actually had is like really really low. That was probably yes, in comparison to like other presidents. I want to say yes, that is the case.
I want to add, just for the meme's sake, he did recently, like a couple days ago, call a Fox News reporter a son of a bitch publicly. So we are getting a bit of drama.
Right. That is base as fuck. Okay.
Yeah. Other than that, I agree that like the constant comparison to Trump, like we kind of have to because that's the president before him, but it's kind of annoying to constantly compare him to Trump too. It's not a like fair comparison. We want better than Trump, but that's a really low bar to pass. Like we also want better than Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just scrolling through this list, and some of these are like fucking amazing. I mean, it's possible, or it's probable, it's likely. I'm going to need to spend some time familiarizing myself with this, digging in and fact checking some of it, just for my own sake, and then just like spending some time standing Biden because some of these just seem fucking amazing. I mean, I guess one of the that stood out to me was the like 45% reduction in poverty levels in first 6 months, cut Obamacare premiums, like largest job creation in American history, like largest GDP growth in like 7 decades.
Not 7 decades, but a couple of decades.
It seems a little bit too much if you talk after the war, that kind of shit.
Because
It was like
Depends
since
on
Reagan.
how things are measured. Well, yeah, because if you take a big downturn because of COVID and then you build that back up, you get a huge.
Yeah. So some of that's going to be a little bit skewed.
Yeah.
Yeah, same with like poverty, like unlocking a bunch of the like extra unemployment funds and all that stuff. It obviously helped a lot of people escape poverty.
The child tax credit is like an amazing anti-poverty measure. Child tax credit alone has like cut so much, especially child poverty, obviously, being that the goal. But like continuing a lot of these policies that Biden has been doing has been really successful, and like the idea that child tax credit isn't like a big deal for a lot of families is like insane to me, especially when people will say like, yeah, Biden isn't doing, when we were talking about like needs to make people's lives better. I think the child tax credit is always my go-to of like, this is directly making people's lives better. And I think a lot of it is just a lot of the narrative right now is just like focus on things are bad and like COVID, and then like make up, I don't know, there's a lot of like self-persecuting narrative going around all over the place. Overall, I think things are a lot better than people make them out to be.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, but then still we have the issue of visibility, right? So do you guys think that that he isn't like visible because he doesn't do that much, or do you guys think that he isn't visible because of the fact that he doesn't grab the attention of the people? So Elysium, how would you respond to that? Because that was basically what Chow was saying.
Sure. I think there's a lot of, I think there's gonna be a lot of influences going to this all at once. I think to some degree, I think the circumstances might be that there's less stuff going on. I think he has been out and about and doing press conferences, like at least enough for me. I don't know any of the stats compared to other presidents. I'll have to look at that afterwards. And things like that. I think so. Like it could be lower. I don't actually know. I think, but regardless, Biden's been willing to bite a lot of bullets, I think, on overheating the economy with stimulus and getting criticism for it, but like totally a good thing to do, on inflation that's people freaking out about from the either overheating or the wages going up, from going through with Trump's disastrous Afghanistan shit, and just, pulling us out and biting the bullet on that. So I think like Biden has been willing to take a lot of negative publicity with people, and maybe that influences like how much he wants to be active in certain topics. But when there are things behind, like to me, the example of seeing Biden going to work was for the infrastructure bill. And it was clear he was meeting with Congress all the time. He was meeting with the Democrats specifically off to the side a lot, and working with them, putting pressure to get these things going. And then he was out doing press conferences for the whole human infrastructure thing, and he kind of spearheaded bringing human infrastructure into the American infrastructure like conversation. Before, infrastructure bills have always been strictly infrastructure, and even though we ended up with a strictly infrastructure bill, pretty much, that was still a huge win. Even though it wasn't the human infrastructure additions that we wanted, that was like a entirely new concept that he tried to push and was almost successful in doing.
So Elysium, like in the beginning, what you just said, him biting the bullets on a lot of things, I think that's great for him, and that's what makes him a great president, is that he's willing to do those things. But that's also what makes him a bad But that's what makes him a bad politician, because those are things that were disastrous for his administration. I think like it's good for us to say that like it's good to pull out of Afghanistan, because like we just been there for so long, we've spent a lot of money there, and for like very little gain and whatnot. Like he finally did it, hooray! But like there's a little bit of bias there, because if you ask like just any normal person, they're not going to say that was a success. They're going to say that it was a disaster, it was a mess, people died, look at the airstrike, look at the videos and whatnot. It's what makes him a great president, but like again, it's also what makes him a bad politician. So like it's a bit weird because like in the beginning I wanted him to just be a great president. I just wanted him to get as much stuff done as possible because I was so sick of Trump having to study political science like with 4 years of Trump during college. That was just horrendous. But now like I'm changing my mind a little bit because his approval is really bad. It's going to, and like if it doesn't go back up anywhere like close to even by the midterms, then Democrats are going to get whooped. And then what else is going to happen? We're just going to have a repeat of Obama. First 2 years, okay, get some stuff done. Next 6 years, utter crap.
It's hard for me to understand the distinction of saying like, well, what makes a politician to you? Like, I get the essence of what you're saying is like the public perception is also really important, and being able to take all these things on and do a good job with them, even if it hurts your public perception, is like probably good, but could have some negatives in the long run too. Like, I guess I understand that, but like,
so like, how about this? Let me paint it a little bit more. I couldn't call it
being a good politician though, because.
So like, I wouldn't. Okay, so maybe I wouldn't be calling a good politician, but maybe like he's a good bureaucrat. Okay, he gets stuff done. But in America, because we are a democracy, then in order to get stuff done, you actually have to be in a position of power, and you also have to have some sort of conditions amongst the infrastructure, like the Senate, the House, the judiciary and whatnot on your side in order to get stuff done. So even if you do get stuff done in like the first 2 years, but you're a bad politician and you don't get those approval ratings up, you don't get the votes, you don't get the perception of people liking you, well, that's how you get power in the first place. That's how you win re-election. And if you don't win re-election, then like how else are you going to? So like there's a balance to things is like kind of what I would say maybe.
I don't think it's possible to see a current U.S. president be popular until this like partisan era in American politics ends. I don't see that being even a possibility, regardless of who it is.
Yeah. So I think we can nuance that a little bit, which is that there's a huge partisan divide. So any president, the more one side likes them, the more the other side may like dislike them. I have a feeling, and again, if somebody maybe I can pull up like some polling. I'm sure there's already some polling on this, but I have a feeling that Republicans probably really don't like Biden, and some portion think he's the devil, etc. I don't know. So my total ignorant guess would be that Democrats don't. The proportion of Democrats who like love Biden is probably smaller than the proportion of Republicans who are just like super on board with Trump.
Wait, can you just give me like, numbers because like I don't get what you mean by proportion.
So people like Democrats like Biden, Republicans like Trump. But my guess is that there is a subset of Republicans who really love Trump, that there isn't quite a matching thing of Democrats who really love Biden in the same way, who are fervent about him. That's my intuition. I can look this up to see if the polling reflects that or totally contradicts me.
I would assume that's totally accurate. Yeah.
And so there's kind of so when you look at like why did people pay attention to what Trump was doing, and why are people maybe, and again, I'm kind of speaking out of my ass, but if it's true that people aren't paying attention to Biden the same way, why is that? I think to be like a good politician in terms of literally just being visible to people, Trump was kind of a unique thing in that he was like it's almost like the depths of Twitter hell spewed out this like shit poster in chief that just like knows how to get engagement with his content. Like he was a really good content creator. He was just every day he would wake up and he would say or do some shit that everybody had to pay attention to because it was so outrageous. And Biden, by being like a sane, like non-lizard person, is just not going to be doing that. He's not going to be just banning racial groups of people or religions from our country. He's not going to be just like calling individual countries shitholes or like telling people to go back where they came from. Like he's not going to be doing like crazy fucking shit, and that's probably what it takes to awaken the dopamine centers and a lot of like burned out people's brains. So I don't think that he should do that. I really don't. I'm really happy that he's not being a psycho. But the question is like, given that he's not going to be a psycho, like, are there other things that he needs to be doing to try to get people? I don't know. I mean, maybe we can take a moment and try to figure out even like what is the problem? Like, what's going on with our country? Why is it that people need that kind of engagement at all to feel like anything is happening?
I think it's pretty clear that he is not a massive shit stirrer, which always works. Like drama always works, right? I think that's something we agree on. That being said, like I kind of wanna that what you said, like what should Biden do in for the midterms to get more attention. Also, like maybe in that whole sentence, like maybe the visibility of Kamala Harris also plays a role there. But I don't know what you guys think about that. And so my two questions is like basically like the strategy for Biden for the midterms, and maybe the visibility of like the vice president as well, if that's a concern. So if anyone wants to take up any of those questions.
Sure, I'll start off. I think it's really rough because it's coinciding with the inflation that was going to happen anyways. That shit was going to drop. Was going to drop when it was going to drop. Same with the stock market, like bubble imploding. All that stuff was going to happen at some point. And it's coinciding with like now. My prediction is it's gonna keep going like this for quite a bit, and in an ideal situation, those trends revert before the midterms, and then Biden can take like can claim it's like stuff he did, even though like we all know that shit like has nothing to do with Biden. But that's how like public perception works, right? People will like say, oh, the economy's bad, it's this guy's fault, or the economy's good, it's this guy's fault. But that's like really, I think that's really, really bad for him and for the Democrats in general. The fact that this is happening right now, leading up to the midterms, I don't see what they can do apart from like some kind of amazing propaganda campaign to like take people's attention away from that, because it's like literally affecting their bottom line, their consumption, their gas prices, all the shit that people actually care about in their day-to-day lives. And once that's being affected, people will start really caring. So I don't know.
All right, Biden, it's time to start a new war. I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
Yeah, Ukraine. Let's go.
Hold on, that's Russia. First of all, okay.
No. We haven't you heard Hassan? We're gonna take over Ukraine. That's what's happening.
Okay. Did he really say that?
Yeah.
Look, wait,
what I am referring to is the rally the troops effect, which is basically, hey, when presidents start wars, their popularity in the polls start to go up for some strange reason. It's like kind of getting at the nationalistic parts of maybe the citizens, and Putin basically did this really well. I learned when he annexed Crimea. He had like his polls were like when they went from like 48 to like 85 or something, or like low 60s to like high 80s or something. It was crazy. But no, Biden, please, if you're listening to this, don't start a war. Okay. People, we're very tired. Okay, be a good president and continue to be a shit politician.
Earlier on, I was listening to another panel show, and the first three takes that I heard was, the first one was like, we should invade Ukraine as the US. Then somebody said like, no, that's silly. And then somebody else responded, if the US was communist, then it would be good because we are spreading communism. So and I was like, and then I was like, I have enough of this panel. I'm just gonna click away. This is too much for me. So on topic,
Yeah. Okay.
I think. Oh yeah, go ahead. Then I will bring this up later. Go ahead.
Okay, because we have a lot of questions still out there. To what Socrates was talking about before of like what's like the root problem going on here, and I think a lot of this is always coming back to America is super partisan, and as long as that is true, we're going to have a deadlocked Congress. And as long as our Congress is not able to get things done, it's going to go to the extremities to the judiciary to set precedents for new things and for the executive to make executive orders and do stuff. And that's how stuff's going to get done until we're less deadlocked. And if someone has like a way to solve partisanship outside of that, I don't know. I'd love to hear it. But like, so like that's going to be like the core problem that everyone is going to have to deal with. And like Trump can't deal with it. Biden can't deal with it. No one's gonna be able to deal with that until America has like a majority that wants a clear vision of the future of what America should be. And then within that, like there's always this meme of like Democrats don't want to win or like Democrats don't know how to win. And to some degree there's like some validity to it of like Democrats don't know how to celebrate their victories or sell their victories. And like I think a great example of this is the infrastructure bill. And so we had like a super cool goal of not only do we want to revamp America's infrastructure, which really needs it and has needed it for a long time and no one's fucking got it done for like a decade. Not only do we want to do that, but we want to like start tackling a lot of the like social structures and elements that are going to make a successful economy in the future at the same time, because that is related to your economic infrastructure, absolutely, for a first world economy now. It's like we had like an amazing goal there to just jump hurdles into the future of what we consider infrastructure, and we didn't quite get it. It's probably not going to happen now. We've moved on past it, so we didn't get that, but we did do the infrastructure bill. We smashed the normal infrastructure that hasn't happened for a decade, and all those projects are going to start ramping up. And infrastructure in America finally is going to start catching up to the rest of the world in some regards and not be lagging, like crumbling or falling apart in other regards. And that's like a huge win, but no one wants to like sell that to their constituency as a win because we didn't get everything. And that's like a problem that really does need to be tackled, of like taking your victories that you have and like celebrating what you did get, because we did get pretty cool things already.
Okay. Yeah, because that was somewhat related to the question that I was going to ask. Like, do you guys think that what Name said, or like Elysium brought it somewhat more like nuanced, but Name was more on about like, let's have like a huge propaganda campaign or something along those lines. Like, at what point are you also like selling fake news or whatsoever, like saying like, oh, Biden is so great because look at these stats that I can bring up, like he made like an unprecedented GDP growth, and then these stats are a bit like, yeah, this is not really how it works, how you do stats, but fair enough, you know. It's like how do you sell your president without being like overly like too much and that kind of stuff. So yeah, if anybody wants to take that one.
I think what Elysium said is good, like, because there is a danger, like what Trump was doing was veering sometimes on cult of personality, and I think that has just a negative effect on society. Yeah, more than sometimes. That has like a very negative effect on society and on discourse as a whole. But like taking like what Elysium said, I agree. Like taking something concrete, the infrastructure bill, there was some political praxis that happened, and being like, look guys, we did it. It wasn't perfect, but we accomplished something, and this thing is going to be pretty damn good. That's definitely something that should be happening. I agree with Elysium on that.
I mean, so just an example. So I'm looking through these accomplishments, and this is fucking insane. I don't know why I'm not hearing about this from everyone everywhere. Biden stimulus increases cut Obamacare plan premiums by 40%. So people who are paying, so in like 36 states, people who are paying $100 a month for healthcare are now paying $60 a month. I don't know how that's not like just. I don't know how anybody's talking about anything else. This is insane. This is like because this was the gripe with
welcome to the panel.
Obamacare, is that it's like, well, I have to get on this fucking insurance, and it's gonna cost me money. It's gonna cost a lot. It's like, well, we just slashed those costs by 40%, and they capped. So the other gripe was that if you're kind of like middle class, then it's kind of not like the greatest, because so if it's like pretty cheap if you're if you can't afford it, it's like I think free basically, but it's like if you can afford it, it's like kind of expensive. So they just extended subsidies to people making more than 400% of the federal poverty level, 100K for a family of 4. So their costs are now capped at 8.5% of income. So I don't know. Like this is kind of incredible. It seems like there's a lot of things here that really should be impacting like lots and lots of people on a basic level, and it's possible that some people like me who are like, well, he needs to get his optics down, and there's something that he's got to do with messaging or something that he's got to do. It's possible there's a lot of people who do just need to just stop griping about the things that also do need to happen, but start like really, really pressing hard. And like anybody who ever says shit about Biden, just like, okay, well, did you know that he did this? You're like, why don't you like him? You actually don't have a good reason to not like him, because there's lots of things that it's like, okay, so things that Biden could do that might gain more popular support. So one would be like, so he's like sending out the COVID stimmy checks. If he made if he somehow were able to pass, which like wouldn't be able to happen, but he could at least get on a bully pulpit, whatever, and say like, hey, Congress needs to pass and the Senate needs to approve like permanent UBI. If he went on like a bunch of news channels and said that, that would maybe push some kind of popular support. It probably won't pass, and it doesn't seem like he likes to do that. It doesn't seem like Biden likes to just kind of like say shit that's going to be populist support that is like really just not going to happen. I mean, it might happen. It's pretty unlikely. So there's some things like that he probably could do, but they're not really his style, and I don't even know that he should do them if he doesn't think they're going to pass. What do you guys think?
Yeah, if I can just respond really quick, I would argue that advertising bills that aren't gonna pass is gonna bite the politician. Like if someone in Biden's position is gonna bite them in the ass, because then people are gonna be like, you promised this to us, and now you can't even get it. Kind of like what's happening with the student debt right now. Like people aren't gonna understand that there's a balance of power in Congress, etc. They're gonna be like, you promised us this.
Yeah, even though he did cancel like a bunch of student debt, so like 1 billion, and then another 1.3 billion, and then another 500 million, and then erase student debt for I guess all students with disabilities, 5.8 billion, and then another billion. So he actually
So I do like this one. Because there has been a substantial amount of student debt that's been forgiven, but it's like hasn't been all of it. But this goes into like that whole debate about it. Like canceling all student debt is probably like one of the worst redistributive policies like imaginable. So like to some degree, I don't even think that would be like a good thing to do. But like I understand the optics of it.
Yeah, that's basically why he doesn't get it passed, because a lot of Democrats don't see any use in it, like you would, right, Elysium, right?
Yeah, it'd be weird.
And just to justify for anybody who's watching isn't sure what we're talking about, like the reason that it would be bad redistributively to cancel like all student debt is that like generally people who go to college, they end up making more money. So somebody who actually goes to college and they start making more money, to cancel their debt, they're already going to be in kind of the upper like tiers of like earners. So canceling their debt is like not really a priority. Is that is that kind of fair?
I could only see it as maybe a political necessity if politics start moving towards free higher education, or like something similar to like European systems. Then it would be maybe necessary just to assuage the idea of like, well, I paid for my college, now you don't have to pay. Like, what the fuck's going on? I should have studied 5 years later. Like that
should have deferred.
Yeah. So maybe in that situation it would be like politically important to have that discussion, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
There could be some. We were talking about like over promising, or just like promising stuff and then not knowing if you can do it or not. During the infrastructure time, the House was withholding passing the strict infrastructure deal until the Senate could pass the human infrastructure side too. And Biden, in one of those sit downs, guaranteed to the Justice Democrats, or maybe it was the Squad. I don't know, what are they all called? I think they're all the Justice Dems, right?
I think call them the Squad. I don't know.
They're slightly different.
The bigger progressive bloc. He guaranteed to them that he was gonna, get that he was going to make sure it passed in the Senate too. So if that to help them feel better about losing that game theory of dropping the infrastructure threat of it not passing in the House too. Now there's other stuff that would probably go down. It probably still would have passed in the House anyway, but he did give them that promise. And then to Biden's credit, I mean, he worked really hard. I don't know how often. Okay, hang on. I don't know how often the president has sat down with members of Congress, but I do know that it was like a very disproportionate level of how often Biden was sitting down with Pelosi and other leaders for the House and the Senate. I forgot the Senate leader's name, Chuck Schumer.
He didn't even call Mitt Romney.
Yeah, it seems like he's not really making a lot of reaching out to the other side, and given that.
No, he has. It just okay. Never mind. I think he definitely has.
Maybe it's the Mitt Romney thing, but I think like a lot of his energy has been focused on Manchin. He and Manchin have been negotiating together for like the past couple of months for Build Back Better, and it still hasn't really been there yet because I mean like it just so happens that like in the current situation that like it really is Manchin and Sinema that are kind of like swaying what gets passed and what doesn't get passed. And usually when you get Manchin over, you're probably going to get some Republicans over as well. So like I think it's understandable for him to like not really focus as much on say like Republicans or whatnot.
Okay, I think it's looping back for one second. I think it's fair to criticize Biden for making promises that he doesn't come through with. For like the infrastructure one in specific, he did make a hard promise to the House Dems to get the infrastructure bill passed in the House, and it didn't happen yet in the Senate for the more expansive infrastructure they wanted. But like as part of that, I think Biden has done a good of job as you can being the facilitator of that discussion between the Democrats in the House and the Senate to figure out and specifically Manchin and I forget her name, Sarah or whatever, Senna, whatever, Cinema. I think a huge problem within that though is that the Democrats building these bills have not actually addressed any of the problems that Manchin brings forward. Every time they would go into these talks, they would like move other stuff around, but nothing related to Manchin's main criticism of funding. And like he just repeatedly would repeat, like, this is not funding itself. You keep just reducing the years that it is funded through, and then that reduces the overall number. But in whatever 3, 4, 5 years, when that funding goes out, it'll have to be renewed by Congress for more. And this isn't actually funded. And no one on the Dem side actually wanted to address that problem. They just wanted to get those same things done. And so I don't know how much that is Biden's fault. Obviously, if Biden's facilitating that conversation, there has to be some discussion there if you want it to move forward. But like, it didn't look like anyone wanted to compromise with them, and they didn't want to compromise, and nothing has made progress for like months now.
I mean, I could confidently say that it is Biden's fault. It is his signature legislation, and he is the one making the negotiations. Him and his team, the White House team, making negotiations with.
Sure. Yeah. Maybe he needs
Manchin.
to be putting more pressure on the House. To
Well, I wouldn't say that he needs to put more pressure, but more so he needs to compromise with himself and like tell himself that he can't get everything that he wants, and that like it would just be a lot better to work with Manchin and cut some things out, but really fund some things as well. So like instead of
well,
kind of like what
Biden
you were
doesn't
saying
get to
before,
write he doesn't get to write the bills.
this is true. But I'm pretty sure he's the one that is like whatchamacallit, I guess like influencing what gets on the bills. It's his. Yeah, Build Back Better is his. Yeah, sure, he doesn't write the words, and sure, he's not the one that is voting on it. He's the one that signs it afterwards, but it is his bill. It's his plan.
I don't know. Yeah, that would be really interesting. It would take like you would need someone intimate with what's going on to be able to give a breakdown of how of where the influences are and what's holding things up.
I would say like it's the president has considerable amount of influence. Oftentimes, what the president does is that him and his team, they write the bill, send it over to like Pelosi or Schumer or whatnot, and then they're the ones that are advocating for it in Congress.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, if that's the case, then it definitely. I mean, either way, we can blame him because it's that end of the responsibility chain. But like, also, yeah, if that's the case too, then yeah, if he wants to get things done, he has to decide what parts of it are okay to compromise on. And so far, that's not been successful. Absolutely.
So one thing that yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. If I just want, but in because of what we're discussing, like with the. With Manchin and Biden, there was this article I see that like pissed off like lefty friends of mine as far as optics are concerned, where Biden's being basically telling Manchin in private to in private he's encouraged Manchin to stick by his convictions. Now, personally, from like a nuanced perspective, to me that sounds more like trying to placate him. And trying to achieve a compromise where Manchin will actually vote on something with the rest of the party. But as far as optics go, having that kind of stuff come out makes him look to certain people just like weak. He's the president. He's supposed to like lead and pressure and cajole all those politicians.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's kind of joining what you guys were saying in a certain perspective.
No, absolutely. Okay, maybe it's what you are saying, but I really don't like it when people think that the president can literally move heaven or earth to get stuff done.
I 100% agree. Yeah,
and it's and I get like from an optics perspective how some people will view that as weak, but also view it as slimy. Like people saying, oh, the Democrats, they want to destroy their own legislation because they've been bought out by the corporations, and they say all these things, but when they're actually in office, they all vote no. Oh, look at this voting record. Oh, it's just there's like there's the revolving door, but then there's also what Vosh was saying a couple of weeks ago. It was like the enemy. What enemy? Fuck. It was it was one person who would stray from the rest of the group in order to make sure that legislation doesn't get passed. So like it would be Manchin and Cinema for Build Back Better. I forget what the name of that idea was called, but it's a really crazy conspiracy. I think
someone's
Biden,
always going to defect to make sure that nothing happens.
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying? Okay.
I forget what that's called.
But you mean as a conspiracy, like that's planned? To have someone bite the bullet on it and block legislation? Okay.
Yep. It's all planned. It's all planned. So they could trick all the progressives and all all the brainwashed liberals to vote for the Democrats, but the Democrats, they're just the same as Republicans. Wolves in
they're all the
sheepskin.
same. Yeah, they're all the same.
They're all the same. They're all the same.
Soy. No, but anyways,
we'll look this up.
Yeah, but I wanted to ask like Elysium because I thought that Mansion has like mostly like budget concerns, right? That's where you're coming from, right? The 4 years.
I'm not sure what that means. No.
Like, as in, like, you gotta make a budget to accommodate this for a longer time period than 4 years. Yeah.
Yes.
And the thing is, what I understand from American politics is, well, we in Europe, we make a budget and then we spend it. In the US, it's generally the federal government that is. Generally tends to go the other way around. So you first spend it, and then everybody comes to the conclusion that it's actually good, and then you keep it around. So it's like from Mansion's point of view, I understand where he's coming from, but from like a historical perspective of like how the US tend to do like spending from like a federal point of view, like I'm not quite sure if I would agree with Mansion, but how do you feel about that?
I don't know where that characterization comes from of like we spend stuff first. I know like we'll make long-term plans and only fund parts of it, and then as they come up we'll have to fund them more. And they're not in the budgets yet. It's like that's I mean that can be a problem depending on you, and that's like what Mansion doesn't like. So I
But yeah, isn't that pretty normal to proceed that way?
Yeah. It would be. Absolutely.
Not in every government.
But
more in US, but
yeah, he's following your historical context. Yeah. So things typically aren't like fully budgeted out for sure, for their entire lifespan, and even like the normal like budget doesn't get approved more than like a year or 6 months out typically at a time and stuff. So like the budget is a lot in flux. This is gonna feed into our partisan memes again. A lot of this is a little bit intentional. I feel like moving the budget down to like almost being every 3 to 6 months that things get approved for, because since things are so deadlocked, the like budget is the only time where things have to happen. So when you get all these different people with different leverages over different things, it all comes down to the budget when everyone has to be in agreement, or like you have catastrophic consequences. And since no one wants that in the end, that it seems to be right now, budget is like the only time that Congress is able to do anything effectively for quite a while now.
Yeah, so what I said like earlier on, like the not fully budgeting stuff out, right?
Sure, yeah. You could definitely criticize Mansion of saying, hey, like, yeah, we haven't really been doing this for a while. You kind of like, this is a weird criticism to have, since this isn't like a big priority for how we do stuff. Maybe you can relax on it. Maybe we can compromise on it. And I think there would be some wiggle room there. Okay, that's like very, very hard for me to say without having any real information there. But like, I would assume there is some wiggle room there. And I don't know what has been going on in these talks, but so far from the bills that have been presented after these talks have happened, there doesn't seem like any of that wiggle room has been incorporated.
Yeah, so the next question is like, is that also not the reason why they don't necessarily address like Mansion's concerns? Because they think it's like a little bit like whatever, dude. Because if they're going to point more and more to it, it also makes like a good way for Republicans to criticize the Democrats, like, oh, they're not good with money, they're not thinking about this. You know?
I mean, sure, you could say like, yeah, we don't view this as being very meaningful, but if that doesn't give you Manchin's vote because he does think it's meaningful, then it doesn't really help you in the long run. A lot of that would depend on like how these actual conversations go, because presumably when you're actually having the sit down with Manchin in the room, these things have to come up. So I don't know what those have been like. But however it's gone, it has not yet been successful. But yeah, you could definitely kind of say like, these don't seem to be the most substantive things. The deficit is probably like one of the lower tier concerns on a whole of like the country.
Yeah, I was just asking that because I think maybe it's not being outed that much outdoor, like Mention has been saying that, but maybe Democrats haven't really addressed that because of the fact that it's not a political win. It's not going to be. It's arming your opponent, the Republicans, in this sense, right? If they're going to address that more in the public.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So maybe one other thing that we can talk about, because I'm quite interested in what you guys' takes are on that, is like basically the if we finish this, or do you guys have like more takes on Mention or that kind of shit?
No, we can move on.
I guess I guess like what are we talking about Manchin or just like talking about Manchin and Biden?
Yeah,
and Biden
together, right?
Okay, then together. No, I don't think I have any more things to say.
Okay, so because I think one of the biggest W's for Biden is the international politics, the relationships has been
true,
been like being restored. So I wanna, from my perspective at least, like from a Dutch citizen. So we couldn't like really deal with like we have this one famous clip of like the Dutch Prime Minister laughing at Trump while Trump is sitting next to him. So that was a funny clip. Yeah. So and yeah, we generally it's not necessarily that we respect Biden more or something. It's more like we can actually work with him, right? So because the Dutch people don't respect anybody, we're kind of dickheads, you know. So but yet that being said, like, what's your take about this? Like, how do people in France how do people perceive from an international like perspective? Biden.
It actually depends because
yeah.
In France there's always been this like I don't want to say anti-American sentiment as much as the word I want to describe is like here they call it chauvinism of like it's basically France's brand of nationalism. The idea that for example people think back very fondly of who was it? I think it was Mitterrand who refused to join NATO. And then Chirac, who refused to go to war in Iraq, like the moments where France opposes American hegemony are applauded, and the fact that speaking to people who are like more into like nationalism, it was interesting to hear from them that they actually liked Trump because he was isolationist, because they wouldn't expect him to meddle or to try to influence or just maintain diplomatic relations with France. So those people will be annoyed at Biden because that's a return to more of the status quo of the U.S. projecting its power across the world. I think people who are more in like the liberal perspective, pro EU, pro opening up to the world, having ties and everything like that, like those people obviously are going to be pro Biden. They're going to see him as for the same reasons that the like nationalist people are going to hate him.
Okay. Then, Chow, from your education stand-up view, right? You must be quite relieved that we have Biden right now, or like.
Okay, it's a bit complicated now. So I'm very relieved with what Biden has been doing. He's been like getting back the trust of the allies and just like typically putting a lot more faith into the liberal world order. Still being hard against China, still being hard against Russia, and it's been good. Like we've gone back to the Paris Climate Accords. He's been trying to renegotiate the Iran nuclear deal with Iran and the rest of the other parties. But when it comes to international politics, and this is where like he's a good president, but international politics and the state of it is not really like all up to him, because I would say like a lot of our allies are still a bit questioning like American leadership. And it's not just because of him and what he's doing, but more so because like they look at our country, they look at how divided they are, and they're suspecting, hey, when is the next time that we're going to get another Trump? When is the next time that you have to leave office and then all of a sudden the Republicans put in somebody else who's a populist, who's anti-global and whatnot, and then it goes back and forth, back and forth. If countries don't really like see American leadership as like something that's being stable and something that is only temporary and fleeting, then why would they kind of like bother putting the eggs in our basket? They wouldn't. They would rather invest in something else that is more stable. Maybe it's more so for themselves as well. And like considering that Russia is rising, China is rising, we have like what's going on in Ukraine right now is kind of like a challenge to that liberal world order. So overall in international politics, and again, like I add this, that like Biden is not in control of this. He's not the one pushing and pulling the levers on how good international politics is, in my opinion. It's a bit tough. It feels like international politics is at an inflection point in which before 2016, we were really going towards like high levels of like liberalism, but then it feels like we were maybe a bit naive, and now we're kind of like walking back. I feel like we're backsliding. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. So would you blame like Joe Biden on that a little bit, or like how would you like?
Well, I think I just told you, but overall, I wouldn't blame Joe Biden. I don't think he's really in control of like determining who is the president after his 2 terms, or determining like how other world leaders think about him and whatnot. I think he's done a lot just like by himself, or like what he could do as the United States president. But like the United States is one country out of 193, and he is just one world leader out of the many. And so yeah, it's probably not good to blame all of my grievances on international politics on Joe Biden. I think that'd be pretty stupid.
If I can add, because just bouncing off of what you said, it's true that relative France, I only spoke of the perspective like French citizens, but from the perspective of French leadership, I think the contrast between Trump and Biden is a large part of why Macron is so adamant about pushing for an EU army and an EU independent diplomatic force in general in the world. Basically not needing to work through NATO or work through the US in order to project power across the world. It's 100% like a lot of what you said, Chao, the uncertainty of whether the US is going to turn isolationist or not the next election.
Yeah, I agree. Lysium, you got something on this?
I think nothing can instill more confidence in the United States foreign policy than watching the EU try to have a unified front on Ukraine and failing. So like I do agree with what you guys are saying, but it still seems that as insecure as it is, American leadership is here for quite some time.
Yeah. Okay.
Did Socrates say something?
Yeah. So this is where things kind of get out of the realm of, I guess, what's kind of like easiest to approach from like a normal political standpoint. So like if we think about like everything that Biden's done seems really good. It's like, okay, if we had like lots more terms of this, where we're improving like well-being for people. There's even some things that seem like kind of potentially even like slightly challenging, like built up power structures. So like I'm sure this wasn't just him, but he pushed for and succeeded in getting the G20 summit a 15% minimum tax rate in like 20 different countries. So I think like our main trading partners, which basically means that corporations will have a harder time finding tax havens, and so like moving, kind of restructuring their taxes to like put them as being like not happening in America or whatever, will happen less. I don't know how much less. I don't know if there was any minimum tax rate. I don't know how much that will help. But there's this kind of basic issue of like, okay, he's cut unemployment, more people have jobs. He's like cut the poverty rate. There's a lot of good things that he's doing. There's some like basic issues that are certainly not Biden's fault, but are kind of issues of our time. So when it comes to like GDP growth, or like we look at like how is the economy doing, like the stock market is doing really well. And I think during COVID, even the stock market and like the shoot, I forget the other metric is, but basically like there's metrics of like normal people and how well they're doing, and like Wall Street, and those like inverted at some point. They just like there's a spike in one, crash in the other, where suddenly Wall Street's doing really well while normal people are getting screwed. And it I don't know exactly like the full range of what to attribute this to, but it seems like the kind of speculative economy is maybe outpacing like the productive economy, is maybe one way of talking about it. And so that's why, you know, a lot of things are just getting more expensive for like normal people. Some of that's like supply chain shortages from COVID, but like just bare wages for workers have to improve relative to costs for anybody to actually feel like anything is better, even though some things are improving. And I feel like that's a fundamentally very difficult thing for a politician to address, because if you're trying to address that, you're trying to fight against like the most powerful, like politically active, most like rich groups of people and corporations in the country and in the world. I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about that. If that made any sense, I can try to clarify a little bit more what I'm talking about.
For me personally, I think you brought up like the what was it, 20% of like corporate tax that Biden introduced, like or that Biden
15% minimum global tax rate at the G20 summit.
Yeah, so I think that's like a historical thing, because like the US was always against that. So now the US being pro that, I think that's a historical thing, because we agreed on taxation of something like, and that's like that hasn't happened, like historical, and I think that's one step in the right direction, even though you can do stuff around it to this is like I can give you like 50% like in corporate taxation, but then I can also subsidize your company, right? So as like a government. So that's how these things work. So you can still like make those things, but then the next step is like saying like how are we going to make that 15% effective, right? And then you have like more integration on like taxation, like also like grabbing those big corporations, what you said, like by the balls, right? And those are all steps in a good direction. So I personally I see that as like one of the biggest things, like for international trade. What Biden did, that he changed the U.S. opinion on that. But yeah, I don't know how you feel about that. But
Yeah, I mean, so if you look at like, so we can start with like rhetoric and then maybe look at like direct like policy things. But when it came to like Bernie or Elizabeth Warren, maybe their rhetoric was a lot more in terms of like challenging big banks, getting money out of politics. Some of those things that go a little bit more kind of directly to like challenging entrenched power structures. I don't know practically what all of those things would look like. Bernie was talking about like taxing Wall Street speculation, something like that, maybe. Those are the kind of things that Biden seems to be less kind of inclined to go for. So there's kind of like two approaches to how to improve things in like a neoliberal like society, which is that you try and improve things for normal people without challenging the power structures. Because if you're not challenging Wall Street, but you can get people like, you know, a higher minimum wage or something somehow, then it's a much easier fight to win, and you can get a lot more done. On the other hand, I don't know. It almost feels like you know, like agents in the Matrix. It's like you can do all these different missions, but when you get to the point when there's just like lots more agents in the way, then you need somebody like Neo who can actually like fight them, and that's so like Bernie's Neo, and Biden is like I don't know, whatever, like the leaders of Zion who wanted to like, you know, keep Zion safe and like keep the people protected, but not challenge like the machine city or whatever. I hope everybody's seen The Matrix by now. Came out 20 years ago.
Oh, you spoiled it. You motherfucker. Just kidding.
So is it? Okay. I think one of the hard problems there, or okay, we're gonna pull. Democrats like to shit on Republicans for being really dumb, and like some, especially under Trump, of like, you know, like falling for just like really stupid policies that Trump would just talk about. A lot of like the isolationist stuff, a lot of like telling workers that they're like getting a shit deal and then giving them an even worse deal and stuff like that. A lot of the problem with like challenging power structures is that like the progressive Democrats have like really shit ideas about how to do that. And they're like really embedded in a lot of this populist stuff too. It's like the idea of like a huge priority for progressive politics should be a $15 federal minimum wage, when that seems like a completely disastrous policy. Like if anyone ever did that, they would like have huge small business repercussions across the entire country. It'd be a complete shit show. Instead of saying, hey, if you want a higher minimum wage, go to your like more local district and fucking do it in your city or in your state even, before you try to do something on a federal level. That's insane. Even on a state level is insane. And until you can like address like how do people get insane policies in their head as the solution to like our power structure problems, it's gonna be really hard, because even the Democrat side has a lot of that embedded into it.
Okay, so then, power structures. Working within the power structure, and I'm thinking about like what you said, Elysium, on the $15 minimum wage. I don't think it's a bad policy, actually. I think a lot of Democrats actually support it, and from what I know, Biden has made it so that like all federal employees get a $15 minimum wage. Is this correct?
I don't know.
I think Biden is actually in support of $15 minimum wage, and I think a lot more Democrats, at least like now in comparison to before, like say like Hillary Clinton around in 2016, are like a lot more left, they're a lot more progressive. But I think like the issue here isn't, it has to do with the power structure, but it also has to do with priority. So like Biden comes in, he has to deal with COVID, he has to deal with the unemployment rate, like he has to deal with all these like huge issues that like probably take a lot more value than like passing something like a $15 minimum wage. There's also like another thing, I guess, like related to the power structure, is that there's not a lot of I would say Democrats that are like really, really progressive to that point. And so then like when it comes to the viability of passing something like that, like, yeah, you have to take that into account. But that has like, I think, less to do with the power structure and more so to do with like what has the power structure given us. Because like at the end of the day,
yeah, she's a woman.
Who our politicians are is who we vote for, and who we vote for is based on what we believe in. So like if all these progressive candidates aren't getting elected and we have like more centrist candidates who are getting elected, then yeah, it just seems to be that like democratically, that's where people are in the United States. And so then I guess like this is all meant to change, right? With the current power structure, we could get what we want depending on who are the voters, who do we elect, and what is the priority. And for Biden, the priority right now is Build Back Better, and that's I don't think that's going to change until he actually passes that.
Okay. Elysium, do you wanna care to respond or not really?
So okay, sorry. Yeah. Federal contractors, it looks like they're gonna have a $15 minimum wage starting by
makes sense.
January 2022. Yeah. I don't think that translates into a federal or like a national minimum wage being like a good thing.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But I think what it does show is that he is in support of something like that.
Sure.
But he's not going to spend political capital on getting that in legislation. Because what he's focused on
I think
getting
obviously
in legislation
Biden is
is Build
in
Back
favor
Better.
of wait. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying challenging power structures is going to be a huge expense of political capital, and most politicians are probably going to have less costly political goals for the most part until politics in general shifts a lot more. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think we should even be like thinking about challenging power structures. I think like maybe if you want to say like, okay, well, how can we reform the structure is one thing. That's one way to challenge the power structure. But we also have to recognize that like we have to work within the structure that we've been given ourselves. We could criticize it for sure, and but like in order to get stuff done, we have to work with it, right? So that also includes businesses and corporations and Wall Street.
Sure. So I think just to clarify, just to make sure that we're on the same page. So when I talk about like entrenched power structures, I'm not talking about like the Senate and the Congress and the president. I'm not talking about like the basic kind of political foundations of our country. I'm talking about like massive political lobbying from the Koch brothers or something, right? That's the kind of power structures that I'm talking about challenging. I don't know
I think most Democrats actually know. Can I say this? Correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't most Democrats not like the Koch brothers? Like I know Koch brothers do donate to like a bunch of people, but like I'm pretty sure the Koch brothers mainly support the Republicans.
Oh yes, so most Democrats probably don't like them, but challenging massive like oil and gas companies in terms of like there's a difference between not liking them and like actually trying to limit their profits, right? Those are very different levels of kind of like challenging, right? I mean, just personally not liking something versus actually kind of like affecting.
Okay. All right. This is what I don't like about the phrase challenging power structures is because nobody challenges power structures for the sake of challenging them. There's a reason behind it, right? There's an intention behind it. Okay, so I think that's a lot more important than like just saying, "Oh, you just got to challenge the power structure." Well, like why? What's wrong with it? And I think like a lot of people miss that. And I think it's a lot more important to be focusing on what are the reasons as to why we do things the way that we do. And when you ask that question and when you answer it, then you start to realize, well, this is why politicians behave this way. This is why people behave this way. This is why people vote in this way, sort of a thing. It's probably has to do with information, with what they believe in, and like maybe who their donors are and whatnot. So like for Biden, for him to like challenge the power structure, why does he have to do that? Or why isn't he doing that?
Yeah. So I can lay that out, and I apologize that I was a little sloppy with my introduction to that. So it could be important to challenge. So one thing that's generally like seems like not good is like a huge influence of money in politics, right? So if like who we get for president is more dependent on who gets like donation support from Wall Street and oil and gas and like insurance companies or whatever, than like what their policies are or whether their policies are popular to the American public, that's like a really bad thing, right?
Is it a bad thing?
Probably.
But
Well, you can say
Oh,
it's
no, he's thinking.
anti-democratic.
Stop.
at least.
He's thinking.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm to steel man your challenge, it would be something like, well, these corporations are major producers and like generators of GDP, so they should have the kind of like productive capital of our country should have a say in our elections, in addition to just what like some regular uninformed Joe Schmo works. And I mean, my name is Socrates. I'm very strong critiques for democracy. Absolutely. I think there can be some damaging aspects to that. So taking that rabbit hole one further. So you say, is that bad? Well, looking at like oil and gas specifically, for instance, right? So if oil and gas gets their way, we're going to keep drilling for more gas and burning it, and the country or the planet will become uninhabitable. So that's like a fundamental problem that we'll run up against, and it doesn't seem like within those corporations there's kind of a self-regulatory element where they're like, okay, we want like short-term profits, but like really we're interested in like, well, in 150 years, much of the planet will be uninhabitable, the country, whatever, there'll be like tornadoes and floods and everything, and that's going to be bad for profit, so we've got to look to that long term. I could be wrong, and there could be things that I'm missing, and if anybody has this kind of information that they want to send it to me. It seems like they did those studies, they found the result that this was causing bad things, and then they buried them, and they like fired anybody who talked about it or anything. So it doesn't seem like they're self-limiting, which means that we have to challenge, let's say, just that particular industry in their goals.
It sounds to me that capitalism, if left unregulated, is could cause some unintended consequences that is really not like being considered by the people who are making capitalism function. So this is why the government comes in and regulates the economy for us. So then, like what Biden has done, like specifically against like oil and gas, is there's no more new drilling on federal lands. We've gotten
Keystone
back.
XL got canceled.
The pipelines got dropped. We've put in like we're back on track on the mandate, like by 2030 to be like carbon neutral or whatnot. The infrastructure Build Back Better like goes into climate change as well. Getting like a lot of new sectors in renewable energy and whatnot to like be up there, getting that funding. So this is kind of this is weird. Okay, how about this? I want to elaborate more about like why I find the word power structure to be so I guess like so infuriating in me. Maybe is that like it almost feels like it's a conspiracy. It almost feels like
it's a little bit of conspiracy. Yeah. Sure.
But it is that like everybody's on the top and everybody else is getting fucked. And they're not challenging the power structure. That means they're with the power. And like that means you're weak and whatnot. Like it creates this kind of narrative. But like it's I guess like politicians have kind of like always done this in the first place. But it's kind of like you just have to. It would be a lot better to just not be like point to the power structure and be like, haha, there's a power structure and that explains everything. Well, it really doesn't explain everything. Is the thing. It's not very helpful. So then I guess like going back to the pointing to the power structure, well, Biden is challenging their power structure in a lot of ways. So then why is he doing that? I think like answering that would then I don't know. I guess like go against this kind of like a conspiracy theory mind of like how they view politics.
Oh, I mean, just to answer that, I think Biden is challenging those power structures to the degree that he is, because I genuinely think that he personally is like a pretty good guy, and he's a very good politician. That's my honest opinion of him. I think he's like personally a very good person. I think he's a very good politician.
Yeah.
And just to line up, so like if you kind of like synthesize that all together, I think systems, let's say like large accumulated capital structures. So like oil and gas is like a structure that's accumulated a lot of capital and it wants to grow that capital. So if you can limit the harm without challenging that growth of capital, then they probably won't challenge you, right? And more easily. So that's like a win, right? So like if you could prevent global climate change without having to
Sorry,
make any policies
had a little technical
that
difficulties.
negatively affect the profits.
Climate change is by definition. Climate change is a
major
real
oil and
thing.
gas companies, right? Then that would be easier to do than if you did. If you did mess with them, because they would like give money to your opponents to try to make them win, so that you don't do that, right? So I assume that we're on the same page with that, right? Like,
not really. For me personally, like I've seen this meme going around. If you just throw money at politicians, they will win. Trump didn't win. He got like what was it, like 50% more funding or something than Biden. Then being said, like if you look at like how Bernie's like policies were, those were like probably like pretty bad for a lot of companies, considering that he is on the fringes of like the Overton window within the US, or even slightly out there. He got like 2 times he got in second place, like, right? So I genuinely think that if you want to talk about that, it's like more about like what Chow already stated, that you need to have like some regulations in the first place, that you cannot like the cigarette companies like burning the how you call that, the research around like cigarettes in the past in the 1980s, or then even like earlier, that kind of stuff. Like obviously that's not allowed. That shouldn't be allowed, right? Those that kind of stuff. But that's more around like having just a functioning system, and that is not necessarily about like corporate lobbying. Like I think that's like, I think when people talk about like funding, and they say like you can just throw money at like a candidate and he will win. I think that's fairly flawed if we look at like the past recent years.
It's a very simplistic analysis, but I don't know that it's wrong. I think it's just there's a lot of other factors, right?
I think it is wrong. I have another gripe with it. I just figured it out. Okay. All right. What's really wrong with people who complain about power structures is that we live in a world in which, in order to get things done, we need to have power. The reason why Biden or any sort of politician does the things that they're able to do is because they have the power to do so. So why does Biden, or why have Democrats started to fuck around with oil and gas despite them having a lot of money? Well, it's because they have the electoral power from their voter base, who are ideologically against those companies because they see climate change as a huge concern.
Oh, yeah.
That's a power structure right there as well. So like it feels I think like this the word, oh, we have to challenge the power structure, like this kind of narrative all comes from like anarchist dipshits. Is that you? Is that you, Socrates? Did I call you out?
No, I'm not an anarchist.
Okay.
Well, right. I'm not an anarchist anyway. I can't speak.
All right, yeah, but like they're always complaining about hierarchy. They're always complaining about power. But like, unfortunately, like despite how liberal I am, like in order to get stuff done in this world, you have to have power. You can't just have morals. You can't just have virtue signaling. You have to grab something, and that power, how we're able to affect that is through democracy. And is it like a bit undemocratic for corporations or whatnot, or like rich people to donate and have super PACs or whatnot? It's like, yeah, it's a bit, but we also live in a pluralistic society in which like everybody's interest is accounted for.
Wait. Okay. I think I gotta push back, or at least like get you to say this outright. Do you so much believe in like a liberal, pluralistic society that you think that someone like Jeff Bezos, who has like a trillion times more money than most people, like deserves to have his like voice or his like political interests matter a trillion times more than a regular person?
No,
because he identifies as like more politically relevant or like more votes.
I wouldn't say it's proportional like that. I wouldn't say the multipliers like that. No.
Okay, but there's some formula for that. There's some like.
Yeah, probably, but I don't think I could give you that formula of how much more his contribution is like, I guess like maybe his say on things is more valuable than like a singular person.
Sure, but I mean, we could probably bound it a little bit, right? Like, it's not like as much as 2 people, right? It's not as much as 10. It's not as much as 100. It's probably like, I don't know, at least like.
To be fair, he created like a extremely profitable business, right? So in that case,
it employs a lot of people.
It employs a lot of people, so he probably knows some stuff that like Joe Schmo doesn't know, right? Like,
that's interesting. Okay. So there's like a level of being informed.
This is how it's balanced in a pluralistic liberal democracy. Okay, is that Jeff Bezos gets 1 vote. He has a shit ton of money. And when it comes to like making legislation and whatnot, we have to consider what are the effects to his business, because his business is going to be affecting a lot of other people as well. So like when it comes to, we also have to regulate that economy and that business too as well, because of the fact that it deals with other people and things like that.
That's an interesting. So like. I think there's something
a balance to
about
things.
So it's like the way that you have like representatives for your state, because your state has particular interests in particular industries, and your representatives actually represent not just individual people but also business interests in your state, because those employ people. What if we had some compromise where like we get money out of politics, so like they're not allowed to lobby anymore, but Jeff Bezos gets like a Senate seat or something, or like a Congress seat, or, because
okay, we're just gonna go to oligarchy territory.
Just fly it directly into the system. Like, don't make it a weird dark money thing. Get that out of it, but just like make it a real actual thing. And it's like if he stops having all that money, he loses the Senate seat. But as long as he's got it, we just make it an actual part of the system instead of this weird like back alley kind of political thing.
That's basically the same.
Yeah, you just want a House of Lords, huh?
Yeah. That's just
okay.
So to be fair, I'm not in favor.
That is a shit compromise.
Yeah.
The only advantage would be like added transparency. I think the reason a lot of people don't necessarily acknowledge the completely fair arguments. Obviously, like, when you're writing legislation, you want to consult on the people that will affect. You want the opinions of specialists, of experts in the fields, etc., etc. And a lot of people often confuse that with like anti-democratic lobbying. But that being said, that doesn't mean that there is no such thing as anti-democratic lobbying. There is such a thing as corporations lobbying for laws that are against people's interests. And in general, there is like a balance to be found. And in general, it does seem like nowadays the balance tends to be a little bit too far in the corporation's favor. Things sometimes change for the better, but it's not, you can't just the same way you can't like call out every single time legislators consult with business experts, etc., as being corruption. You also can't like throw out the whole argument by just saying, well, those are the experts, those are the people who will be affected, we need to hear their opinion. There's more than just that happening. It's depending on the situations.
And that issue with lack of transparency, that's one thing that directly contributes to a kind of conspiratorial, which is one thing I've just now contributed to, but a conspiratorial kind of understanding of how this works. Because you don't see you don't know where that money goes and what races that supports and whatever. It's not transparent. And so it is very easy for people to have a kind of conspiratorial mindset about, oh, this money's going in and controlling all these different elections, etc. So
okay, so
I think transparency actually is an important piece of it.
Money and politics, what you can know are individual donations, but what you can't know, the dark money that you're talking about, are things like super PACs.
Yeah.
Okay, but the thing is about super PACs is that I guess like if you want to bring it up to the Supreme Court, I'll probably be on your side. Is that that's I guess that's their free speech. Because it's all a private
it's
affair.
A tough thing to navigate, right?
Yeah. Exactly, right.
It's a genuinely tough issue.
It's weird. It's weird because like yes, like if I wanted to spend money in some sort of way, nobody could really tell me not to, right? So like if I wanted to spend a shit ton of money on some ads with this message that favors one party over the other, then like I guess like by that argument, you can't really tell me not to spend that, right? So that's where the dark money is really. We don't track super PACs. I guess like they're called 501(c)s or something. Which like I guess I'm not sure what we could do. I guess like we ban all private advertisements, so then like no more interest groups can't like make any sort of advertisements. Companies can't make any sort of advertisements.
I can
but
give
then,
an
like, when it
example.
comes to the interest groups,
Well,
but then like when it comes to the interest groups, like what about the corn farmers?
I want to just give an example of like how the legislation structure around those issues in France. Not saying it's like the ideal solution, especially now with the internet, which is like a whole loophole to this. But all candidates have regulated the speech time on TV. There's like an actual organization that that keeps track of how long they go on for a 30-minute interview. It's taken out of their quota. Like no candidate is allowed to talk for say like 3 hours longer than all other candidates in aggregate on TV.
So Biden will be fucked because he speaks really slowly.
Yeah, and it's similar for like ad space is like really regulated. Everyone gets the same amount of publicity. So the idea is like to like try to equalize the playing field. So it's the ideal is that only the ideas are being presented, and it's not whoever has the most money who bulldozes over. Obviously, there's loopholes. There's ways around it. There's illegal just like plastering posters on walls everywhere in the city and stuff like that. Grassroots organizations, all sorts of things that go through and would be extremely complicated to regulate. But I don't know. Just wanted to throw it out there as an idea.
Okay,
I think,
for me personally, like I just say like the person who has like the most money has probably gotten that by God. God decided that.
Yes.
He got the most money, and therefore he should have like probably have a crown as well. So because he's like very important.
Monarchism.
That's basically how it works, right? That's
okay.
So. No, but I want to wrap up this topic. But before that, I want to hear Elysium, and then Socrates can wrap this topic up.
Sure. Okay. I kind of lost a little bit of the plot of it. But I do think there are some interesting elements for looping it back to Biden and more in relation to COVID and kind of climate change. What I've been thinking about when you guys were first talking about it.
If you want to talk about that, then it can be the next topic. So.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Sure.
Okay, then Socrates, go ahead.
Okay, so I had something that I just thought about in terms of like why it feels wrong for, let's say, like someone like Bezos to have so much more of a say. Because I get the thing about and I honestly am not entirely joking with this idea, like get dark money out of politics but make him a senator or something, like just make it transparent. But the reason that he employs so many people is that he's crushed under his heel lots of small businesses, and now those people have to work for him under terrible conditions. So I think there's some missing steps to say that it's like, well, he employs all these people. If his business gets fucked, then all these people get like, you know, kicked out of that. It's missing a lot of just how he ended up there. And just to be clear, I'm not just saying this just because, like, there's specifically been, I think, lawsuits with respect to him, like, or not him personally, but like Amazon ripping off like specific products that are being like really popular, and then downweighting those and upweighting like his own generics. There's antitrust laws that should be brought to bear. You shouldn't be, like, the basic antitrust thing is you shouldn't be able to run a marketplace and have your own products on that marketplace and like specifically fuck with the algorithm with regard to that. That's like a really basic antitrust thing that should be enforced. So with respect to power structures, you're entirely correct that like people talking to you, Jay Chow, that you're entirely correct that like people voting is a power structure. I think you're right. That needs to be like specifically included in the analysis. People like leave that out kind of implicitly, but I think they do that because people voting in elections seems like the natural power structure that we want to have in a democracy, versus it feels unnatural to have like billionaires and multinational corporations that have very different types of interests from us if we feel like those interests are nefarious. If there are multinational corporations that are just trying to save the rainforest and clean up seals that those oil guys are dumping oil all over, that would be great. I just don't know if there's a lot like that out there. I think I have maybe a very conspiratorial understanding of like what multinational corporations do and that they're all evil, and that could be totally wrong.
Yeah, it just like it really sucks. I know you're the one that has the last say, but I want to. Okay, is that like a lot of people say we live in a democracy, we live in a democracy, we live in a democracy. No, that's not true. We live in a liberal democracy. On top of that, we live in a constitutional liberal democracy. On top of that, we live in a pluralistic constitutional liberal democracy.
These are all democracies.
But okay, they're all democracies, but the pluralistic part adds one aspect to it that not a lot of people that like just democracy leaves out. The liberal part of it leaves out like a lot of part of like what makes a liberal democracy, liberal democracy, and then there being a constitution also makes it different. So like this is kind of why we it's really cringe whenever I hear people say these kinds of arguments and they hinge it on democracy, because we're not just a democracy. We also see like other values in that. And like if you want to argue against that, for sure. But if you come in and be like, we're a democracy and that's that, you're dead wrong.
Yep. Yeah, and I could reach out an olive branch that when it comes to some of the things that I talk about, I think democracy is an important piece. But if we could lose some of our democracy to effectively combat climate change and have really good worker protections and have like people have lots of like real liberties and have good schools and have lots of like protections for minorities, like if we could do all those things and lose some amount of democracy, I don't know if I'm going to be that bad about that.
Okay, so now I want to wrap this up, but then name go ahead. But then
I just wanted to tie it back up a little bit to the topic. It's something I would really like to see Biden or future like the Democratic Party work on, is actually attacking the sort of immunity that tech has had for the past has been like 30 years to antitrust examination. I think the last big antitrust case was Microsoft getting split up in the 90s. I might be wrong on that, but ever since then we've had huge tech giants just expand without it seems like without proper oversight. Microsoft's recent acquisition of Activision Blizzard is fucking insane.
Wait, how is that the line?
That's not the line. It's an example.
Blizzard,
it's an example. It's an example. Okay.
Well, did you know for how much they bought Blizzard, Activision Blizzard?
Like 70 billion or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pay attention to the meta.
69.
69.
Nice.
It was just an example. I think another good example is Amazon. Absolutely, like taking a better look at the like Socrates was saying, the generics, but also how pervasive AWS is in the tech world. Maybe like not necessarily, yeah, like I don't know, it feels like the antitrust stuff in the tech world has no real hold, but
Okay.
yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
that's all I want to say.
yeah.
Thank you so much. I gotta head up. If you want to close out the
yeah. Oh, you gotta head out now.
Yeah.
Okay, Socrates TV. Thank you for coming on, and then we will have the
Bye,
next
Socrates.
thing
I love you.
Yeah,
releasing.
bye. Great
Yeah,
chatting as
come
always.
by again.
Take care.
Good talking to you.
And follow Socrates TV on Twitch. So yeah, that being said, somebody in my chat was taking shots whenever you were saying democracy, Chow. So this
They're
person
dead
is
now.
like,
Democracy.
so this Bronicha is probably is like really drunk. I also
Is that Bronichiwa?
Bronichiwa. So I just found out where the J in J Chow stands for. It stands for Joker Chow, because we live in a democracy. So
democracy.
okay. So yeah. So okay. So we Elysium has like one more topic, but then we probably we're probably gonna wrap it up. But I'm not quite sure. I also, Name, why did you say I want to tie this within like the current topic and then just derail the shit out of it?
Because I started my sentence by I would like to see Biden or the Democratic Party focus on that. Okay, I put Biden in there.
I'm gonna tie this into the topic. Derail, yeah.
Hey, I'm not the one derailing for the past hour. Okay, that's you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, this one this got pretty far out. Anyway, that's fine. I guess we can wrap this into like I'm curious what each of you guys like. What would be a major criticism you have of Biden? Like, if you can just pick one, we can close out with that, because I think in general, or I don't know, we're kind of all pretty pro Biden, as we should if you're not crazy. Anyway, I think related to what we were talking about with power structures, one of the things that I think might be a much bigger criticism of Biden in hindsight, that's not going to come about for quite some time, is that we might have been like too preoccupied with pulling out of the COVID situation and just like, addressing that head on, instead of like whenever anything is in a crisis or a big upheaval, there is a lot of opportunity to either reinforce how it works or to modify how it works. And so I think later down, we might see that this was a moment where we had a lot of leverage, and the government was like setting, you get these massive subsidies and didn't really take anything back for it. And especially in regards to climate change, we could see this as have a big missed opportunity to kind of set long-term agreements with companies to hit the benchmarks that we want to for climate and stuff like that. Anyway.
Okay, so you want to ask the question? Basically,
that would probably
Biden did wrong, or that was the question.
Yeah, that was the question.
Like what criticisms do we have? Yeah.
And in that case, let's go to Name.
Obviously, the fact that Biden didn't kidnap Manchin's family and hold him at gunpoint. I'm sorry. No, seriously though, I don't know. I don't have a specific one. I'm passing it on to Chow. If I'll pipe up after him if I get
what
an
a
idea.
Biden simp.
Biden has done no wrong. Amen in 2022.
Yes.
Go.
I basically already talked about my main criticism of Biden. that he's a great president, shit politician. He's made all the decisions that he's made. Oh, applause to you. But I'm a bit special. We're all a little bit special. But the average American is going to be like, yo, pulling out of Afghanistan, disaster. Increasing interest rates, disaster. Rising inflation, disaster. Gas prices up, disaster. Even like the COVID rates, also a disaster. Like it's just he's done so much good, but it's I think just like most Americans just don't know what the good is out of it, because I guess like maybe they're just more interested in like what they see or how much money they have in their pockets. And I really think that if nothing changes, and I don't think it is going to change actually, we're pretty close to the midterms. I think Democrats are gonna get whooped in
a year away,
in the
dude.
midterms. It's
Sorry, keep going,
almost February. It's almost February, so it's a couple of months away. It's not a year. It's less than a year. It's like maybe 9 months.
Yeah. So for me personally, Biden should have stayed in Afghanistan, and he should have invaded Iran as well.
Honestly,
And
if
Ukraine
he if he actually wanted to be a good president, yes, stay in Afghanistan. Just say like, okay, we're gonna do it for all 8 years. Start a new war. Get the unironically, if you want to be a good politician, if you want to get the public to favor you and win re-election, you do those things.
Wow, wait, you guys are so far off. Biden is a based best president ever because he eats ice cream, okay?
True.
Bing, chilling. So, no, he should have invaded Iran and then, go after country next to that, and then the country next to that, until we end up in India or something. I don't know. No, just kidding. But so is there like name is gone. So I wanted to ask you guys if name is
He'll be back in a second. He's getting a shot.
I can hear you anyways when I'm
Yeah, but I wanted to ask you like one question before we go to the next thing. It's like sorry, now I lost it. I'm just thinking about it.
No.
Before this, what were we talking about?
Alright, this one's for you, Bernishiwa.
We were talking about what is the
You wanted to invade Iran.
What would you critique Biden for?
Yeah, I don't know what that was. What I wanted to ask you guys, and less. So, this is the thing. Like, do you guys think that we pretty much like fully covered the topic, or is there anything else that you guys want to talk about?
Ooh, what about what is one thing that Biden did that is underrated?
Leaving Afghanistan. Well, it's underrated because everyone's criticizing them for it, but it's based as fuck.
Yeah, you should say that.
All right, how about this? What is something that is one underrated but also not covered? Like not a lot of people know about it.
Oh,
everybody knows about Afghanistan.
For me personally, it's like what I said earlier on the tax on corporations, like that kind of stuff. I think that's really, really underrated, as like it sets like a precedent for our future international trade relationships, and saying that it's not good to have like tax haven overall. Like this is like historical in the sense that it was okay in the past to have tax havens. This is sending like a really good signal to say like this is not okay. We're not gonna put up with it. And like in the past there was only like talking about like okay we should address this issue. Tax havens, they are not that good, but there was nothing behind that, so it wasn't like really. So now this is like actually like saying with like a policy behind it, and I think that Biden did really good on that one. Elysium. for you?
I'm really biased on this one, but for me, it's like attempting to revive the Iran nuclear deal, the Joint Plan of Action. I think, oh man, it's a huge fucking bummer to me because I think, diplomatically wise, like it would have been like the achievement of like decades had Trump not pulled out of it to have found a diplomatic solution to our relationship with Iran. And I think just the work of trying to revive that and working with them, the window for it might have passed because the Iranian parliament is like much more conservative, following the pressure it got from Trump and stuff like that. So like it might not be possible anymore. And tensions are rising because we're in a conflict with Russia. But even just working on it and seeing if that can come back in any form is great to me.
Then next up name.
Well, if I can't name Afghanistan, I don't know. I didn't really have a specific one coming in here, but what Socrates mentioned, the reducing the cost of healthcare insurance was really, really good. Like that's something literally affects almost everyone in the US, and definitely something that's not talked about. I didn't know it. I don't think any of us really were really aware of it. This doesn't seem like anyone in the US is aware of it, but it fucking hits the bottom line.
But Trump got rid of the individual mandate, so don't have to buy.
I think I saw the same post that Elysium was talking about. There's actually a subreddit of like what has Biden done, and it's just like
it's poggers.
Lists upon lists, it's column upon column upon column of just lines. My answer to my own question, I think what's really underrated and what's not noticed by the public that Biden has done is that he's really reduced the number of U.S. airstrikes around the world. I'm pretty sure like 2021 is like a huge low of the number of airstrikes, and like nobody's talking about this. I guess like a lot of people will point to, oh, what happened in Afghanistan? Oh, what happened to Syria? In like just raw numbers overall, yeah, Biden has pretty much like eviscerated the United States' use of drones.
Nice.
Isn't that because of social distancing that the drones need to be more far apart? No, just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just messing with you. One other fun thing, like one other great thing that is like it's brought up more and more. So that's why I wasn't mentioning it. But the reducing of like child poverty is like one of these things that
Dude, everybody knows about the child tax credit.
Yeah, but
they don't. But it's super good.
But not in how effective it is. It's like they minimalize it. Like it's reduce child poverty with 50% or something. Yeah. That being said, like, does anybody else have something else that they wanted to bring up around this?
I don't think we have to get into. We didn't cover any of like the COVID response stuff. I think in general it's been pretty good, but I think we all acknowledge it's like super politically hard and crazy at the moment. So I don't think we have to get into it at all. But I mean that is a big
taxation is theft.
No.
Nobody in the United States actually got a bit of that COVID response relief. Mm-hmm. My name is Demon Mama.
Yeah, that stuff just went to the corporations, right?
Yeah.
Or how does that work? We just went to the corporations. So that being said, like we're gonna wrap it up. Panelists again, thank you for coming on. So we got Elysium, we got JHI Live, and we got Neyman on this panel. So before we're gonna wrap it up, the next topic, like, do you guys want to do outros?
No.
No.
Just tell us. I want to know the next topic.
So the next topic is going to be around slurs. So how we deal with slurs.
What does that mean? Are we just
yeah.
like, are we restarting the
Discourse.
slur debate from the very beginning, or is it like a specific aspect of slurs?
No, it's probably going to be around the whole slur debate overall because of the fact that
Oh no. Okay.
like something that Stardust mentioned, like when she was on, like that the white hate like has been increased, and therefore maybe we should evaluate how we use slurs and which slurs we can use and which slurs we got a Voldemort and which slurs
Oh
we
no.
still say and that
This
kind of
like
stuff.
Hassan has single-handedly like changed the slur discourse by making cracker a thing.
I don't think so, but I think it's like it's definitely like an interesting topic / debate that you can have, like because I've seen like a lot of opinions around this. So
Okay.
so yeah, because you also have like something in Twitch TOS policy that you can say specific slurs, like if you being like very descriptive about it. But I will challenge you to say those slurs on stream and not get banned because you will. Get banned.
True. Okay.
So there you go. So that's another question. Like, can you say those slurs in the most descriptive manner ever? But yeah, we will get it into like, and if you can, would it be a good or a bad thing if you do that in public? You know, that's another thing. But yeah, we will get in that. And next week, Stardust will be joining us. Maybe some other people will be joining us as well. So we will see that next time.
Great.
So
it sounds great.
Sounds great. Okay, fair enough. So, Neymanen, are you staying online? Are you keep on streaming?
A little bit, maybe like an hour or two.
Okay. Then I sent you off to Neymanen because
Cool.
Tina is in chat and we want Tina to play Valorant with you. So there we go. So,
All right.
Oh, that's cute.
Build your Valorant team.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for the panel.
So,
Bye-bye.
Everybody, thank you for watching. And if you're still here and you want to give me a follow, I would appreciate that. So, yeah. Okay. See you guys later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Shout out Chinchilla. Disconnect. I could masturbate, and I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Yo, thanks for the raid. Chinchillers, welcome. Dude, I'm actually so mad. I got this sweater, like, what was it? 5 days ago, my brother gave it to me. I don't know when that happened. I think it happened today. I tore the fucking arm of my sweater. I noticed it earlier during the podcast. I'm gonna have to find like a sewing kit and sew it back on. I'm fucking pissed. Anyways. Oh my god, just sew it together. Well, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sew it together, yeah. I am gonna do it. I'm gonna have to. I don't have a sewing kit. I'm gonna have to ask like my mom if she has one. Still, it's just really annoying. Like, cause this, I barely wore this sweater like a couple days, and I fucking ruined it already. Oh well. Anyways, Tina, want to play some Valorant? We can play unranked. We probably can't queue together. I'm gold 1 right now. After the reset, so I don't know if gold 1 and bronze, I forgot what rank you told me you were, can queue together or not. I don't remember what the cutoff is. No, not right now. I'm going to bed soon. Another time though. Alright. Well, then you joined the stream just in time for some gaming. Some wicked Valorant gaming. Add Braden, hashtag EUS Just add me and we can play it some. Alright, I will. I'm efu. Here, let me game capture. Boom. Just gonna add you. Ajibradin West. Boom. Invite sent. If that's just not buggy still. Alright, I want to unlock Chamber so bad. He looks really fun to play. Alright, let's go. Pog. Pog. The champ of the Pog.
Match found.
Le champion du Pog. Hello.
Hello. I would like to go with Wayne, actually.
You wanna go Wayne?
Rain.
Yeah. Lurk a bit, see how good you are. I'm pretty terrible now. I used to be okay.
Carrying Rain, bro.
Like mediocre, but I think I'm pretty bad now. I had a few good moments the game before the podcast, the panel though. Fuck. What am I gonna pick?
Ooh.
Bind. We're playing Bond.
Sorry, Star. I had to do.
Du kleiner Wichser.
If we're playing Bind, I think I'm gonna play Sova. I like Sova on
Can you
Bind.
repeat?
Du kleiner Wichser, hab ich gesagt.
Was?
Deutschland?
The fuck? No. Portugal.
Was ist los? Was ist
Ey Jungs,
da?
ihr könnt jetzt nicht, dass ihr im Vierer-Stack seid, oder?
Doch, wir sind Vierer-Stack.
Boah, Jungs, nicht euer Ernst, Alter.
Fünfer. Dieser Lefu gehört auch zu uns.
Enttäuscht mich nicht, Jungs.
Ja, dann enttäuscht du uns nicht. Du hast das Ding Rainer gepickt.
Ja, safe.
Dann noch Instalog.
Jo.
Ooh, shirts
4
coming off.
Match-MVPs in a row, ich krieg einen 4.
Yeah, you know it. I gotta show off for Tina, you know? Keep up the sex appeal of the stream. It's a very important part of my stream. And also, I think Bukra's not here to point out that I've been wearing the same shirt for like a week. So, you know, I can pretend. Isn't that the night? Speaking of sex appeal, isn't that the nicest thing with streaming? It's that you don't. People don't know how you smell when you're behind the camera.
Mit euch? Fuck.
Go, go, go!
Ich spreche nicht Deutsch, by the way, so.
Okay.
Schade, mein Freund.
Schade, ja. Sehr schlecht. I smell fucking awful and rip ass so much. I needed that information in my life. I'm glad you told me.
Enemy A.
No one bathroom?
Yeah. Should we leave B open?
Stay B.
I think it's a good idea.
Okay, chef.
Yeah, stay B. We're chilling.
No. After entry, they will come. Oh, fuck yeah.
One more.
Ah, fuck. I shot over.
No push. Oh my goodness.
Spike planted.
I'm trash.
Last player
I'm
standing.
super trash.
One enemy
That got
remaining.
traded.
Line up, shot.
Yeah. You have heal? She probably doesn't have a second one. Never mind.
Empty.
Perhaps that's why they call me Stank. Yeah. Yeah, nice try.
Enough
I fucked that up bad. Well, I got 60 on Cypher. The shock dart was good. The shock darts were good, but
Willst du da wollen?
Couldn't get the
Ja, kann
like
ich.
actually hit
Wenn du
shots.
willst, guck halt.
Which sucks.
Sorry, Mate hat im Discord geredet, besser.
God,
Ja, ich wollte, ja, alles gut.
I actually hate it when you're in a lobby and people don't speak like the common language. It's just very distracting.
Revealing area.
Kenn ich nicht, Digga.
Ja, du hast doch gerade Discord gesagt.
Ah.
Is HR so low?
I'm going for a flank. Fuck!
Ich geb. Ich catch bathroom.
Viper low. In bathroom.
Spike planted.
Come down.
Last player standing.
Oh Gott.
Two assists.
And I need a return.
Oh god, the buy.
I'm out of here.
I guess I'm gonna go like this.
Gotta go.
Phantom rather.
Gotta go.
I think I'm gonna go for the flank without taking the orb, maybe.
Chamber's going down.
Scanning ahead.
Viper wall on A.
Ich schiebe.
Shotgun begins.
In Lamp, ja.
Ah, fuck. Yeah, well, lamps, Reyna. Why did I run there without my gun out? I don't know what. That was dumb.
Last player standing.
Zwei Lamps, what the fuck?
Spike planted.
Just fucking go, dude. That was worth. That was in the trap.
One thing.
Nice.
Nice.
That's huge. That's not huge. Had bad reload. Yikes.
Level heads until we're home, yes? Good.
We are struggling to stop them in A short. We need to change it up.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
I don't know what we should change up, but like we should switch agents
We don't
maybe.
need to change up.
Yeah, we need to use different abilities.
Easy
we
win.
should slow them down.
Never lose sight.
We don't need to change up. Oh my fucking god! I'm playing with golds.
Don't go in front, Neon.
There.
No B. Wow.
All right.
She's a runner, she's a track star. One dinged.
Reloading.
Can you heal?
30 seconds.
Reloading. Reloading.
Nice.
Nice.
Scanning ahead.
Maybe A now.
No one's here. Yeah.
Enemy spotted.
Maybe push and pick up the guns, and then we can.
Ja, ja.
Nice.
Take this. I'm out of here.
What? What?
There.
Let's
Maybe
go.
we should go to P. No man.
Gotta go.
Yeah, planting A.
I'm out of here.
Spike planted.
Go, go, go.
They're 30 HP though.
Deploying drone.
I'm droning.
Enemy tag.
One lamps.
Vipers for lineups
Revealing
again, of
area.
course.
One enemy remaining.
Go defuse. Or I'll defuse.
Yeah.
I'll defuse.
Concentrates over.
Nice. Hold on. Oh fuck.
I got it.
Yep.
Thrifty.
Too close.
Embarrassing. Gotta go. Out of charges. I belong here. We
That was
all
close,
belong
yeah.
here. Go, go, go.
huge win though. Alright, we have ults. You need to win.
Yep.
Honestly, I hope they go A. Like, Silver ult. Silver
Come
ult
on,
on.
guys, we can do it.
I believe too.
Silver ult
Ah, der Maul
on
jetzt so, Allmann.
here is actually fucking base.
Ja moin.
War Spaß, Mann, du darfst reden.
Absoluter Portugiese nennt mich Alman. Ja moin.
Oh, I fucked up
B.
the... Okay. I'm rotating.
Reloading.
Nothing long yet.
Wer ist ein Portugiese?
I think they're going slow. I'm going back to A.
Ja.
Nice.
Ey, woher weißt du das?
Playing with a girl. One bathroom.
Coming.
I'm gonna peek off of Viper's contact. I'm peeking off of your contact, Viper. Nice.
I'm down bathroom.
Thank you.
Are they more bathroom?
You're over-rotating. Nothing's happening. We need to hold B.
We need kills, bro. Because of that, I'm
No,
here.
stop. We're gonna lose like this.
Now we all rotate again, fuck.
30 seconds left.
A something?
Okay, nice.
Flashing.
Spike down A. One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
one more. Minus 40.
Go, go, go!
I am the hunter!
10 seconds left.
Where the fuck? Nice.
Well done.
I guess.
Nice ult.
I forced the. Yeah.
Easy enough.
Forced it so they couldn't defuse. I plant blow.
Hallo, der Server versucht's wenigstens, ja?
Ja, ja.
Der Wille zählt.
Gotta go.
Ich kann kaufen, Sage.
Go, go, go.
Fuck on.
Hey, how did I fuck up that arrow earlier?
Ey, Reina, bist du Portugiese?
Jupp.
Noch ein Zigeuner.
Cool. Bist du auch schwarz?
Nein.
Scanning ahead.
Wer ist das?
Nice.
Spike down B.
Viper, don't push too far. We can play safe.
Oh my goodness.
I know exactly where you are.
Hört's mal auf zu pushen, Jungs.
Rein da, rein da.
Ich geh rotieren.
Revealing area.
Yes, sir.
Oh, never mind. I got 2 in short A. Ah, fuck.
30 seconds
Chamber's
left.
low.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Chamber one shot.
East lamp. Safe go.
I'm out of here.
Oh no, man. Well done.
I'm only getting assists this game. Oh god.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
Should I op?
Go, go, go.
I don't really want to. Nah.
I'm out of here.
Was ist denn das für eine Elo, Leute?
Also,
Gold, Gold.
ich bin Bronze.
Ich bin Silber.
Oh.
Bronze 2 bin ich. Was bist du?
Scanning ahead.
I'm wood. Easy free orb every round.
Here. Enemy
Long.
I'm gonna stay A. Or maybe not.
You will not kill my allies.
The hunt begins.
Die, dude.
Chat right now.
Scanning ahead.
Spike
Two more at
down
least.
B.
Left side one.
One enemy remaining.
Left side long.
Not a shot.
Nice, well played.
Well done.
Another assist, right?
Gotta go. Get ready.
There you go,
Ah,
bro.
yeah, no, it didn't count as an assist. Not enough damage.
I'm out of here.
Nee, I'm getting my ulti orbs, at least.
Ist deine Mutter Deutsch oder bist du ganzer Portugiese?
Vaterdeutsch.
Dann bist du ja auch halber Zigeuner, so wie Bones.
Revealing area. There they are.
Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Cypher-Schuss.
That sucks.
I'm out of here.
I fucking 149!
Too short, pushing now.
Last player standing.
Oh.
Spike
Du hast
planted.
es. Klar. Muss nur gehen.
Klatsch oder Kick.
Save mal die Arwen-Chance einfach.
I cannot get a kill, dude. I
Leon, kannst du einen Arwen
fucking get a
vielleicht?
kill.
Nein, nein, vergiss es.
Gotta go.
Ich waste doch nicht mein Geld für dich.
Go, go, go.
Das war jetzt
Aber
gerade
ihr seid doch Geschwister.
I'm out of here.
Wie lost seid ihr eigentlich?
Scanning ahead.
Wie viel?
Viel B. Pass auf, ich bin weg da.
Jo.
Spike down B.
They're going back to A. 100%. I heard them.
Okay, my friend.
Let's go. It's dein Piece. Yeah, planting.
You have Viper ult, watch out. If Viper ults, I info arrow.
One lamps.
Close right. PTP.
Okay.
One enemy
Got him.
remaining.
Last
do you have
for
Lineup.
lineup. Shower steps. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nice, well played.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't hear them.
Yep. I noticed. Danke, Server. Sehr nett. Ah, very kind.
Kein Problem. Ich habe ein bisschen Deutsch auf Gymnasium gelernt, aber ich habe viel vergessen. So.
Ey, Rainer, spielst du doch GTA RP?
Was für ein Moped?
GTA RP.
Nee.
Echt?
Scanning ahead.
Echt jetzt?
Hey, kennst du sie nicht?
Die Streamerin,
Die
ne?
ist YouTuberin.
50.000 Zuschauer gerade, ne? Papsen, du Nuttensohn.
Sehr interessant.
Wollen die alle.
Bin ich ehrlich, sehr interessant.
Gefällt es dir?
Die verarschen dich.
Nee, echt?
It's Chamber and Reyna.
Lamps.
Enemy
Oh, no mind.
spotted A.
Wow.
Dart.
Spike planted.
Oh, one A still. Fuck.
Close by the wall city.
Last player standing.
Hello.
I don't understand the strategy behind the walking after taking teleporter, but sure. God, I did so much damage to them. I hit Cypher too with the arrow. Okay. Oh, come on, dude. Ah, dude, stop throwing. Fuck's sake.
Gotta go. Need a drop. I'm out of here.
Actually.
Need a drop.
Viper, kannst du B?
Ich hab selber. Ich hab B alleine, alles gut.
Meinst du echt?
Revealing area.
Klar, Mann. Easy.
Er ist Türke, Mann. Erzähl's nicht so.
Amanakoim sind zu viele.
Amanas zu.
3 Leute. 3 Leute.
B alleine.
3
Sie.
Leute.
I know exactly where you are.
Oh, they're gonna go A now.
Watch out.
Maybe.
Take
Maybe not.
this.
Yep.
Yep, they go. What the fuck?
I'm out of here.
I called
Only some of them.
Yeah, Viper likes to lurk.
Spike planted.
One bathroom, one close.
Enemy A.
Revealing area. Found them.
Last player standing.
Half diffused.
Yeah, fuck.
Hey, another assist. I got another assist. Hells yeah.
Nice try.
Last round in the half.
No point saving. Bye. Gotta go.
That's exactly what I wanted.
I'm out of here.
Should have started running back as soon as the Cypher ult hit.
Hast du gerade zu dir selber Nice Try gesagt?
Nee, zu dem, der diffused hatte.
Begins. Wohin soll ich das machen?
They will go. Reloading.
Executing A.
Und zwei.
Oh, fuck! One, U.
Parasite.
You have res Sage.
Enemy spotted A.
Your duty is not over.
Reloaded.
Showers.
Spike
One.
down A.
Nice. I'm droning. Wait, wait.
Take flight.
Don't get in my way.
Showers. Still.
Oh, come on. Fuck's sake.
For you.
Revealing area. There they are.
Nice.
Hold on.
Behind.
One enemy
Got him.
remaining.
Short last.
Nice shot.
Well played, boys.
Oh, wait.
And girls.
And girls, yes.
And girl.
Switching
Get
sides.
south. Bad way to go. Go, go, go.
Sorry, Viper, my bad.
Besser für deine Nase.
Was mit meiner Nase?
Gotta go. Go, go, go.
Okay, where are we going?
I have no clue.
Are we can play default, like map control?
Yep.
Okay. Then let's
Don't
say,
show us though.
Ich
yeah.
meinte besser für deine Nase, dass du dich entschuldigt hast.
It's fine. Sage, put the bomb here, and we can take control of hookah, and then we can rotate. I'll send my drone in.
Enemy A.
Take flight.
Go back.
Hookah clear.
I'm out of here. Reloading.
Okay, rotate.
2B, Cypher and Chamber B.
Revealing area.
Come. Let's go.
Found them.
Spike drop.
What the? One on side B.
What the
Player standing.
fuck?
I have the
I say
spike.
go A.
You got that, bro. TP.
Guys, I said go A, and you both went to die in hookah for ego peaks. We got a pick on A from so it made sense.
Happens, bro.
That's okay. Yeah.
Reloading. I'm out of here. Go.
Oh, because of Reyna diff, I called it.
Ey, wo ist dein Carry?
Track them
Reyna.
down.
Ey, Attacker hat gerade angefangen, oder?
Sorry.
Oh, let's destroy Sage Wall.
Will be close left, I guess.
Enemy A.
Yep.
3 guys.
Reloading.
Madre mia.
Reloading.
Oh, okay. That hits there. One more. Ah, fuck. Yeah, peek with me. Viper is low.
Last player
She's super
standing.
low. Fucking pussies, dude. Can't stand that shit. Getting baited.
RIP.
Alright, you good
War
to go.
knapp, sind wir ehrlich.
Wo ist die Low? Wo?
Du hast dich getroffen, Digga.
Digga, ich gebe ihm 45. Was redest du? Für mich ist Low so 20, 30 HP, mehr auch nicht.
Stimmt auch wieder. Sah aus, als hätte es nicht gehittet. Sorry.
Okay, we need to kill Sage Wall early, and then we can rotate.
Are you sure you want to go, eh?
No, I'm not saying we're
You-
going A. I'm saying we're killing
Yeah.
Sage Wall and
Understood, bro.
yeah. Nice. Okay,
Oh,
let's
you just
go.
killed her.
Yeah, we're just killing.
I'm flashing.
That's like counter synergy.
Reloading.
Short one, I guess.
And CT.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
Two in front of U-Haul. One U-Haul.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I whiffed. Lamp blast.
Last player standing.
Poison's off.
My blade.
Oh, wait.
Nice.
That was good. Stopping the save.
My advice?
They did too
Don't
much
get shot.
damage though. It's kind of shitty.
Go.
Ne, Neon, selbst wenn ich nicht carry, so
shouldn't- I
scheiße
shouldn't have
spiele ich
ego
auch nicht.
peeked that.
Danke.
Was hast du gesagt?
Selbst wenn ich nicht carry, so scheiße spiele ich gerade auch nicht.
Das ist doch nicht schlimm. Ist doch nicht.
I'm out of here.
Nee, du bist gut.
Du bist der Beste.
Okay, let's kill the Sage Wall again. And this
Das
time
ist
she'll have
Motivation,
it.
Mann, das fühle ich.
Hör auf zu rauchen, Digga.
Nein, Mann.
Lungenkrebs, bei Gott.
Hoffe ich. Flash.
Enemy A.
Oh.
Reloading. Gotta go.
Au.
Tut's weh?
Go.
Das tat sehr weh, ja.
Sage, can you heal? Function.
Backside. Still one backside.
One more.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down B.
Scanning ahead.
Take bomb and go A. Take bomb, go A.
City and backside.
Nice, city last.
Player
Last
standing.
backside. Well played.
Dreist. Nice one.
Coming through.
I should land the spray on the enemy Reyna, but that's
Kannst
fine.
legen, Leon?
That was fine.
Thank you.
Got that shock dart value.
Dreist.
Go, go, go.
Aber was komm, ich drop dir. Frag an.
Komm, ich
Oh,
geb
I have
dir
ulti.
meine Waffe.
Ich hab's ihm doch schon gegeben.
Ich habe Ulti.
Deep breath.
Danke. Flash kommt.
Revealing area.
They're not on B?
Stecken A oder was?
Ja, ja.
Oh, they're on an eco.
Enemy and defender spawn.
Nice shot. Die Viper ist
One
mies mit
hookah?
der Eagle, Mann.
One enemy remaining.
Das City. He's saving.
Oh no, you guys died. Our economy is not that good, guys.
Prepare yourself. We fight once again.
There was nowhere.
No? So, what should we do?
Yeah, actually they had no alternative. They couldn't leave.
What are we gonna do now?
No, I was laughing. I didn't mean it in like a
Vi-
flaming way.
Shut up,
Viper
shut
is,
up, shut up. Sova, you are the caller, you are the caller.
Oh.
Talk.
I don't know, but
Und komm runter.
okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I love you.
Welcome to my
Oh, that's welcome to her world.
Okay, A is closed.
I'm out of here.
They might stick B now.
Ah, fuck, almost got her. Ah,
Oh.
how did it not get? How did my thingy, please not get her?
Standing.
I got
Shit.
spike.
Spike down B.
Would have been huge if I got her. I fucked up though. Fucking dude.
Here we go.
What's that ult? That's
Let's
my
try.
first time seeing the ult.
Nice try, man.
Nice try.
We are strong.
Nice
I should
try.
have,
Don't forget that.
guess we eco?
Go, go, go.
Yep. Think
I'm
so
out
too.
of here.
Do they ever peek B long?
I have no idea. We never went there.
Okay, let's see if they peek.
Okay.
Sova, how much
Yeah.
children you got?
0.
Eyes up.
Fuck children. Well, no, don't
Whoa,
fuck
whoa,
children.
whoa, what?
Hey,
I
don't
don't
fuck
believe-
children.
Fucking pedophile, bro. You said fuck children, bro.
Yeah,
I got
okay.
3 kids.
Please.
Reloading.
Alright, let's make some noise and go A, I guess, with the teleporter.
Reloading.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, we need to go down.
This corner. Wow.
That's we. Oh, sage wall. Need to go back. Let's go B.
Okay.
seconds
Stop.
left.
Fuck! One hookah. Watch out.
Last player standing.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go.
That was well played.
One enemy remaining.
Nice!
Well played.
Made me
Well
care.
played.
Go, go, go.
Bin ich ehrlich, Mate, sehr stark.
Mal geht was rein,
That
Gott
was
sei
very
Dank.
well played. Holy shit.
Ja, einmal. Das war's dann auch wieder.
Oh
Man
mein
kennt's.
Gott, die Portugiesen carryen. Oh mein Gott.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Ronnie.
Der Familienvater ist ganz unten natürlich.
Gotta go.
I got more assists.
Sova, caller?
Yeah.
Call, where?
So
Well,
are we
where, okay, I
Bro,
don't
lass
know.
mal in Ruhe.
What we gonna do now?
Where
Okay,
are Sova? Where?
Everywhere.
Okay, bro, let's go.
There you go.
Like this?
Yes, like this. Oh, fuck, she got me. Lamps, Arena. Not lamps. She was out on site.
Ciao, Neon. War knapp.
Dankeschön.
Revealing area.
I am the hunter! Cyberberry. Reloading.
Deploying drone.
Lamps.
Oh, that's not good.
Räudiger Hurensohn.
Last player standing.
One short. I fucked up.
Empty.
Should have canceled the drone. That was my bad. Well, I got 2 kills at least, and the plant. So our economy's not too bad.
Ja, der Familienvater wird echt hart getragen hier.
Das ist halt Familienvater, ne? Was soll ich dir sagen?
Reloading.
Wieso wie
Der hat andere
die ganze Zeit-
Probleme als ich, Digga. Spiel erstmal studieren, Alter.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Mach mal noch einen Ace jetzt.
Ja, mach ich jetzt. Guck, kommt mal alle, ja.
Okay, ich mach.
Baitet für mich, baitet für mich.
Ich mach das Ace.
Ich werd's scheiße, Mann.
Guck
Das war
jetzt, ich hol
Lack,
alle,
Alter.
ich hol alle. Guck
Wallah, ich mach Ace.
That shit, we're going A.
Stark.
Stark, Junge.
Stark.
Schnell, klaut ein.
Bin dabei.
Hä?
One behind.
Scanning ahead.
Watch out,
Ja.
watch out.
They are.
Side.
Spotted A.
Ah, fuck me.
Ey, der hat sich eingeholt. Fuck. Die Defuse.
You fucking ditching me.
Last player
Sage.
Mega
You fucking
Trainer.
troll. Why the fuck?
Warum
are
ich,
you-
Mann? Der hat sich eingeholt, Alter.
Gotta go.
Eiskalt.
I'm actually fucking triggered.
Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Bin ich jetzt dran mit Ult, oder was?
Go, go, go.
Fucking god, dude.
Break's over. Go, go, go.
Dog shit decision making.
You want to play? Let's play.
Enemy spotted B.
Really?
Okay, great.
Wow.
Don't go long, don't go long. Chamber.
Okay, it's fine. He's not there anymore.
Ist on side.
Go away.
Deploying drone.
Our spike's down.
Spike down B.
Elbow. One elbow.
I got spike. Spike dropped.
Chamber mit Ult. Backside, ne?
Watch out. Reloading.
Revealing area.
It's CT and
Spike down
the
B.
spike.
Gotta go.
Found the spy.
Fuck me. How did I get slowed again? How the fuck? How the fuck did I get slowed again?
30 seconds left.
Early enough for name on stream. Hey Zimbo, how are you doing?
I'm out of here.
It's just a Valorant stream, so you don't have to watch.
That's right.
See Neyman at 3 wrestlers. What playing Valorant does to motherfucker. I know.
Match point.
Dude, I'm actually so fucking triggered.
Kannst nicht ein bisschen mehr carryen?
They're fucking...
Geht nicht, geht nicht.
Der hat kurz wieder ausgemacht. Deswegen
They're
geht's
fucking
jetzt rein.
talking German all
Schade.
game.
Mach mal wieder an
Can't
jetzt.
understand what they're saying.
Für dich.
I keep getting baited.
Sag was Liebes, dann mach ich.
I've been doing fucking
Kannst du Portugiesisch?
11 assists.
Nein.
No kills.
Was seid ihr für Portugiesen, ey?
Our executions are dog shit. We have like actual counter synergy.
Spike down A.
It really is your league at this point, and ironically, I know. Wow, yeah, if you shoot the fucking flash, we can actually do things. Ghost teleports! No communication, just like, oh, and look, the other ones, they're... still chilling with me, hey.
Oh.
Just kill it! Kill the thingy! Kill it!
Rainer, use deine Flashes und geht drauf.
Stream clear plus makes you mauled, others can ban us for talking shit. True.
Sterben, sterben.
Oh my god.
Sterben.
Der war schon böse, ey.
The hunt begins. They need to like cover each other's backs in the ult.
Last player.
Nein! Elbow hot low.
He's dead.
My bad. GG.
You have to move if you're...
Warst du gierig?
Oh my god, what are you doing?
Ey, Familienvater, spiel nicht mehr.
I am fucking malding.
Lieber deine Kinder, Digga.
He knows exactly where you are. And he's not moving. She's not moving. Viper was a girl. It was played by a girl, I mean. She wasn't moving. Fuck, dude. Fuck, dude. Look at this. Look at this. I tried my hardest. I did try my hardest. Look at this match history. Dude, this is not a high rank. This is fucking gold 1.
Match found.
You could be playing Ghosts with us instead. True, I could. Maybe after this game. And Phasmophobia is a fucking stream killer too, let's be real. Hello. Nice fucking insta-lock. Still chilling with me.
Hello.
Split. Split. I had 10 wrestlers watching me with it the other day. Nice. Alright, Split is which map again? Fuck. Fine. Oh yeah, I remember now. Yeah, I remember. Got a Cypher. I'll play a Sage then. Oh god, not a Breach. Yeah, I don't know. Let's play Phasmophobia after this one, if I still feel like playing. It's been like 7.5 hour long stream, by the way, so I might peace out after this one. But I'm feeling okay actually with the long stream. I was dreading it. It's hard to get back into streaming. Like the having taken the week off from having COVID and everything. It's like hard to get motivated to stream and be feeling like, yeah, I'm gonna talk for like 5 fucking hours nonstop, etc. I'm enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hey, there you go. The lobby got cancelled. I had COVID last week. You need content, nodders. Yeah. Tonight's stream was good. Tonight's stream was good. Like I planned it a bit ahead. I decided I farmed the drama you sent me with Hassan Nept. I went to like other topics. Got a lot of React content, just talking about stuff. It was good. It's the kind of streams I enjoy. Though I also enjoy video games, but hey. Do you actually want to play Phasmo? I'm down if you want to play a couple games now before heading to sleep. Dude, speaking of which, like, okay, it seems weird to play a horror game before going to sleep. I had the weirdest fucking dream this night. I dreamt, and I realized it was like I realized it's a recurring dream. I have this recurring dream where I dream that I am in back in high school, but like right now, like if tomorrow I signed up to high school to go back to high school, and I'm like 32, around those kids that are like 16 and 17 and taking like the high school classes. It's so fucking weird. I don't know if it's some weird, like, my brain internalizing all the isekai bullshit that I've been reading or whatnot. Too much anime, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, too much isekai. It's very, very strange to me. Alright, let me switch categories to Phasmophobia. Sus. I'm enjoying it even if you're not talking all the time. It's Gucci. Good. I'm glad you enjoyed Kino. Maybe if you played more horror games, you get more fun dreams instead. Yeah. I had a dream last night where I called my mom. That's a setup for your mom joke. And then fell asleep on the phone. Wait, you fell asleep in your dream? That's so weird. You know what? Actually, I really want to play as well. First of all, I need to finish. The hat game, Hat in Time. I kind of got interrupted with the COVID and everything, but also I need to continue playing SCP Containment Breach, and I really want to find people who would want to play it multiplayer, but it doesn't seem like it really interests anyone. I could continue it solo. SCP. Yeah, it's fucking scary, dude. I don't know if I can ever actually finish it. Like, Phasmophobia is not, honestly, Phasmophobia is not scary. Like, Phasmophobia is pretty easy to play, and I'm saying this as someone who gets spooked. Game? There you go. Wait, I don't see what I've already have bought in the item store here. I need to go like here. Oh, okay. Ferret lol.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Got some jobs ready for you. Spooky boy. Up in the rafters. Okay. You're slowly... No, I'm waiting. I'm gonna play with Nept. Nept's about to join. Or start a lobby. I'm gonna start a lobby, I guess. Oh, never mind. Nept started. There we go. Join private game. Enter from clipboard. Hello.
Hey.
Let's see. Sanity
I had to
pills.
mute myself real quick so I wouldn't hear myself on your stream.
Yeah. Alright, let's buy more smudge sticks.
Like, no, save me from the cringe.
So I have the full set.
You wanna see if anyone else comes?
Sure, yeah.
Maybe we get the famous Whittles.
Ooh, I don't think I've played with Whittles yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a lot of the North Americans, we just like don't have the overlap in terms of gaming, you know?
Yeah, the time zones.
Yeah, so it'd be sick if we got
I
the
lost all
Whittles.
my glow sticks.
Whittles is actually amazing in that he's like the one chatter, like if you're ever streaming a movie,
How
you
spooky
always
is
want
this?
Whittles in your chat because he
It-
has like
it
the best
depends.
movie reactions.
It depends on the moments. There are some. It can get very spooky. Playing with people, it's a lot less spooky though, because you're like talking and like not metagaming, but you're like talking about, okay, this is that ghost. We're gonna try this. It makes it a lot less stressful. Video cameras, blah blah blah. Do you have any temperature? Thermometers. Whittle's good boy chatter, yeah. Yeah, what Newson I was saying, Whittle's good boy chatter.
He is. Is it just you and me then?
Looks like it.
Where do you want to go?
I don't care. Let's just do a nightmare. Throw in the extra UV
Yeah, I'm
light.
adding all the stuff.
Got 2 strong flashlights, that's enough. Let's go.
Okay, I think we have everything.
God, I'm fucking tired. I think I'll play a couple and go to sleep.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. I've also written some notes on the whiteboard if you need them. I've got a report that suggests the possible ghost.
No thermometer?
I have one.
Oh, okay. I'm EMFing it.
Oh, you don't have, we don't have more than one?
We do. I'm just being a weirdo.
Power's on.
Okay.
Oh no, yeah, it's totally fine if you have thermal. It's just that I sometimes don't like to, like I would prefer to actually start with just EMF, but sometimes you just get like inconsistent results.
Yeah, you like need interaction for it.
Move, or a fork move maybe? Something metal.
Oh, I'm downstairs. Yeah, I'm going to the kitchen then.
No, I think it sounded upstairs.
I don't think there is any forks upstairs, but maybe.
It was like it was something metal for sure.
Yeah,
this knife maybe.
Nothing. It's either too late or.
Oh, plate.
Nothing.
I tried the living room. Oh yeah.
EMF 5. We have our first clue. I'm gonna go look for the bone. So that Zimbo means that's the ghost room, by the way. EMF 5, what do we have? Okay, nothing too spooky.
How old are you?
Oh.
Are you here?
Found a cursed object.
How old are you?
It's a voodoo doll.
How old are you? Are you here? I'm not getting box. Give us a sign.
I'm not finding the boner. Did I miss something? Could have missed something. Oh, there it is, yeah. Okay, I found the bone. I'm coming.
Nice. No box, no no orbs.
Okay, I'm gonna help set up dots and stuff. Camera, dots, second camera. Nope. Wait, what was the... Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, you already set up that camera.
Were you with us last time when we got like triple killed by a demon?
Yes, I was with you.
Yeah, after that I'm like, okay, might want to get a crucifix in there, you know. Here's some salt in the UV if you want to do it.
Okay. Is there a photo cam? Oh yeah, I dropped a photo camera here.
Oh yeah, there's two.
Can you bring me my flashlight? I dropped it in the van. I'm gonna like lose my sanity real fast here.
Yeah, sure. Actually, no, I can't because I can only hold one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll bring it to you in a second. Here, take mine.
Thanks. Okay, so here we're checking for the... Oh god, I'm fucking sweating. Are you? I see you're a big fan of horror games as well. Probably turn this off. I'm not getting any footprints.
Interactions, yeah.
Yeah.
It's... Might need to check the temps, maybe it moved.
Yeah, it could have been the twins as well. Like, this could not be the room.
No, it had 3 degrees, I think.
Oh, okay.
What was the room? No, it's still 3 degrees here. Oh, more on this
Okay.
side.
Shit, I didn't have the photo camera and equipped.
I didn't see it. I don't know.
It was between us. My sanity's probably really low. I'll go pop some pills. I'll come back.
Yep.
Oh, I got the footprints. Nice. So it's not a wraith. That's good. Now we know that. I'm gonna go pop some pills just to be safe. So the reason we pop pills is
I think it did the red room again, but I just...
Oh yeah, you're having interaction? I got the ghost photo, I think.
I swear I thought it was a hunt because he didn't like touch anything when it started singing.
Yeah, I got the 3-star ghost photo.
Nice.
Blow out a candle. Oh yeah, cleanse the area near the ghost with smudge sticks. I'm gonna do it now. You can burn a smudge stick for that. And then candle.
Write in the book, please.
Can you go fight the ghost? If you fight the ghost, you die. That's what happens.
I took a picture already, I think.
Okay, nice. Evidence fingerprints. Miling, Obake, Jean, Goryo. So Miling, Obake, Jean, or Goryo.
By the way, I found out how the Myling sound thing works. Also, it's not Goryo, 100%.
Yeah, because it was normal fingerprints, right?
No, because Goryo forces dots. Goryo has like the special dots. Obake has the fingerprint thing.
Oh, okay. So it's not Obake, it's not Goryo.
Well, it could be Obake. It doesn't always do the 6-fingered ones. We can keep checking for knows the six finger stuff, we will know, but we can't like discount it just because we haven't seen it on a sample of 1. So the way the mealing thing works is their footsteps just have a shorter range. So like on a typical ghost, you hear their footsteps at like 20 meters away. On a Myling, you hear it from like 10 meters away. And that's also the range in which your electronics start to flicker. So if you hear footsteps and your electronics don't flicker as they're in like the same area, you know it's not a Myling.
Okay. I think we just have to force the hunt now to figure if it's Myling or.
Well, one thing we can do is like just hope he touches like the windows and stuff, and we get some more fingerprints because like this is what we want, you know.
Then I'll drop the smudge stick and lighter, and I'll bring the voodoo doll because the voodoo doll forces interactions, and or a hunt.
Yeah, sure.
So like we either get interactions or a hunt, either case. Okay, I'm dropping the smudge stick inside, and I'm going upstairs for the voodoo doll. Wait, where was the voodoo doll?
Yeah, I got the smudge as well.
So the reason we're memeing around with the smudge sticks is they can actually stop a ghost from chasing you. It's really powerful. Oh, there's the voodoo doll. Alright, you ready? I did it.
Tell me when it's the heartbeat.
Yeah, of course I will. Another one then? Nothing. I'm doing a third one. Alright, a fourth one. Yo, what the fuck?
That is kind of sus. Wait, hang on. Oh no, it's 4 degrees here, so it's not very cold, but it's cold enough, I think. Maybe, or unless he moved.
We didn't hear anything happening elsewhere either.
Yeah, I know, but
Oh. It's not a hunt. Is she still here? I see her. My sanity's gotta be so low. I'm gonna pop some more pills, unless we want to trigger a hunt. I guess we're... Can I try kicking the ghost now?
we just pop some more of the wooded things and good luck. You know?
Yeah, okay. Hold the... You got your smudge ready?
Yeah.
Okay, that was not the heart. One more. We're getting really close to the heart. This is gonna be spooky.
What a shy ghost, man.
Yeah. I still have 3 pins left. So 1 out of 3 chance we get hunted. Okay, 1 out of 2. Oh no, never mind. I missed another pin. 50-50. Okay, I only have the heart pin left now.
That is quite lucky. Holy shit.
Did the other cross? Yeah, no, the other cross is intact. Yeah, this is a very shy ghost. Alright, a cursed hunt incoming. Get the... Oh yeah, check the prints, the thingies first.
Alright, ready.
You ready? Okay. Let's go. What's going on? The ghost is hunting us. My electronics aren't flickering. Oh, now they are. It's done.
Over.
It's Mealing. My electronics weren't flickering, even though she was pretty damn close to me.
Wait, no, I mean, no, that's not... Sorry, I might have made it so that you did not understand what I meant. So, it's only like the footsteps are close, so, they're going to flicker at 10 meters anyway. That is like guaranteed.
Oh.
Like your electrons will flicker at 10 meters. The thing is, like, that's also the range at which you only start to hear the Maiden's footsteps. Right, so 20 meters you can hear a normal ghost and your electronics will not flicker. And 10 meters is when you will flicker and you will start to hear Myling footsteps.
Oh, okay. Then I think maybe it's a Jinn then?
I would also say it's a Jinn, because I heard the footsteps throughout, and also it still hasn't touched the breaker at all, which I believe Jinn is like either less likely or will not switch off the breaker because it needs it for its ability.
Yeah, that makes sense. Plus it sounded like at some point I turned on my lamp since I had the glitch spot in the bathroom and to check the electronics, and it was coming for me, and it did seem like it was doing the coming being faster thing when it was far away. But I'm not 100% sure. But I'm betting on Jen.
We're just gambling.
Yeah.
Because the only thing we can do is check for Obake fingerprints, and that's it.
Yeah, but it's not interacting with anything, so.
Yeah, and that's kind of boring. Like I would just rather go next.
We burnt an entire voodoo doll and it did nothing.
Yeah.
Hey, Kaklofikop. All I want to hear Nept ask is, how old are you? So what's going on, Zimbo? Oh yeah, we got it. Nice. Easy, wicked.
Okay, give me 2 seconds and we can go again. I'm gonna add all my stuff.
Yeah, the job's done. So yeah, sorry, I didn't really explain how the game works. So we investigate a place where there's a ghost. We need to find clues as to what kind of ghost it is, using all those tools at our disposal, and using guesswork as well. Like what we're doing there, we don't have all the clues when you're in nightmare difficulty. This is the highest difficulty of the game. We only have the 2 out of the 3 clues, so we get those 2 clues, and then we need to guess based on how the ghost behaves. That's why we're talking oh, the ghost didn't turn off the breaker. It seemed to run faster when it was far away from us. How did it sound? Etc., etc. when it was hunting us, which is nice. I like nightmare difficulty because you're actually you actually have to want to make the ghost hunt you to learn more about it and look at it, see how it behaves, which makes it more spooky. Because you can play this game very safe on lower difficulty. And so every time you load in, you have the main objective, which is to guess which type of ghost it is, using the clues and your knowledge of the ghosts. And then you have 3 secondary objectives. Then you have two bonus things on the maps. One of the bonus things is
I would want to go Leesdale Farmhouse because I don't know it at all, so that makes it way more dangerous for me.
Okay, sure. Then you have a bone that happens to be hidden on every map. And you have a cursed object that on Nightmare it always seems to spawn, but otherwise not always. Okay, we need thermometers. What else do we need? Sounds like a game I'd watch someone play. I don't have the nerves to play this unless you get to fight the ghost. Yeah, no, you can't do anything. If a ghost is chasing you can't do anything. Photo cameras 3. Salt, sanity pills, glow sticks.
Alright, I think we have everything.
Smudge sticks, sanity pills, photo cameras, lighters. I'm like traumatized from games where we forget lighters. Yep, we're good. I have that too usually. I fucking hate playing horror games, but this one I got kind of used to. And it's way chiller when with friends. So I see the objectives. Discover what type of ghost we're dealing with. That's always one. Have a member of your team escape the ghost during a hunt. Get a ghost to blow out a candle. Get an average sanity below 25%. Oh, also, Kino has a request. He wants you to ask how old are you when you the spirit box next.
Okay. Did I not ask it before?
I don't know. I didn't hear it earlier. But I was upstairs, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Oh,
that was me.
The breaker wasn't at the entrance, right? Because that's one place you can be.
Nope, it was not. It's over where you are?
It's not around the corner now.
Oh, fuck, I don't remember the other spot.
Can it be like upstairs? At the attic or something?
Yeah, probably. I don't remember.
See, this is why I want to please them.
Okay, nothing here. I think, yeah.
It's gotta be attic, right?
I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, it is attic.
Okay, cool.
Power's on.
Wicked. It's not the voodoo doll. Cursed object. Oh, I found the bone.
No summoning circle up here either. Oh, no, never mind, there is one.
Oh, cool.
Mystic was decided, it's fucking huge.
Well, we know how to get a ghost photo and a cursed hunt. Haven't gotten any EMF readings yet.
Haven't heard anything either.
Yeah. I'll go drop the photo camera and take a thermometer.
I think it's first floor, because I'm not getting anything up here.
Okay.
But there's a couple rooms I still can't check.
So yeah, this is the first part of the investigation always, to figure out where the ghost actually is. The thermometer is usually the easiest way to figure it out, but it...
what did the radio guy say? Any violence or something?
He said cursed object, I think.
Oh, 4 degrees in this.
Really? I'm not getting that reading. Yeah, I've got a photo camera. Oh, it's a hunt! It's a demon! That was a hunt! I did not... Fuck. I thought it was just a manifestation. That's 100% a demon. Demon's the only one who can hunt that early. Where is he? Is he upstairs? Yeah, fucking ripped, yeah. I hope Nep survives. Yeah, I just got killed. Oh, it's upstairs. It's in the attic. It's over. Okay, now we can go haunt Nept. Let's take a teddy bear.
See me behind this bookcase? Come look for the content.
Uh-oh.
I heard it was like coming up the attic, and I'm at the attic. Look where I am.
Okay, I can't respond to him as a ghost.
Pretty sure he could have almost seen me, because I was like line of sighting it like here up in the attic.
Nice.
I was like behind that bookcase at the breaker.
Yeah, it went up to the attic. Followed him. Anyways, it's a demon.
Okay, that's something. It could be like a early. It's definitely like an early hunting ghost, but I don't know if it's a demon actually. I want to get at least one piece of evidence because I mean it's a farmhouse and like our sanity is probably at like fairly low anyway, but I mean it could be demon. Because there are also other early hunting ghosts like Mare and others.
Early? Mare can hunt early?
Like if we were at like, it could have been that we were already at like 60%, like super easy.
Increased chance to attack in the dark. True. Well, it wasn't in the dark though. Well, here we weren't in the dark, but I guess this room was in the dark. The hunt came from here. Like Nep should check this room. Ah, fuck, he isn't paying attention to what I'm doing. Pretty sure it's a Gargalon. Gargalon, these nuts.
I won't delay too long.
I'll just take a picture of my body, dude.
Oh yeah, dude, I could take 3 pills, but I mean that's also the hunt maybe. But like, it doesn't let you take pills if you're like within like 90% sanity. So I could upgrade my, like I could take 3 pills, which means that I got at least like 75% sanity boost. So I was like actually at 20% sanity. Like our sanity wasn't as low as you might think it was.
He means it wasn't as high. Because yeah, basically if you're still here, Zimbo, the mechanic is that you have sanity that you lose over time when you're in the haunted house, but also
Oh, if you want me to sleep, put the thing at the door, like in the van door at the switch. Put the teddy at the switch and then I'll leave.
Okay. I'm trying to tell him to check this room. Anyways. Yeah, the mechanic is that you lose sanity. You lose sanity faster when you're in the dark. And you want to... you're basically gonna... the lower your sanity is, the more chances you're getting hunted.
How old are you? Are you here? How old are you? Are you here? How old are you? Are you here?
Yeah, Nip's thinking the same I was thinking. Also, did he take a picture of my body?
Are you here? How old are you? Are you pregnant?
I don't think he did. Let's check the photos. Yeah.
Are you sexy?
Are you sexy? Okay, nothing on the spirit box. Yo, take a picture of my body, dude. It's free money. Are you sexy? Yeah, we have 0 hints right now, and one of us is dead, which is nice, which is really bad. I love that. I love this camera angle. This is perfect. Yeah, the only thing that sucks here is...
Now it's not doing anything, which makes me think that maybe it is, let me check.
I think, yeah, anyways, it sucks to die early, because then you have to, like... And that's why Nep, like, offered to just leave.
Okay, I'm not getting a response on the mirror test. Very important. Go something, just flick a light on it. Oh! It moved.
No, it never, it didn't move. It always was in this room. It literally always was in this room. This is where the hunt came from.
Yeah, you want me to just go?
I can't respond.
It's actually not that interesting doing this solo.
Okay. Then we should leave. I'm betting demon.
If it is a demon, I swear to God, dude. I don't think it is.
I think it is.
Okay.
It's a demon. Oh, it's a Raiju. Never mind.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Either Raiju or Mare. I wasn't thinking demon.
Damn. Oh, you forgot to take a picture of my body. That's fine.
Oh, rip.
Did I even have anything invested there? I'm just not used to those early hunts, but you were right. Like, our sanity was pretty low.
Yeah, the farmhouse is just like wreck your sanity. Like, you really need to get the breaker on super fast and everything.
Yeah. Also, the thing is, like, the stuff happened. I didn't hear the door close, even though it was next to us. So I was like, oh, it's just a ghost event.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it fucking
yeah.
kills me.
I heard it like gurgle, and I saw my electronics do stuff. So I was already like halfway up the steps when you were saying it was a hunt. I was like, yep, I know, people run.
Yeah, I just didn't react. I'm like, I no longer react to that stuff happening because too many missed opportunities. Because yeah,
it's kind of crazy because like I remember, was it like with you and Bukra where we got hunted early and I was like, wait, where's my camera? Where's my camera?
Yeah. Alright, I'm ready. I see bringing normie flashlights. There's like a weak flashlight and a normal flashlight. I mean.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. And remember to check the whiteboard for help. Because here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a closer look. Maybe using it will help your investigation.
Oh, it doesn't tell us where the generator is. Okay. Capture a photo of the ghost, have a member witness a ghost event, and prevent the ghost from hunting you with a crucifix. Do you have the keys?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pouring myself a drink, Jesus.
Yeah, you're going for that generator? I'm going for the attic one then. It's behind the bookcase, right?
Yeah. Like it's I mean there's two ends to the attic, you'll see the light in one of them. It's there, around the corner. It's
Found the cursed object. It's a voodoo doll.
Lights on. Dude, that bookcase thing was fucking insane. Because I think it like actually could have seen me, like, because it did come up at some point.
Yeah, I followed it upstairs.
Got the bone.
Nice.
Now only the ghost.
Well, you can use the voodoo doll if you want to.
Margaret Garcia. Give us a sign. Nice. If you just talk to the lady, I'm sure she'll comply and, you know, let us know some details.
I'll do one.
Margaret Garcia.
Oh, did you just move a door?
No. Break her off.
Break her off? Okay.
Yeah, I'll go get her.
I think I heard a door, but it was far away. Oh yeah, I have EMF 2. It's an upstairs bathroom. The straight ahead from the stairs.
Okay. Power back on.
All right, turning on power in the room in the corridor.
Turn on lights around you if you can.
Yep, I'm doing it now. All right, the path to the bathroom is lit up.
Nice.
Yeah, did I just lose the fucking... Oh my god. Like, fell through the floor. I think if my photo camera just fell through the floor. Alright, should we burn, like, pills already?
Actually, not a bad idea, yeah. I mean, there's, like, no way we're, like, under 75, right?
It could be, I don't know. Let's play it safe.
Yeah, but, because, like, this place is, like, really... It just wrecks your sanity. Especially in multiplayer,
Yeah.
like, your sanity drains so fast.
I'm bringing a book and the dots. Oh, we should thingy the... We need to thingy the door, because it touched the door.
Orb.
Nice. Evidence, ghost orb.
No UV. Or no thingies, rather.
What's the difference between a black man and a bucket of poop? If this is a racist joke, I'm banning you.
Are you here? How old are you?
And I don't see how that this is not gonna end up in a racist joke.
Are you here? How old are you? Are you pizza?
Oh, it's writing. Do you have a camera?
No, I dropped it at the bottom of the steps.
Okay, I'm bringing it. So we have our two clues, ghost orb and ghost writing. I'm leaving the camera there, I'm bringing crucifixes and stuff. Everything black people are not poop, okay. You saved it. Ghost writing, ghost orb, mare or revenant.
Okay, at least it is like extremely easy to find which one it is.
Yeah, it's just mare or revenant, right? What I see.
Yeah, and like they have very easy tells.
You brought a UV upstairs already?
Yeah, but
Okay.
it can't be mimicked, so we're not getting any more evidence for sure.
I'm bringing... Okay, we need to do a crucifix, witness a ghost event, and capture a photo of the ghost.
Okay.
We might have to, like, trigger a cursed hunt if we don't get, like, a ghost event and a photo.
Yep. I want to do UV salt photos.
Yep. I brought the salt. Bring the second crucifix so we can cover the whole room.
So in there we can find out by just spamming the lights enough, so we should be good. And like it will know immediately.
True.
Where's the first cross?
It's over here, so you can put it on our side of the room. Oh, we have footprints. Can you take a photo?
Scan around for more. They always make more. Or two. Might actually just be under the carpet, dude.
It might be, yeah.
Fucking carpet in a bathroom. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know. It's just a ghost event.
Yeah, I know. Because it closed this door. Typically, if they hunt, they don't actually touch an object. So if they close a door on you, you know, it's like a ghost event.
Yeah. Okay. We need to... fuck.
I think it stepped in salt again.
Yeah, it did. It stepped in this salt, but it's under the carpet. Oh, there you go. Footprints. Nice.
Found one, yeah.
Fuck, we could have gotten a ghost photo there.
Yeah, I didn't have a camera on me.
Alright, want me to bring another camera?
No, I just used up all the pictures on this.
Yeah, I'll bring another camera.
I'm gonna try. Yeah, I dumped the used one in the toilet.
Okay, another camera. Bringing the smudge stick. I don't have a lighter though. Both lighters are in the van.
I used up crucifix.
Oh, nice.
Got a camera?
Alright, we're only missing... Yeah, I got a camera. We're only missing the ghost photo. And that's it for the side objectives. Okay, that's it, I think. Yep, we have all objectives.
I did like that did shut off the lights, but I think that was just because the ghost event shuts off lights. You saw me spam like that thing quite a bit.
Yeah, I saw it.
So I would have expected if it's a mare, it actually would have just, you know, pumped it.
Yeah, so you want to bet Revenant? Or we could confirm it with a hunt though.
Yeah, I'm cool with getting hunted.
Alright, I'm grabbing the lighter.
Yeah, get smudge and let's get it in. It's relatively easy to kind of survive. You just want to like instantly hide, I think, right? Because
yeah.
like it can't really scan around from many rooms because it will be just so slow.
Yeah, I think I'll trigger the hunt from far away, if you don't mind. So you can smudge it and run.
Wait, let me click a little bit more.
Sure. I'm ready with the cursed doll. I'll go hide, I don't know. Fuck, the hiding places here are so janky though.
Yeah, they really are. I'm fine finding a spot for myself.
Okay. What do the dolls do? You can, they can trigger cursed hunts, but they trigger interactions.
I don't even know how it works, you know? Oh, we're on the corner here, man. Okay, I think I have it.
Okay, let's try.
It's gonna be a bit YOLO, but... Use the bowl of the crucifix.
It's hunting. It's Revenant.
Over. Yeah, you know who
It's Revenant, yeah.
Yeah.
So we know it's Revenant because it was walking slowly. Like the footsteps were slow.
Actually,
This allowed us to confirm it.
Thinking that it's gonna be Revenant. So if it would have been a mirror, I would actually would have been kind of fucked, maybe.
Really? Where were we hiding?
You know, okay, hang on, I can show you on the map here. You see the room in the north part? Around the corner there. I was holding open the door.
Okay, yeah, I see.
So would have needed to get in the room quite a bit. But I liked it because with Rev I instantly break line of sight, you know. Anyway, Rev's in the book.
Yep. Yeah, that was an easy one.
Yeah.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I think I can do one more.
I'll peace out now. I'll go to sleep. Thanks for the games.
Fair enough. You too, buddy.
Bye bye. See ya.
Bye.
All right. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Had a fun stream today. See you tomorrow. Thanks for streaming this. Yeah, we streamed from time to time as Zenvo pretty regularly. It's actually fun to watch. I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, I've been playing it regularly with Nept, Sign, Skits. Who else has been joining the crew regularly? Bukra. Bukra boy, yeah. Anyways, thanks for watching. Bye bye.